My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined by International Master Piotr Grein. Piotr, how are you doing today?
I'm fine, and I'm very excited to commentate on this show. We've got European Rapid and Blitz Championship. Today we have a Blitz portion, 11 rounds, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment, 11 double rounds actually, because after each game they are playing the second game, the same players are playing the rematch.
Exactly, so a lot of action, 22 games of chess today. The action has kicked off. We're still waiting for the DGT boards to come through. So for now, we're just going to follow the action on the camera. And here we see one of our top seeds, Grandmaster David Navarra. He's actually the second seed in the Blitz portion from Czech Republic. And David, who's outrating his opponent by almost 800 points, by more than 800 points.
Yes,
the first round, it's tough.
Yeah, that there's a Swiss system. So, like, imagine if there are like 100 players, so the first is playing against the 51st, and the number 50 player is playing against 100. And here we've got 840 or something like that players, almost 1,000.
I believe tomorrow in the Rapid we'll have over 1,000.
Yes. Yeah. So today more than 800 players. So you can imagine like the first seed is playing against a player whose rating is like 400 something. So there's a big difference. But yeah, so let's try to see what's going on in the game, because it feels like it's a very tense battle.
The What's happening there on the king side? A white pawn has landed on g6. We see that the black king is on g8, and it is quite lonely there. But let's see. So,
yeah, what's going on? What's the material? Let's try to count.
Let's try to count.
You know, there are those. Oh, it's.
I think it's a win for David Navarro.
Yes, and you can see the kings in the middle on the white squares. If both kings are on the white squares, it means that white won. If on the black squares, black won. And if they will be on opposite sides, then it's a draw. So here's the first board. So with the black pieces, Grandmaster Michael Adams.
Michael Adams, the top seed, as you mentioned, from England. He's playing someone who, I don't know if you know him, but a Polish player, Hubert
Mucha. Yes.
You are the responsible
for. But I think Michael is pawn up. Yeah? Or not? No, it's not. No, it's equal. Three versus three. Okay, so yeah. So it seems that, okay, I'm sure that he will try, because there is such a huge rating difference. But what's what can he do? I mean, he's trying to attack the central pawn.
Yeah. So the only problem in white's position is that white has a pawn.
He is winning it, so it's 3 against 2. Yeah. So normally it would be still, I think, draw, but it's not easy.
Probably helps white to get the queens off, right?
Yeah, the queens off would be just...
sorry, but even the rooks off is probably good news. I think the main problem for white is probably the time. I think he's down, if I can see, something like 7 seconds. It's very difficult. 1838, at least the Blitz rating. Sometimes Blitz ratings, we don't know how
big
accurate.
big decision, because now black can, force the queen exchange, and we've got a pawn endgame, and it's just winning.
Yeah.
It's yeah. Okay, of course it was okay. Now don't push the pawn. That would be stalemate. But yeah, okay. So he didn't even need the second pawn.
But what an incredible fight this player put on. We're back to board 2. So this is now the second game with David Navarre playing black. And let's see. We're zooming in a little bit.
Yeah.
Look like it.
Okay, so far so normal, I guess. It's just a normal opening position. White has a bit more space, this knight on the central square. And so I think it was a Caro-Kann, I would guess. The exchange variation.
Yes.
It could also come up from the London system.
Yes.
It's the same structure. We actually have a Carlsbad structure, which is from the Queen's Gambit, but with the color reverse. So now I think one of the ideas for black might be to push his pawns on the Queen's side, while white should be doing something on the King's side. This is what I think. Also maybe in the center, but... Yeah.
What do you think? So you're saying on the king side, what could some of the plans be?
Like bring the queen somewhere to g3, for example. Like, oh, you see queen d3?
Queen d3,
and then maybe...
maybe swing over.
Yes.
At some
maybe
point.
the f-pawn could be, like, okay, now take with the bishop, now maybe f4, although, you just don't lose the bishop on e5. So the hole on e4. But you see, black pushed the pawn on the queen side, so this is the minority attack.
Yes. Yeah. Also in general, I think, so for those, if we have more beginner, let's say players in general, when one person plays in the center, it makes sense then. And here, as you're saying, the minority attack, we see white is trying to stop the pawn from advancing with a3.
Yeah. But it won't, hold the b4 for long, because sooner or later black will play a5. And okay, first knight c4. This beautifully placed knight, because first of all it attacks b2, a3, also covers e5 in some case, and we can push a5 because queen was looking at the b pawn, but now, well, the knight is blocking this. Okay,
f5.
Big decision.
Wow.
I'm not sure. Square, and this is such a lovely square because pawns don't move backwards.
Absolutely, yeah. We have a lot of kind of outposts going on here. Both players have pushed quite a lot of pawns. I'm wondering still about the knight on e2, the white knight on e2, where that is going to go, because right now it's looking at a lot of its own pieces.
Yeah, I see one square, the e5 square, but there's a big difference that whenever black wants, he can exchange that knight, and the knight on e4 is like forever, because white's bishop is the dark squared bishop, so it cannot control e4. So it seems like strategically black is just outplaying his opponent, but it's maybe not such a I mean, black is better, but still it's it's not a winning position by any means.
It's looking down at the black king side, but I'm curious how he's going to continue with that plan. Do you think white has any serious attacking chances?
I don't think so. I mean, it's still something he should be going for. I mean, he must push g4. He just cannot stay. also think it's a very good strategy against stronger opponents, actually. That you want to play something sharp. You want to make it, messy.
Yes. I think that's a great point you're making because especially in the first round, we were talking about in a Swiss tournament with so many participants, there is a big rating difference in the first round. But I think in Blitz, you're never safe because, of course, the shorter the time control, and we see G4 appear on the board, the shorter the time control, the more variance, the more randomness is introduced into the game. So I think even David Navarro, we can see he's
Black kind of opened the G file, not fully because it's half open, but now he would really love to push the H pawn to H5. Then maybe the attack would start, but it's very slow because we've got the rook on H3. And okay, I'm not
actually
sure.
Also, Piotr, the time is a big problem because only 4 seconds for white, while David still has an hour 15 on the clock. So very tough to play this position just purely on increment.
Okay. So now exchanging and attacking the queen, so queen has to move back, and now you see because black took on a3, so he could have taken on b2 or not.
Maybe he still can. This queen d7 came with tempo,
right? With the tempo, so
the rook on h3.
So he still wanted to attack, but sooner or later.
Is now going to h1 because suddenly this g file was looking maybe a bit dangerous. And now suddenly David is the one with the attack queen f7 looking to come on f2 with the rook, and this looks like it will be over.
Yeah, it's just completely winning now. Yeah. There are no tricks, so I'm sure, David, okay, good technique. Whenever you've got an advantage, you can of course give some mate or something, but it's a very good technique just to exchange pieces. It doesn't matter if it will take 10 or 50 moves to win. What's more important is to make it safe.
Absolutely. We see David here taking some time to. Wow, what's that? Queen sacrifice.
Yeah. Okay.
He's really ending this game in style.
Yes. Okay.
Because of the pawn on a2 there in the corner, that's now become.
More games. Yeah.
So that's a 2-0 start for David Navarro, as we mentioned. The second seed. We'll see if there are any more games. This one, I don't know who it was, but it just ended. Maybe we can talk just a little bit, first of all, about where we are. We're here in Katowice, Poland, at the Spodek Arena. And tell me your thoughts on the playing hall and on all the people that are here.
Yeah, I think it's the best venue we could have because that's a very big venue and it's very known. It's a legendary place.
Camera view into this product arena.
Yeah, there are a lot of other sport activities in this place. So, like having a chess tournament here, it's just a very very good thing. Things about this place as the place for some sport activities like volleyball or something.
So today will be a lot of you said a lot of people don't realize maybe with chess, but today will be a tough physical day for a lot of the players. 22 games of Blitz chess is not easy. I think it takes a lot of stamina actually for the players to get through the day, and maybe we can briefly, just very briefly, talk about the top players in the field. So the top seed, we saw him briefly on camera earlier, Mickey Adams from Hello and welcome back to the European Blitz. I'm Anthony and I'm here with International Master Piotr Nguyen. Piotr, in the first round, we saw some of the favorites. It looks like most of them managed to get through round one without dropping anything.
Yeah, that's right. And with each and every round, it will be harder and harder. I guess at round 5, we will see like those big matches coming up. But now we are going to have a round number 2, a double round actually, because I will remind you that we have 11 rounds, but 11 double rounds. So every round consists of 2 games. So we see already players are sitting and not starting yet, but yeah, but they are ready, right?
They are ready. We see here, we saw the board on board 2,
Yeah.
David Navarra, who's playing against Grandmaster Rasmus Vanne from Germany. He's our third seed today, and he's playing against Magdalena Miturova from Czech Republic, woman I am. So we see that already the weighting difference in the first round, it was around 800 points. Now it's around 500, and with every round,
the game has started.
It has started.
Yeah, let's see on the screen with the game. So we need to zoom in a little bit. So what's the opening?
Was it a
So it's kind of a reti. Yeah, it's the reti. So knight f3, g3. This is something I like to play myself. It's just very nice for lazy people, I would say.
I guess it's also a great opening maybe for Blitz, especially when there is quite a
because sometimes if we follow some theory, we exchange too much, the game is too forcing. Also, the forcing game makes it easy for the lower rated player to respond. Because that's clear. If you are just attacking, he's just defending. That's okay. What else is he going to do?
Yeah.
And here, it's a little bit of, some people can tell that, oh, it's boring or something because just playing around, but it's not boring. I can tell you, there is much more to it. There's so you see queen c2, knight c3. Then we will play some d4, e4, put the central pawns. So we will actually play for the center. We will actually play both d4 and e4. but only when we are ready for this. And this is what I like about it, because if you play immediately d4, e4, you are just showing all the cards.
Oh, yes. And here we see exactly Rasmus has done what you were talking about. He's taken all of the center. He's pushed c4, d4, and e4.
She would be staying passive, then white playing simple moves would get a clear advantage. But now it's a bit tricky. I guess white should be able to have some edge, but it's very concrete. It's this is not something very very general. You need to be very precise. There is so much tension going on in the center now. You can capture either way, and with each and every capture, you also develop opponent's piece. So you don't want to capture, but you can bring the rooks to the center.
That's what he does.
Yeah, but black will also put some more pieces there, and yeah, it's very very unclear what's going on now.
It's interesting that Rasmus is actually spending quite a bit of time. We don't see him moving immediately. Right now, he's not at least trying to push any pressure on the opponent on the clock. And what happened here? Black cap.
Although it's
with some imagination here.
Yeah, but we would need some more pawns. But okay, but the pawn on e7 fell. Okay, so if
we're back to even material.
Yeah, so there's an even material and the pawn on d5 is strong. It looks like white has an advantage, and this rook on a7 is on the 7th rank is so annoying.
Absolutely. The bishop on b7 is under attack right now, I believe, so she has to, Magdalena, decide what to do with that bishop. Will she move it? Will she defend it? And also, I think she's, now getting to the 1 minute mark. In my experience, when I play this 3+2, whenever I go under a minute, is already the first moment where I think, okay, I need to speed up a little bit.
Yeah, I think white's pieces are just flowing, into the game. Like this knight on b5 we've just seen. Not going into any details of this, you can see that black's pieces are going back and they're passive.
Yeah, and we see bishop h3, very interesting that the bishop now gets activated along another diagonal, putting some pressure on the knight on d7, which is actually pinned right to the rook behind it, if I'm seeing that correctly.
Or at least, looking at it. I mean, yeah, it just optically it's clear that, white has active pieces and okay,
that
so
rook behind it I was talking about is gone, so black decided to give up the exchange here, maybe thinking, this pressure of the bishop along this long diagonal was too much, but now Rasmus is in a great position. We see the rook on a7, now it's on this beautiful open 7th rank. He's up in exchange, I think.
Could be telling, but the way it is, it's just okay. It's a disaster. You see that the bishop exchanged for the knight, doubling black's pawns, and it's not just about doubling pawns. It's also in front of the king. So the king is weak. Positionally, the black's position is just terrible, right? Yeah. Oh, you can see like all white's pieces are coming in, and yeah, that was it. The fork at the end of the game, right? 97. So
very nice game by
very clean,
Rasmus,
very clean. So
and I think it also highlighted some of these things you were talking about. It's not a boring opening. I mean, in the beginning the pieces are slowly coming out, and suddenly they all start to work together. We're now quickly looking at Mickey Adams. Let's see if we can zoom in quickly. I think this is still game 1, so we must be in the final stages of the game here. And still a lot of pieces on the board here. Quick material count. I think it's an extra piece for Mickey. Or is there something on g5 that we're not seeing?
Yeah, maybe there is bishop. I could guess. Yeah. Yes. So it's okay, but there are some exchanges. Or okay.
And I think he lost on time. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In the end, but the position looked lost anyway. We see Black take a quick sip of water. At the end of the game, it's so from my own experience, you know. I think especially a lot of players here are maybe a little bit rusty, haven't.
That's the funny thing, because I remember like some years ago when I was coming back to play more chess, like in 2015, because I had a few years break, and then I was, you know, training a lot of Blitz online. Then I came for a Blitz tournament, and I was like, let's make a pre-move. I just cannot do it. I was like a bit of strange, you know, because chess players are, you know, feeling the piece, or they're touching this. Like you can tell sometimes by hands, like how they're real chess players. So this, I think, important for any of you who are going to direct a film about chess. That it's, you know. Not that easy for the actors, you know.
And especially in the end, when the seconds are ticking down, your hands start sometimes get a little bit shaky, a little bit sweaty, and it gets harder and harder to make a move. Let's zoom in here. We're looking at the second game, so the rematch between. If we can figure out what's happening this time.
Yeah. So
looks like it was maybe in English. There's a pawn on c4 at least.
Yeah, it's hard maybe to tell what opening was, but maybe it doesn't matter.
What my pawn is on d4. I was hallucinating.
Yeah. But what's okay? But so far it feels like a very slow game. Like it's, you know, no white pieces are at the on the black side, like that hasn't crossed the fourth rank. Okay, now the f5. So if I had to guess, that was a Caro-Kann with this knight f6, knight x.
Makes sense. The white queen has come into h6. Is that something that black needs to be worried about? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Although the knight is on g3, not on f3. So the queen alone probably is not putting that much pressure, because we need the knight to g5 to attack h7. Like the queen alone cannot do.
It's a long journey.
Oh, very long, because we cannot go through e4. Like, so what? So how do we get there? Like one f2, h3. Okay, there are some famous games, like I think from Rubinstein or Botvinnik, or maybe even both. Like the knight h1 was the, you know, the key positional idea. But here I don't think so. It's just too long. But still, queen on h6 is kind of putting some pressure that, you know. But here again, I think it's a good strategy by Black, just to play the game, prolong it, and so on. Like even if it's equal, there are still some pawns on the, I mean, pieces on the board, not just pawns, and the pawn structure is not symmetrical, so there are some imbalances and so on. So that gives winning chances, right?
For sure. White, on the other hand, she has a very solid position. We see a nice and solid pawn structure. But now maybe things will happen, because f4 has just been played. And once again, we have this outpost. This time it's not the same, the e5 outpost, because there is still a pawn on f7. So that pawn could always advance to f6. I'm curious to see how Magdalena is going to continue. Where is the knight?
over on the other side of the board, while White's queen is just a spectator now on h6. Yeah, although maybe some rook f3. Yeah, the rook swing.
Yeah, I think that was her idea when she played f4 to bring the rook into the game. And it was, do you think, Rasmus, it was interesting when he grabbed the pawn on a2? Sometimes we have to be careful when we go pawn grabbing here, but here, in this case, it looked like it was just a pawn.
Yeah, and we also saw that there was this pawn break, pawn lever on c5, so we are just breaking white structure. And this pawn on f4, yeah, it's not so sure about it, right? So, okay, so now queen g7, so forcing back. Okay.
Yeah, so we're seeing also the clock ticking down. Both players actually now under a minute.
Okay, so now we can also maybe show the board to our viewers, because it seems we have it.
So we'll see either for this game or
later. Yes.
Later on, but for now, let's see. So King h1 stepping out of the check, and actually also Rasmus. I mean, his time is ticking.
Yeah.
Now the position is not so clear at all.
Yeah, there's some attack going on. There's some mess. Okay. So Black felt, the need to play f5, weakening the diagonal a to g8. However, there is a bishop. Black has the bishop to cover all the weaknesses, and yeah, after all, this queen on h4 might be, not active enough, because the queen needs some support. The queen alone cannot do enough.
But we talked about rooks on the 7th rank. I actually am starting to like Magdalena's position. She plays rook e7, preparing to bring the second rook into d7. And if I'm Rasmus, I would start getting slowly, maybe a little bit worried, especially as the both clocks are ticking down here. So we see.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of action now. Like, you see, even his
the
pawn
pieces
has
are
fallen.
falling.
Yeah, so it's very, very tricky. Okay, and
she lost on time.
Oh.
She lost on time. I think we will see a lot of people losing on time this weekend. We talked about it. Well, we can talk about it more. We'll see if there's some other games happening elsewhere for now, and then after that we can talk about it. But it's so tough, because these 2 seconds, once you're under 5, it just gets very tough. And here we're back in the All English clash between Thomas Quilter and Mickey Adams. So let's see if we can zoom in here. The first game here seemed quite close. So let's see. Mickey.
Absolutely.
It's a complete mess.
Yes. Yeah. But sometimes these kind of pawns are working as a shield for the black's king, actually. But it's very difficult to say what's going on now. I just
yeah, we're just, I think, sitting. Oh, Mickey lost on time.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I was saying, I think we're going to see more people lose on time, but I did not expect that we would see our top seed, Mickey Adams, lose on time in game 2 here. This is a really incredible upset, and congratulations to Thomas Quilter, who he almost looks a little bit in shock
Yeah,
after
he
beating
didn't-
Mickey.
I guess he didn't expect this, especially that they're from the same country. So he
Yes.
probably follows,
Mickey
Mickey
will have
even
been
more than
an
him,
idol, a lot of these
yes.
players. England looks like we have a lot of people visiting us from England. Let's see if we can zoom in and catch the end of the game here. Bogdan Deák playing with the white pieces here in the second game. We're into the end game.
Mhm.
Let's do a quick pawn count. Looks like 4 pawns each, if I'm not mistaken. And
Black has 4 or 3?
yeah, there's one on c4.
Oh, okay.
Hiding.
I didn't see it. Okay. Yes. Okay, but
But
it's
it's
gone now.
gone.
So, yes.
But okay, it looks like Black is actually doing a great job. He now has this H pawn, and
Okay,
well,
now we get some
we'll have
other-
we'll have to come back in a second. But what we can already tell is that the those games, and well, we're seeing into the playing hall now, where it looks like quite a lot of the games have finished already. So 2 rounds down. Piotr, let's talk about what we saw. Mickey Adams, the top seed, lose on time. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's of course not something we would expect, as you also said. Like Mickey's so experienced player, but on the other hand, Blitz is always tricky.
For sure.
There are 1 second is so much, in this Blitz game. So yeah, I think we'll see more such games. But what's maybe more important that the position was very, very tricky.
Yes.
Usually
Yes.
you don't lose on time if the position was not difficult enough, right?
And it was crazy because Mickey wasn't even about, it had run out. So that's the start already of round 2. The action is coming very fast. We're going to be going on a quick break now. We'll be back soon in around 10 minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes with round 3. So we'll see you then.
participants are facing each other, and I am here with a special guest. Our first guest is Gunnar Bordsson. I was training so hard to say your last name. I think I failed.
Bjornsson, but it was pretty close.
Pretty close. Who is ECU Vice President and also President of the Chess Federation in Iceland.
Yes, I've been president for 13 years. So.
Wow.
Record holder.
So there are lots of events that you can share information with us, and you're the organizer of Fisher Random Tournament, which was one of the biggest events this year, and also Reykjavik Open. So let's start first of all about this tournament. This is one of the last events of
Yes, last year was quite interesting for ECU. First year after pandemic, so it was big events, and I think overall it went very well. Here, to be here first time in Katowice, it's quite an experience to see how well this organized. The playing hall is great, and I like very much the pairing system that simply players get SMS. Yeah. So. Congratulations to Sicilian Federation and
yeah, we're in Silesia region of Poland, and Mr. Gunnar is talking about the pairing system, which is very simple here. Also for me, it was a surprise and very pleasant. All you need is just to give your phone number to the arbiter, and the moment pairing is done, it's on your mobile, and you know. I have about 1,000 participants at the European event.
I have a good feeling for next year for European chess. I've noticed, for example, Reykjavik Open. At this point, we have many players registered, many more players than usually. I have the same feeling for European events next year. That after the pandemic, there will be a lot of players who want to travel and play chess.
That's right.
You can see it. I think the number here doubled from last year or something like that.
Yes, indeed. And perhaps there is some kind of trust to the city and the organizers, as they are organizing already 4th time European Blitz and Rapid tournament. 3 times over the board, and 1 time it was online. We all remember that time. More events in the next year for European chess players?
Next events are European Individual in Serbia and European Women Championship in Montenegro. Okay. And we will now have a 2 months break from European events after this.
Yes, well, to talk about the playing venue, guys, where we are just sitting right now in the middle of the playing venue. Just in front of us is the top boards, back of us there are the rest of the boards. A lot of players indeed are here, and we have some kind of very interesting spirit. It's obviously a competition, and we have here great names. Then at the breaks we have some Christmas songs.
Yes, I like that. Between rounds, listen to Christmas songs. Great novelty.
Yeah, indeed, and of course we are invited. Minutes you can go directly to the Christmas market. You can just enjoy all these beautiful things that are right now at the Christmas markets in Europe. And what's also very important here, it's snowing today. It's a heavy snow, and I've heard from you that it's not snowing back in your country these times.
This winter it's the first time I see snow. I needed to leave Iceland in December to see snow. So,
okay.
But I think this is the first time in 50 years that this happens. It never snows until December. It will probably snow in a few days in Iceland.
Okay, so we have here, guys, everything in one place and 3 days of a very interesting competition. We have a lot of rounds, 11 rounds in Blitz and also in Rapid. And we have in Blitz what is your personal opinion about this kind of pairings? Like it's double games, in fact, 22 games.
I think it's very good because then you can play more games and it's practical to have double rounds in Blitz. So I like it. It is a long day for the players, but you are 800 players, so what to do?
You like the extraordinary things in chess, and that's why you were hosting biggest Fischer Random championship this year. So can you tell us a little bit of that experience? Because back in the days, all the attention, all the eyes were to that tournament. I suppose it's very hard to have everyone, all these top players in one place and to have World Championship tournament.
Yeah, it was a challenge, but it was a great challenge. It was so much fun to have. Fischer and Spassky, and we thought about the way to celebrate that, and it was a conclusion how better to do it by playing Fischer Random and connected to Fischer, and it went very well. We got a lot of attention and a lot of chess interest in Iceland because of that. So it was quite good event.
All right. And Gunnar, maybe we can invite the players at the Reykjavik Open next year. Whoever wants to play, it's going to happen this year again, right?
Yes, it will be 29 March to April 4th. And we already have 130 players, which is quite good. And everybody is welcome, so just check reykjavikopen.com.
Yeah.
Or talk to me here.
That's right. So guys, make sure that you're part of one of the biggest events in Europe. There is a tourist reasons. So thank you so much for coming here in our studio, and I hope that Poland will host you really nicely as here. You are here for the first time, as you mentioned.
Katowice. I've been in Warsaw. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Gunnar.
Thank you, and likewise.
Thank
Good luck
you.
with the tournament.
Thank you, thank you. So guys, we're gonna take now a very short break, and we'll be back with more information from Spodek. Nie wiem. In 5 years?
Years ago.
Yeah.
She will join in Russia when she learns Polish. So we're waiting. Yeah, like only active. Some point we can speak.
We did some video in Polish. Oh my god, that was ridiculous. Results
To repeat this one day.
we should, yeah.
But I didn't bring my microphone this time. I sent my microphone to the other tournament. Okay, not as big like this, but
But is
quite
it
a
open
huge-
or?
Yeah, like do one day rapid and the second day blitz. Yeah, quite a big prize fund. So it's terrible that they made this at the same time.
White crows.
But I asked Booker, but probably it's not like a big problem. Like probably it's the end of the year, so there was no other time. But they have very good prize fund. Like 2 days, I think like 10,000 euros, something like this. Right?
You're gonna hear one. I can also see the intro, and then we can see ourselves here. Do you want to start or? Yeah. Welcome back. This is European Blitz and Rapid Chess Championship. Second round is done, and now we're preparing for the third round. And I would love to introduce my co-host from the studio in the playing venue. This is Magda Butkiewicz. Hello, Magda.
Hello everyone.
So we have a very interesting tournament over here, and we have so much to talk about. I'm sure Fiona and Piotr are talking about all the details here, but let's once also, I personally wonder how many female players are playing here.
Okay, so let's start with the participates. We've got here almost 100 players, so it's a very huge event. We've got this beautiful venue. This is actually the stadium, so it's great to have this place. So there's perfect for this amount of players. About female players, we've got almost 200, so it's really good to have so many players, also female players, right?
Yeah, that's right, obviously. Talking about this playing venue, myself, I have been here for chess purposes, obviously, because often it happens that we have events here. But I also have been here for handball, I think. And
Yes.
I remember that it was at this place, but there is always a room for more and more spectators.
Yes, I've been here at the volleyball match, and it was an enormous experience for me. So yeah, that's the great venue, and we are so glad that we can be here.
Yeah, that's right. Earlier with the previous the first guest that we had in the studio, we were talking about the system of the tournament. So we're gonna have 11 rounds in both Blitz and Rapids. And in Blitz, we have two colors. So players are playing first white pieces, some of them, and then second with black pieces. So basically, we have two games, which means that instead of 11 rounds, we have actually 22 games.
22, that's right. That's a really challenging task for our players to.
Yeah, that's why we're sitting here, guys, and just doing interviews. And
Exactly.
it's hell of a games, really. But the time control is 3+2. So another really challenging task for the players is to get at the table at the right time, because we have seen some of the players were late the first round and they arrived at the board when it was only a few seconds left. So that's also a bit of task here, as we have a lot of boards.
Of course, and tomorrow we will have a rapid tournament, so it's also demanding to switch to the another format of play, because rapid we will have a 15+10. So the players must be very flexible to change their approach to their games.
Tell before we see it on the camera, is there any opinion that some of our guests liked the place or disliked maybe the weather and everything?
The players are actually super happy that this tournament takes place at the stadium. It's they're all like this venue, but they said that it's quite freezing right now. So I mean outside, because we have like, I don't know, 5 degrees, minus five degrees, right?
Yes.
So it's quite freezing, but overall they're still quite happy and they're satisfied with their games. So that's very essential for them.
Yeah, that's true. Although the snow is something that keeps the Christmas ready for the round, I suppose, Magda?
Yes. The round will be start in 5 minutes, I think. So yeah, in a few minutes we'll have another round.
Yeah, that's round 3 to go, and so we also have some of the very interesting and well-known, not very interesting, let's say legendary players here. Magda, can you name few of them, few of the participants that everybody knows?
So I think that the most famous guy from this event, he's actually the first number of our starting list. He's Michael Adams. He's from England. He's such a living legend for me. So it's really great. He's just a rising star, and also Niels Grandelius, Lagarde Maxim, or Kacper Pieron, who is a Polish grandmaster. So I'm so glad that we have all of them here.
That's right. And in the female field, we have Pia Kramling, Alexandra Kostyuk, who is the current world Blitz champion, and also I just see right now former world champion Stefanova. Antonetta is adjusting her pieces and she's getting to play another round. So guys, I think we're gonna now take off as players are going to take their seats. And I would also like to invite you to my Twitch channel, which I will go live in like 10 minutes, and I will show you guys behind this. And Piotr Guyan with the commentary, and I hope you guys enjoy with that.
Welcome to round 3 here at the European Blitz Championship. And Piotr, things are heating up. We still have a lot of players on a perfect 4 out of 4 points. So let's remind everyone, every round is a double round. The players play each other with both colors, but we also have some favorites who already dropped some points.
Yes. So it's not that easy, but let's just follow the game. On board 1, David Navarra, number 1 from Czech Republic. He was a 2700 player for many years. Now probably dropped slightly below, but still a very strong player, a top player. And he's playing against Aleksandra Malcevskaya, who is representing Poland for recently, right? Like, I don't know exactly for how many months, but yeah, she is now the star. But
let's see, if she can put up.
There are big chances
for an upside.
Yes.
So let's see, what do we have? We have a bishop on b2. It feels like recently white, playing these setups with b3, bishop b2 have become a lot more fashionable.
Okay, so we had some Sicilian, open Sicilian, but exactly I don't know what's the name, because that's probably not a very common setup. Maybe it doesn't have a name. There is a chance.
There's a name for almost everything these days, but yeah, who knows? We'll find out. So what's going on? Let's look at the clock times. I think David Navarro, if I'm seeing correctly, is already quite low. I think he's under 2 minutes already.
Okay.
And what's he thinking? Thing for their time to strike. He's spending a lot of, I mean, I don't know what was going on, but it looked like a very long thing for this time.
Okay, the pawn on e4, the central pawn was hanging, so I mean, the move candidates were the bishop coming to d3, protecting the pawn, and that's probably the move I would play, but there was maybe something he didn't like. Because f3, it weakens, a lot of weaknesses. But then he's going for the long castle. Okay, now I understand. So he wants to castle long and push g4. And push basically the pawns on the king side. So the pawn on f3 helps him to actually play g4, because otherwise the knight on f6 is attacking the square. And the bishop on f1 actually stands well there. I mean, it doesn't need to move. The one thing I learned some years ago, and I think this is very important, that in some semi-open or semi actually the bishop here is developed.
Yes.
You don't have to move it. So I see. And okay, so now it's a problem for black, because what's her plan? Okay, she develops, but most likely she's going to castle short, because, well, the alternative is castle long or stay in the center. But castling long, not so sure about this. Usually in the Sicilian, as we already exchanged the c-pawn, this is not a...
Oh wow, she goes queenside.
Okay, because otherwise on the short side...
It was scary. I think it was very scary to castle kingside, because the pawns were coming so fast.
Okay.
But now, okay, there's one hole on a6. Okay, knight b5.
Also, okay, now chances, but now the light squares
are becoming very weak.
Okay. I mean, I feel still she's got a lot of...
Well, the bishop on b2 is already on this long diagonal. The bishop on b5, could create a lot of trouble there around the black king on the queen side. But first, David has to decide how to react to this pawn push in the center with d5.
Yes, and d5 was a must, basically, because black couldn't stay passive. This is actually a bit controversial, because on one hand, you don't want to open the position, because, well, the white has the bishop pair. But secondly, you've got to play actively and open it. And I think the point is that you need to open it before white is fully mobilized.
Yeah. We see both players making a kind of prophylactic move, king b1, king b8, very normal moves whenever you have castle queenside. And now I'm curious to see the next plans. What do you think h6?
So probably I'm not a fan of this move.
h6, yeah.
It's not a mistake, I would say, but probably maybe I don't get this, just, right? But now you see queen f4 attacking the f7, so black is tied down, and c4. This is a very important pawn lever. We need to open up the position, and yeah, okay, queen here. Okay, but with every exchange, it's hard to tell because. White has a space, and usually if you have space, you don't want to trade pieces, because in the endgame, the space, we always say space advantage, but I say to my students, space disadvantage.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, because in some cases, having space means having a lot of weaknesses, right? And what do you need space for? You need space for the
mark, so time could become an issue here. We see him speed up a3, probably b4 will follow if possible at some point to kick out the knight on c5, which is quite annoying. But here comes now the pawn storm suddenly on the king side.
Yes, supported by the two bishops. Yeah, so despite the fact that we exchanged the queens, we cannot talk about the space disadvantage, but he lost the pawn.
And it's a big pawn, actually.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, for some moment I thought like, okay, at least everything is logical from White's perspective, that like he's just breaking open the position and there are still enough pieces on the board. But okay, but he lost an important pawn. He's got a compensation, of course, but
no time. They made a move there with only 1 second, I think.
Yeah, okay, it's very difficult. Okay.
Your knight transform into just a fan, and I'm just, looking at the board and the clock, and then I'm like,
okay,
wait, I need to say
but there was the
something.
problem that she wanted to hang the rook because she wanted to play rook g2. But okay, now knight takes e4. What
these
to do?
pawns...
But the f pawn can come at some point, right? Okay.
What a mess.
It's a pawn with a check.
But also the white king is also in some trouble.
The bishop on b2 was hanging. Okay, now b4, wow.
I think David is in big trouble now.
Yeah. Okay, but maybe it will be a draw. It will be.
Yeah, suddenly now we have opposite colored bishops.
Okay, he cannot take this pawn. He cannot take this pawn because the bishop d4 would pin.
Skewered, yes.
Yes. Okay.
And now,
maybe
she can take.
Okay,
and
but
now she cannot lose it.
Cannot
of course,
lose.
she can lose. On them, of course, turned off during the game because it's the easiest mean to get your pairings. The players can give their numbers, and then they are texted their pairing with the board number. Do you think black can win this?
I think it should be a draw, but of course she's. Okay. I was thinking that the bishop would hang, but no, it was protected. But she needs to put her king closer a little bit.
And she's trying to bring the king.
Yeah, she has a good technique. It seems like.
And black can turn forever, like keep all the pieces defended and then just shuffle. David is making fast king moves, so at least he's building up a little bit of time on the clock.
We can also talk about the match strategy now because, well, like if you know that you're going to play the next game against the same opponent, you can have fun, you can enjoy.
The rook was coming into d2.
Yes, but he keeps
to deal with
everything
the
under
check.
control. Maybe it will be a draw. Okay. Yeah. With this last move, even though we didn't hear, I was sure that like she was okay. That's the draw.
But I mean, okay, what a nice game from Alexandra, who
with the black pieces.
Yeah,
right?
with the black pieces, and if anything, in the end, she was the one to put the pressure on. She even looks a bit disappointed, and I think that's good. You know, it's the sign that...
Yeah, you made the draw against 2,700 player. I'm disappointed, right?
And
but yeah, that's a champion.
Here we saw that Bogdan Deák, he has won his first game. We saw the kings on the light squares in his game against Ina Gaponenko.
But I think we'll want to look at the rematch, right?
Yeah,
especially if it was a draw. So let's see. They are sitting down, playing. You know, they change the seats, not switch the board. Okay, the Panov attack.
Yes.
I haven't seen Panov attack for a long time, but I think it's an interesting choice because maybe if she knows what to do there, maybe she can force a situation where actually Black doesn't have that much winning chances.
Yes.
You know? And yeah, it's Black who, like, because he's higher rated player, so he needs to show, prove something.
Yes. So especially after drawing the first round, he will of course still try to win this mini match. We saw Alexandra take a little bit of time before pushing c5, maybe just deciding, you know, on which line to go. Do you have any experience in this position from either side?
I know a little bit about this, but not sure about exact move orders. But basically, Black is in danger to be strategically lost. So if White is able to push b4 and stop any e5 breaks, then it's strategically winning. To do everything what she needs to do.
Yeah.
And then, as I said, it might be like strategically, like even winning position, because like Black has to be able to like play knight e4, e5 or something.
To get something active, otherwise it's just suffering. And I think the fact that, you know, David is already starting to think here, a6.
Okay, takes.
Takes
Okay,
on
one good
c6.
thing that he managed maybe to take with the bishop. So I think first of all, he can jump with the knight to e4 with this bishop on c6, and he does that now. Otherwise, I would again emphasize that White would be strategically winning. But with this exchange, things are a bit different, because this bishop on c6 may look terrible, like a big pawn. But first of all, it covers e4. Secondly, also it's harder for White to play a4. For Black, but it's not easy because the queen is on b3. Even if she manages to play b4, a4, okay, she needs to watch out at the a pawn because the knight on c3 can be exchanged, for example. So knight c3, queen c3, bishop a4, just one line. So yeah, so probably taking on c6 wasn't best. Maybe also queen a4 was not necessary earlier, so maybe she lost a momentum there.
Lost a little bit of time, and
yes.
I think it's a line where, as you're pointing out, the time makes all the difference if you can get what you want quickly enough. Okay, so now the rooks, the white rooks both in the center, e1, d1.
Yeah, I just wanted to go b4, a4, b5, but probably
now
wasn't that easy.
Has
but if
probably changed.
Yeah, if not that, then okay, of course, putting the rooks on in the center. f6 and e5. Yeah.
To finally get that center
because
break.
he needs that.
Yeah.
So White needed, you know, White has more pawns on the queen side. So actually the strategy is quite simple. You've got more pawns there, so you've got to push them. And Black has, you know, more pawns here, so needs to make use of it.
So what do you think? Is f6 going to happen?
Yeah,
now?
Sooner or later. Maybe he waits a little bit, but sooner or later, well, there's no other choice.
No other plan,
Maybe he can think about making move with his rook on a8, but then maybe some issues with, I don't know, like knight c6, then pawn on a6 is hanging. f6, e5, it's just, but he's calculating knight takes c6, because then maybe, okay, interesting, very interesting.
He captures on e5.
Might be strong, because actually, even though the bishop We don't care about the dark squares because white's bishop on g3 can be taken by the knight, but even if not, well, you go e5, you have a grip on the dark squares. So as long as you keep it, you don't worry that, okay, g7 is slightly weakened. It's just nothing is happening there. So actually the weakness is only like real when it's, well, can be exploited, right?
And now Alexandra is taking her time. Suddenly her position, it feels that the tide has turned a little bit. In the opening, we liked her position out of the opening, but now I think David has played a few very nice moves, showing great understanding of the position, and suddenly it's not easy to play at all for Alexandra.
Yeah, also in the Blitz games, I think it's nice to have such strategy that you can even have a worse position, but you know what to do. You just push pawns somewhere. I don't think Black had any issue with that. And with the move f3, there are some additional weaknesses around White's king. And e5 is going to come sooner or later. I don't know if he wants to play some rook e8 first or...
He needs to speed up again a little bit.
e5, he cannot actually play e5 because then the pawn on d5 is hanging. So, yeah. And if he doesn't manage to play e5, then his position is not as great.
But after rook e8, is he ready for e5
Still
on the
not.
next move?
I mean, okay, he's ready
if he
to
takes
with the rook, but that's not something he
not
wants.
What he wants.
So, yeah, it's interesting. So now g4. Okay, there are some weaknesses around White's king, a lot of dark squared weaknesses. But as we know, Black doesn't have the dark squared bishop.
But also, David,
so
under 20 seconds again, it's something. I really think that, you know, just keeping your nerve, which is something, it's so hard how to train it or how to do it, because it's so easy for us to sit here and say, you know, just stay calm.
Yeah.
But it's really a skill to have, especially in Blitz chess. So let's see.
But she has moved
E5.
her queen from b3, not looking at d5. So he managed to play e5. Not sure if she could have done better, because I didn't want Black to play e5.
Yes. And it looked like she had achieved such a nice setup to sort of stop it.
Yeah, but then maybe the Black's queen will go to f7 or something, and if I would come anyway, that's why she decided, okay, to allow this and to transfer the pieces. But I think Black is better slightly.
Also, maybe the position just a little bit easier. Or just to sort of, okay, we see a change in the center. She has captured on e5.
Yeah, I also wanted to say that there was a big chance that Black's bishop would be just bad and much worse than the knight, but actually it's not going to happen. With this exchanges in the center, you see the bishop was attacking the rook. Now the bishop is on the long diagonal. The bishop is beautiful. The knight is passive. Okay, not bad, but certainly Black is better. Also, okay, he's just grabbing the pawns.
He made again a move with 1 second, I think.
Oh, but something is happening now. Okay, she has to take with the knight.
There's a pin.
There's a pin attacking
but a double
rook.
attack.
Okay, but double defense.
Double
defense. Nice. But Black is a pawn up, right?
And yeah, he is, but he's also constantly making. They're both really just playing on seconds.
Yes, but she's has gone with the check. Okay, technically winning for Black, but he needs
so
to...
stressful,
Yes,
even as a commentator, and
Yes.
we can't even imagine how the players feel.
Yeah, but I'm sure he's going to convert. Although, no, he lost a pawn. Okay, now I'm not so sure
But he
anymore.
still has an extra.
Yeah. But the d pawn was just much better than.
I think if he can get his king somewhere safe, he should win this game, right?
Yeah,
Because he's also looking at g2. Like there was a big mate threat.
Yeah, and now the double attack check, and the knight was hanging.
What a game we just saw.
Amazing game, and yeah, still good result for Alexandra. She
Of
made a
course.
draw in one game, lost the second one, but
Not without a fight.
yeah, she can be happy. Okay, lost on time, right? Something. 'Cause
I
saw
think,
that-
yeah, she lost on time, so I think because I think those games between David and Alexandra, both of them actually
Yeah,
went on quite long, so
Yeah.
it looks like
especially the first game.
Yes.
They were like prolonging a little bit, playing, having some fun. But yeah, you can enjoy your game if you can.
Absolutely.
So.
I think we followed the correct game in this round. I mean,
I'm
David
sure about
Navarra
this.
against
I'm sure.
Alexandra Mazevskaya was really top entertainment, and just like that, round 3 is already over. We have 2 rounds remaining this morning, and remember, when we say 2 rounds, that always means 4 games. Every round consists of 2 games, and I think very soon, you know, we already had IM versus GM clashes on the top board, so I think maybe the next round we'll start seeing our first GM
Encounters, right?
encounters. Of the Spodek Arena here in Katowice, and we'll be back when the next round starts.
Hello, I'm with member of Media and Communication Commission of European Chess Union, Michał Kanarkiewicz. Welcome, Michał.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Michał, how do you feel to be the participant of this event?
Well, it's exciting event. I think so. More than 1K players here in Spodek, Katowice. I'm really excited to be and play more. I think it's very important to play. I play in Blitz, and I think it will be a great opportunity for me not only to participate but also to play.
Do you feel this sporty spirit to be
Had a lot of chess events here in Spodek in the past, so it is, I think already a chess place, and I'm really looking forward to having and to playing in much more events in the future.
Do you think that maybe Spodek will host another top FIDE events?
It would be fantastic to see, for instance, I don't know, maybe World Rapid and Blitz or any other, maybe Chess Olympiad. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about your play here. What did you do in your first game?
So, well, I had this luck to win above 2 games, so I'm really happy and looking forward to play the second round in a minute.
The next round will be in a minute, so I will not keep you any longer. Thank you so much, Michał, for this small talk, and good luck for. Ze mną Patryk Cieślak, mistrz Europy do lat 12. Cześć, Patryk.
Dzień dobry.
Jak tam Ci się podoba na tym turnieju?
Bardzo mi się podoba.
Jak Ci poszła pierwsza runda?
Wygrałem obydwie partie.
Super. A czy wolisz grać w Blitza czy w Rapidach?
Myślę, że jednak trochę bardziej Blitza.
A czemu bardziej Blitza wolisz?
Myślę, że bardziej czuję te tempo po prostu.
Jesteś bardziej taktycznie przygotowany i debiutowo, żeby właśnie, te umiejętności są bardzo ważne w Blitzu. Myślisz, że jesteś w tym dobry?
Tak.
A co nam możesz powiedzieć o Twoim ostatnim ogromnym sukcesie? Zostałeś mistrzem Europy do lat 12. Jak w ogóle, co czułeś, zdobywając Mistrzostwo Europy?
Dumę i radość wielką na pewno.
A jak się na tym turnieju?
Nie, akurat on nie mógł być.
Ale na pewno wspierał Cię też
Tak, przez online.
Okej. Czy bardzo się stresowałeś, czy raczej do wszystkiego podszedłeś tak z dużym dystansem i skupiałeś się tylko na tym, żeby grać dobre partie?
Raczej skupiam się na tym, żeby grać dobre partie.
Super, to życzymy Ci w takim razie dużo sukcesów, oczywiście takiej rangi, no i powodzenia na tym wspaniałym turnieju.
Dziękuję.
Hello and welcome back. It's already round 4 here at the European Blitz Championship. And Piotr, we have still, you know, a fair few players on a perfect 6 out of 6. And as we talked about before the break, we have our first GM clashes on the top boards. I don't know if you have a preference for which one to follow. We have Svane playing against Hannes. One is your pick.
I think I would choose board 2.
Okay.
Because we've already seen some games by Svane, so maybe Bogdan Daniel we haven't seen so much. So maybe let's get into the second board.
Yeah, so Matej, how is it pronounced? Shebenik?
Yeah, yes. As I heard, that's probably the correct pronunciation. So now we've got a new camera angle.
Yeah,
and
the bird's eye view, kind of.
Yes, we can see a bit more. So, okay, they have made so many moves already.
So let's see. Yeah. We have
try to dive into the position.
Yeah, there is a white bishop deep in the black position, e6.
Wow, but they're
because it's
maybe
really surprising just how quickly the players played. We see that Matej still has almost 3 minutes on the clock, so he's made almost every move instantly and a lot of exchanges.
Yeah, it's not easy for us to tell you what's going on because yeah, they played so fast. I mean, really, the game has just started and they made so many moves and yeah. Okay, but there are not that many pieces left on the board, right? So.
Okay, pawns are even, material is even. The pawn structure is symmetrical. Each player has 3 pawns on the king side, 2 pawns on the queen side. One of the questions, I guess, is what do you make of the bishop on d6 versus the knight on f6? Which piece do you think is stronger?
I think the bishop is better, especially now. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think it was a Catalan, and yeah, it's not easy for black to, I mean, to have a plan now because, well, he cannot do anything on the queen side, and on the king side, it's clear that white has some space and has some better control. You cannot like touch the g pawn because you will weaken the dark squares. h6. Yeah, can be
looks
played
like
and
he's
played, but still.
But we can also tell from the clock situation that Bogdan is maybe not so comfortable because we can see he just has a minute now, just over a minute, still 2.5 minutes for black. That's a huge difference in Blitz.
And I'm thinking, well, how about this bishop e5? But maybe there's a danger that it's not enough because, like, let's say bishop e5, just moving the bishop, then the rook attacks. Spoil black structure. However, if we would trade queens in the process, probably the rook endgame would be just a draw, despite like academic advantage. Yeah, but so that's why he keeps the pieces.
But white is, I think, even this bishop f4. Black always needs to be careful because if the queen, so the queen was attacked on the 8, it went to e7 because I think the queen had to keep an eye on the knight on f6. Otherwise, white could have some bishop takes h6.
That's right.
All these motifs. So yeah, I think just some nice pressure here for white.
On the other hand, if you move your queen, you usually want to make an active move, like attacking a pawn or something. So if you play, let's say, queen b4, bishop h6, I can take the pawn on a4 or b2 or something. Okay, I'm not saying if it's good or bad, but I'm just saying that black can amplify, or
10
at least
seconds versus 2 minutes.
Okay, that's
a huge.
On the other hand, I wouldn't be that much worried because well, the position. Okay, maybe it's not like super simple, but it's but it's not super
like this
complex.
Mickey Adams
Yes,
game we saw
it's
with
simplified.
complete insanity on the
So
board.
probably, yeah, black can make a lot of. Yeah, okay. Now we have the exchange. Black can make a lot of simple moves. So you see, rook goes
Both rooks
down.
infiltrating the white rook
Yeah.
on the 7th black
And
rook.
actually, black is attacking 2 pawns, because not only the pawn
Yeah.
on b2, but also pawn on f2. So bishop e3, the move. Okay.
I think it was important to keep the pawn on f2.
Yes.
You don't want suddenly the knight to come closer to your king. So we saw black captured the b pawn, white captured the a pawn. And now this bishop on e3, it's still a nice piece, but not doing so much right now, apart from
the
defending
big
f2.
point is that you would love to play bishop d4,
Yes.
and if your king was already on
Yes.
g2, this move would, cause a lot of troubles for black. But the way it is, bishop d4, knight e2, fork, that's
Yeah.
just not possible. So
Does
I
it
think-
make sense for white to play just king g2, stepping out of...
But then just let's say rook a2 at least,
Yeah.
or rook a2 maybe, yeah, rook a2.
And we'll
And
probably
then it's
see...
just a draw. Rook b4, I was thinking about bishop d2, but then rook a4 anyway, because so yeah, it's just a draw. It's just a draw.
Yeah, and we see the two players there very focused. Looks like Bogdan Deák might be dropping his first half point, but
Against
Let's
the
see.
grandmaster
Yeah,
as
of
black,
course.
so that's
Of
just example that they agreed on a draw immediately, and it wasn't like a typical grandmaster draw in the sense that it's something negative that grandmasters that just makes some draws because they believe each other
I
too
think,
much.
yeah,
It
we
was
will
just
not see.
I
It
think-
was a fighting.
yeah, but the position where they agreed on a draw, I think this one I would be able to make a draw against Magnus Carlsen, so that's okay.
It was, yeah, there was
Yeah.
not so much life left. Here, who do we even see with the hood on? I was wondering earlier who this
Okay,
who
but
this
we
was,
are
but
going
we are
to
back
watch
on the
yes,
rematch.
the rematch. Okay, so let's see from move 1, knight f3. So maybe we'll go to see the Reti, my favorite opening. Okay, e3, knight f3, e3. This is a bit funny, you know, like this is not a fiery, I would say. It's fun. So I think it's more like a reversed Queen's Indian. So actually the position is normal. Objectively, white probably is not playing for an advantage, although I would argue with this. I mean, like, because now I think with g3 or something, oh, he doesn't. He takes bishop b5. Okay. I've seen such positions, but I don't know if some moves like d4, even though, but here d4 would, because I know there's a line where there's bishop e2, and then d4, bishop b5, and then black can sacrifice a pawn. But here it's a bit different.
What do you think white will do? Oh wow, he captures on c6.
Yeah. Okay,
This I
d3.
didn't.
I was thinking he would play.
Gives up the bishop like that?
Yes and no. I mean, in a way, I expected d4, but there is some logic to it because okay, he doubled the pawns. If he is able to put some pressure on the c file, like knight c3, rook c1, knight a4, then maybe bishop a3 can join if needed. And actually, how do you defend c5? Well, okay, you can put the queen on e7, but if you need to put knight d7 as well,
That's not so fun already to jump back. Yeah, and actually the more I look at this, the more I'm starting to like Bogdan's position here.
it's good for a blitz.
Yes.
Like even if the engine would say it's equal or or something, but yeah, he will play. It's not something I would expect, but maybe there is, something concrete.
It's hard to find another reason for rook b8 than c4.
Yeah, but knight a4 also protects b2 just in case, and he's hesitating a little bit, but well, it's the move I said because that's not that because I know so much, but it's so clear that it's just an idea to sit on the c pawn.
Yeah, now a big question for black: how to react to knight a4?
And as I said, bishop a3, also rook c2, queen c1, or even queen somewhere like a1 and the other rook to c1. There's so many pieces to attack. It's like knight, bishop, rook, and maybe the other rook. It can go to d7, queen. Maybe the rook on b5, but that's not.
It already looks like too much, but maybe, who knows? But Mate has really gone into the tank here as he tries to figure out how to defend, how to deal with this pressure on his pawn on c5. He's under a minute now, and still thinking. I think, as you said, especially in practical terms, with little time on the clock, this position is just so difficult to play.
Okay,
what did he go for?
Queen e7. This is the move I would play. Also, although I know why he was hesitating, because of this move exactly. Because if he takes with the queen, a move he wants to play because he doesn't want to spoil the structure, he is going to lose the c pawn.
Yes.
So now, choose your poison. He got the bishop, and with such a move like queen b2, he's kind of trying to get some activity, some compensation, maybe good practical decision at least. Probably he is objectively worse, but now he can make moves fast.
I agree with you. I mean, taking on f6 with the pawn, I think, especially again in the Blitz game, you much rather want to give up a pawn, but get some active play, get your pieces in, rather than try and hold on to a pawn that's probably doomed anyway.
Because I think you would lose this pawn anyway, right? Because we've discussed that the knight on d7 would defend this, then you don't have this knight. So, and one more thing, even in that position, that the queen could join from a3 to attack c5. So I think he
the right decision.
Very good decision. And now maybe I'm also thinking maybe Bogdan could have maybe played bishop. So if he can just keep everything under control, it's winning. It's okay. I guess the engine would say that white is better not winning, but like if it's much better and simple, I can hardly imagine black surviving this. Okay, although Blitz,
anything can happen. We see Bogdan is taking his time now. Actually, a surprising amount of time, but he's gonna bring the knight back to a4, hitting the queen.
Yeah, and he cannot take the pawn on a2 because rook a1 would catch the queen. So the queen goes to a3, but the queen is still quite annoying. I mean,
I think the game is not over yet. As you said, if
he's reaching for the. I mean, can he just take the another pawn? See if it's not one pawn, it's just two pawns. So then
now it's getting a lot already. He just dropped under 10 seconds. I mean, 5 seconds. He has to be careful.
Yeah,
3,
just
2.
Yeah, this +2 is not that much because sometimes we feel +2 is a lot. Okay, now he lost the pawn, but he wants to simplify. But it's he forced the queen exchange. That's good because now
it's easier to make some fast moves.
But it's technical job now. Technical job. And Yeah, but it's still it's nice to play with such a pawn up and intact structure. There are no like races or king is not in danger. The position is more static.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I'm sure Bogdan has the technique. It's just a matter, can you show the technique while under, you know, this constant time pressure? But f5, f5 was very nice, and the bishop just got trapped.
The bishop. Yeah, so it's incredible because he was low on time.
Yeah.
So like his opponent could have, you know, taken a bit more care. Yeah, because that's normally it would be more likely that the player who is, you know, down on the clock would blunder something, you know, very simple. But here it was the opposite, that, you know, Bogdan had it all under control, and he won the game. So
absolutely, winning the match 1.5. So good result. I finally understood who this player was. It's Daniel Jufa, of course, with the red hoodie, playing against Elham Abdelauf from Norway. Position on the board, as we see again in the background. A lot of games have finished already. This round 4, so one more round until all the players and ourselves can go and have lunch. Let's see if we can get a bit closer. We've moved on. This is board 4 actually. Jungmin Seo against Chant Sargsyan. Also, can we get a little bit closer?
Yes, we need to see what's going on there.
Okay, so we have a rook ending.
It was a very fast move. That's what I can tell, at least.
2 versus 2, but the black pawn seems a bit more advanced. Only 3 squares away.
Now it's 2 against 1, and
but it's just over.
Yeah, because
king d2 still.
Yeah, it's just a draw. It's just a draw. It's just a draw. They might, you know, continue this, and I've seen it many times, but okay, here it was, you know.
Title Tuesday, it's always the same story. The last round, you're looking at the last game that's ongoing, it's always rook versus rook.
Yes.
And we are back with Daniel Jufa once again. So let's see what's going on here. We have, okay, we'll zoom in, this is great. A rook and a bishop for Jufa against the a knight and a bishop against rook. But black has 2 pawns, and Jufa is trying to make progress, you know, bringing the pieces closer, and it looks like he will take the pawn.
Yes, but he took the pawn, but the g-pawn is very dangerous. And you know what, the 2 pieces are not actually stronger than the rook if there is a passed pawn. Like, because he can block.
He can
sacrifice. But now he can
so
sacrifice. But if he's not, then bishop e6.
Okay, it will just be a draw.
But but then g2.
Couldn't he play bishop?
No, but it's a draw just anyway. Okay, they agree. But for the moment, you know, like, it's tricky.
What a crazy game we just saw. We see actually that the young Norwegian IM looked a little bit disappointed there in the end. Of course, we didn't see what happened earlier in the game, but I think that was the end of round 4. Some very interesting games we saw. I think we're going to go back now to the Spodek Arena, see what's happening inside this magnificent playing hall here, see if we can get some interviews, and we'll be back for round 5 very soon.
Are we here with Fiona Stelly Anthony, Women International Master. Hello, Fiona.
Hi, Magda.
You're one of the commentators here. How do you excited about your role?
I'm very excited. I was here in Katowice once before, 5 years ago I was playing. And so it's really nice to be back, and I mean to see, especially I think after the pandemic years, to see so many people come together. It's quite a strong field as well, a lot of exciting young players, so I'm very, very excited to be here and commentate.
How have you been doing last year? How your tournament went?
So this year got more busy again. I remember the start of the year when I was in Vaikansee, for example, it was still a pandemic and there were no spectators, no amateurs, and then I think as the year progressed we slowly tournaments come back, and I'm very happy to be here in Katowice. It's my last event of the year, so happy to close it out here.
We are super glad that you are here with us. Do you prefer commentating or play?
It's a tough question. I think I love both of them. I don't play so much these days. I played in the Olympiad. I always try to play for my country, Luxembourg, when I can. And I play some league games, but that's it really. I would say that commentating, I love commentating of course, and it's a little bit more relaxing. When you play you always have to do some preparation, there's always a little bit more pressure. When you commentate, you know, you can show up relaxed, you don't need to prepare in the morning. In the evening you don't need to be upset if you lost, so that's quite nice about commentary.
Okay, I understand.
That I think we can understand the players, we can understand how they feel, you know, the happy emotions, but also especially I think when they are disappointed after the loss. And of course I always also try to use my commentary to learn a bit more about chess, and so I think they tie in together quite well.
Okay, so let's go to this tournament. This is the European Rapid and Blitz Championships. What kind of skills do you think that players should have to be good at, especially at Blitz? Because today we have a Blitz tournament.
I think probably to be resistant, first of all, to pressure, but also I think especially today with the Blitz, you know, it's such a long day. You need a lot of endurance. It's going to be a long day, so many games, and I think it's quite important. I think from the chess aspect, I would say to be well rested as well, because it's a tough weekend. It's, you know, I played here. I know what it's like. It's just so many games, and so I think for the players to arrive well rested and just to keep a clear head, and also to not be affected so much by the losses, because so many games and they come one after another, so it's important, you know, if you have a bad game, just to forget about it and move on. And I also think for Blitz it's quite important just to be in a good mood and high spirits, and usually, you know, when you're playing well, you're feeling well, good things happen.
Yes, but how difficult it is to commentate the Blitz tournament, because things are going so fast. So how difficult it is?
You should probably ask me tonight. We will see. In general, I haven't done so much commentary. Emotions of the players. So we will see. I think we will focus on the top boards. Of course, it's easier when we just focus on where the prizes are decided. I imagine it will be a challenging day for me, but it's always nice to have a new challenge, and I'm looking forward to it.
Talking about top chess boards, who is your favorite?
A tricky question. I have a few friends who are playing here, so I will be rooting for them. Of course, as a commentator, I should not be biased, and I am not biased, but I will be rooting for Niels Grandelius and David Navarra, who are great friends of mine.
Okay, so we keep fingers crossed for them. Thank you so much, Fiona, and good luck for commentating.
Thank you so much, Magda.
incredible players. That's why I prepared a short quiz for you. I'm gonna ask you some questions and I will be looking for I'm gonna highlight it. I'm gonna read the answers at the YouTube channel. Okay, so we are talking about only participants of our events. So the question is all about our participants. Who is the current world rapid champion in a women's section? I'm really looking for your answers. Janek Kozak wrote the question on the chat, so you can easily read it, and I'm looking forward to your answers. Alexandra Kosteniuk. Alexandra Kosteniuk is one of our participants. We will check how she's doing so far, but no, we don't have results yet. So maybe try with another one. Who is the highest rated player in classical? We are taking under consideration list FIDE, that official FIDE list on December. Okay, correct answer is Bogdan Daniel Dek. He's 2017 and he's actually in the 38th number of the we have enough. I see the answer Magnus. Yes, that's right, but Magnus is not the participant of our tournament. I'm gonna highlight it once again that we are only talking about participate of our events. So let's make a quick update. The number 4 has ended, and now we've got 9 players that are actually at the perfect score. They are 8 out of 9, out of 8, so it's really great. So the leader is. Are in a perfect score. So let's check the pairings. Okay, here you can see the parents. At the first board we will have Santos Lantas against David Gavrilescu, and then Kozakowski Valery against Maxime Vachel-Lagrave. The round will be start in a few minutes, so I hope you are looking for this tournament as much as I do. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed for my favorite, and I hope you are too. So let's go.
Before a much needed lunch break for the players.
Yeah, but not the last round for today, because
Not for
after
today,
the lunch
no.
break we still have all the other rounds. And yeah, the game already started, the round number 5. And there are 8 players, right, on the perfect score.
Absolutely. So 8 players on 8 out of 8. So that's easy to remember. Those players are Jamie Santos Altessa, who we see there on the left-hand side in the blue shirt, Maxime Lagarde from France, Alexander Donchenko, Kasper Piorun, a local grandmaster here from Poland, Kazakowski from Lithuania, Toivo Kainanen, who I remember last year when he had an excellent event as well from Finland, Gavrilescu and Kowalski. So Poland, the only country with 2 representatives in that group, but
But let's focus on this game, the board number 1. So with the black pieces is the young David Gavrilescu, and we've seen the very first moves before we entered the show. So that was the French defense, the advanced variation. So now, okay, if you would ask me what was the opening and I didn't know it, I probably wouldn't have guessed because the position has changed a lot. So actually, what is going on?
I mean, what is going on?
What the bishop is doing on d6? How did it get there?
And what are the pawns doing on g5 and f5?
Just crazy, crazy. Okay. Hard to tell.
It's really hard. Okay,
it's just
where do we start? First, material. Let's quickly count the material. Which okay, pawns are even. So what black has 2 bishops on f6 and e6, and a knight on c6. White has a knight on b4 and f3, and this bishop that we talked about on d6. So material is even. Black has the bishop pair, but I mean, why is the black king so open?
Yes, it's very hard to tell, and just super complex. And this is something I wouldn't like to play in a blitz game, right? Because that's the position you want to really dig deep into, and you want to spend more time, consider like so many things. You can think 20 minutes here. While here you just cannot. You just even thinking for 1 minute is not practical. You just need to you can think for 1 minute only. Some exchanges, the black's king, even though it's open, it feels kind of safe, right? There are a lot of
the bishops are great defenders for now.
Yes.
We saw an exchange of rooks. Who do you think is happier to trade some material? What happened there?
Yeah, there was trade on b4
of the knight.
The knight. I like black's position. Okay, not sure about everything because but it feels like those bishops and the advanced pawns are nice. Although if white is able to exploit e5 weakness, then I'm not so sure, right? Because this e5 square, this is such a juicy.
But how do we do it? The bishop maybe at some point will come back again to. Wow.
Very concrete play, and probably good. Okay, h4,
h6 makes a lot of sense to not break
Although,
up.
I can imagine a situation where black goes king g7, just up one square.
Queen h8 or what?
Yes.
Just maybe white will not notice. Queen h8, queen h7, rook h8, la la la.
Yes, there is a chance.
But yeah, I mean, I actually I like this plan. Of course, the players, it's very concrete. You have to try and understand if there's enough time to do this. In the game, the queen went the other direction.
Yeah, because it was attacked. Yes. So he just didn't have time. Because if he had played king g7 earlier, but okay, he didn't have time for this. But basically, just slightly up helps in some endgames. Even though there are a lot of pieces here, but it's still, like there are bishops around, so I don't think the king is in danger.
I'm also curious about, rook e8 I think makes a lot of sense just to try and fight for the c5, but
Finally
here
knight
comes the
e5,
knight. Yeah,
finally.
knight e5.
So this is something we were talking about, that usually the knight is slightly worse than the bishop, but if it has outposts, it's a bit different, because we always have to consider piece activity, right? Not just their nominal value, but what can we do about this? How does it cooperate with other pieces? So the knight on e5 looks good, and it is good, not only looks good. What is the plan for
that the queen from actually from c8 I was gonna say it can come to g4, but no, this knight on e5 is really covering a lot of important squares. And we see white is taking actually quite a bit of time here.
Yeah, this knight, I usually call it octopus knight.
Yes.
Yeah, but usually the knight, which is octopus knight, is on the third rank or the sixth rank. But even such a knight on e5, for me, it's octopus.
And we see a trade of rooks. Again, I'm not sure who will be happier. King g7 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there are a lot of weak light squares around the king, but they're actually not weak because the bishop on f7 is there on the board. So I think it's gonna end with a draw. Although no queen exchange.
It feels like it can absolutely still.
But what are you going to do with the bishops? Okay, bishop g6. Okay, this is very interesting, because now after the trade, black has the better bishop, right? But they agreed on a draw immediately, because the d4 is just one little weakness which can be so easily covered.
Yes.
White king could just come, closer, and yeah, it's just okay.
A very interesting game, but it felt like it was always in the balance. It never felt like one of the players had a serious advantage, at least from our
we didn't
perspective.
see the blood here. It was very interesting, but a bit more too technical at some points. But maybe the rematch,
and
right?
is this actually the two Polish players are facing? No, it was Kasper Purin. Who's he actually? Never mind.
Yeah. We will get back to the rematch of that. Plus, we need to catch up. What was the opening? What was the opening? It's kind of some Sicilian. It's Sicilian Khan or Taimanov. I always mix these two. Sorry to both.
And I'm not a Sicilian player, so.
Okay. But there are so many Sicilian variations that but there's also Pelican, which is kind of probably the same as Khan or something. It's like so many names. But I know the dragon, accelerated dragon. These are my favorite.
That's a very exciting one.
Because nice openings and the best names, I think. Accelerated dragon, I think. And hyper accelerated dragon. You cannot come up with better name, I guess.
Agreed.
But they made the move so quickly, and it's just a typical Sicilian position that black has. The question is if white can keep this space and some activity and generate some attack. Because if we trade too many pieces, then yes, as I said, black has slightly better structure. So in some endgame, black would be slightly for choice, but it's not much, I guess. Yeah. Well, the issue is that there's this knight on c3, pawn on c2. They just cannot do anything. But okay, black has still this d5 break. We've seen this in the game Navarra against Malczewskaja. So black doesn't need to hurry with this, but this is something which can be played at some point. So
let's see. For now, the bishop comes out to d6, which maybe is a little bit unexpected to put the bishop in front of the pawn. He was attacking h2, so Gavrilescu plays f4.
Yes, but f4 is probably the move he would like to play anyway. Okay, but it's Having opened the A file, you know, the pawn on A6, I can hear it says that, well, I'm under attack. I don't feel comfortable. So, and now E5. It's what's going on now. White really has a lot of activity, but the big question is, can the attack come through? Because if it doesn't, then indeed black would be better. Okay. I probably don't believe in white's attack because there are actually not that many pieces, and well, black's king is in the center, so it can choose to castle or not.
Not castle.
So okay, knight e4. Okay, but now maybe some trades, because okay, here we don't see, because it's bishop on b7, right?
Yes.
Or, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Because it's. You don't know about this. Yeah, and it changes really a lot. You like one piece, such a strong piece on a long diagonal. So can white take on e4 and win the pawn on a6? Probably he can, but then it means that this bishop on b7 would be a monster on this long diagonal.
And he goes for it. Yes. I'm surprised.
But at least not for free. At least it's a pawn, right? But and okay, the bishop alone, even though it's such a strong piece, if it cannot be, you know, joined by any other piece, it's not.
Is c3 also hanging? Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. There are also two attackers.
Yes. So yeah, because d7 is protected by the king. Actually, you don't have the rook on d1. Okay, so black is better, much better, right?
Important jobs. The black bishop, I think that's why you're saying black is better. This bishop on e4 is really a beautiful piece, and we also see that David is taking some time here, feeling the pressure that's on his position. He goes for rook d6, which is a nice outpost. Would you still call it an outpost for the rook, or?
Technically, yes, but it's a bit different, right?
Sure.
But at least it's protected, right? And
yes.
It's like blocking.
And it's always, I feel, especially in Blitz, it's always annoying when the opponent's pieces are sort of in your position, and even if they are not doing much, you know, no concrete threats, they're always, you know, looking at some of your pieces and.
I think it's a good. Okay, one way or the other. It feels like, well, the material is equal and black has better pieces.
Yeah. Bishop g2. I think white just missed it. It's just over, no?
But okay,
if queen take.
But king, but okay, queen cannot take because the rook on d7 is hanging. But king takes, then queen c6, right? Check.
Yeah.
And take on d7.
Yeah.
Wow. And he cannot ignore, like, let's say king g1, okay, last the pawn, because there is also rook on the pawn. So unfortunate.
What a move. Bishop takes g2.
Wow,
one of the I mean, we haven't seen that many, you know, like these tactical shots.
But you know what? But like, if you look at from black's perspective, this is an easy tactics.
Yes.
But from white, you may feel, okay, everything is defended.
Absolutely.
But if you start just from black's perspective, if you just
win for Santos Latasa.
A bit unexpected. I mean, black was better, but we just did not expect to finish it so quickly.
It was such a brutal finish.
Oh, yes.
And now we've gone to Kasper Puron. Actually, Kasper Puron is playing against Dimitris Alexakis from Greece. So let's see if we can zoom in a little bit.
Okay.
It feels like it's earlier in the game here.
But it's the second game already, right?
Yes, but still, a lot of pieces, actually, no, we see the players both have around a minute, but a lot of pieces on the board.
Yeah, and probably, yes, Kacper won the first encounter, right?
I don't.
Oh,
yes.
Yes, yes.
He did. Yes.
Yes, I think he did. Yes. So, yeah. So this is the second game, and well, we've got doubled pawns. Five, maybe, and
Okay, so
rook
rook
a3. Well,
the bishop on a6,
yeah,
is that defended or not?
I don't know if we could also see this game like from above, because yeah, like I'm not sure if
This
if
bishop is probably unprotected.
yeah, like there is this queen on c7,
Yes.
which means that sometimes we don't see if there is a pawn on a7 or not.
Looks like there is a pawn.
Okay.
Although maybe not, because black is also attacking the knight. Okay,
Mhm.
this one's very, very messy. Okay, so bishop b5 now, and wow, h4 out of nowhere.
Yeah. Okay, but h5, h6 maybe later. It's
Yes.
just in the corner.
It's just
but now-
waiting.
yeah, but
And
it
so-
actually and knight g4. Well, okay, but queen f4. It's well,
Okay,
something's
but now
going
the
on.
attack, white is going kind
Yeah.
of not all in yet, but we see the pieces are looking down, and we see where they
But
are
this
looking at.
f6, e5 just blocks everything.
This queen,
And now the
yes.
queen on a1 in the corner is actually
Yes.
not doing that much. That's why queen c3 was played on the board, and still very tense battle. But yeah, but if black managed to just to keep everything intact, actually, what's the point of the rook on g3, knight e3, and so on?
Yes.
So it makes only sense if you can really follow it up with a very concrete attack. There is still some tension, like the h pawn is going, but I feel black has it under control. And you see, there is some counterplay. Like yeah, and now it's just over because, like, normally, if we talk just about
Wow.
material, well, okay, he's still got the pawn, but still,
Yeah.
even from material perspective, is great. But it's not about this. It's just that black's position is just ruined.
Ruined, absolutely. And I mean, it's funny that the two shots were on g2 and g7 in this
Yes.
round. And okay, white is still.
Yeah.
Yeah, white is
let's
just.
look at the board. Like this bishop on b5, you can see that's the spectator. Can
And
we? Yeah,
I think
okay.
was that
oh,
mate, or it was a winning shot there. So what a nice finish for Kasper Piron here, who also wins his match 2-0. I don't know if we have any other games still going, but it looks like this was maybe the last one, at least on the. No, we still have
Yeah.
Alexander Donchenko.
Yes, and we are looking at the very top.
Donchenko against Toivo Kainanen.
And let's just see entire board. What's there? Wow.
Okay, so an
Some-
extra pawn for white, but it's gone now.
Okay, it's just probably a draw.
Yes.
And
Will we see a handshake?
okay, I feel they want just to make a draw. They're just making some moves, but it.
They've made. It felt like when we tuned in that they didn't have much time on the clock, but then they made so many fast moves that they have built up that clock time again. So time, at least right now, is
Yeah.
not such a big problem. White actually
Okay,
needs
who's
to be
playing
a
for
bit.
the win?
Yeah, I'm
Who's
not
playing
sure.
for the win?
Maybe both. Is there not? No, knight g2, the pawn on h4 is still defended. But every exchange, of course, takes us closer to the draw. Although if black captures with the
5. So
yes, very difficult to dislodge that. Will we see?
yeah,
I think we'll
now
see,
okay, but he changed a little bit, but now okay. Okay, it's a draw. It's a draw. It's sometimes like
again, it was not clear in the end who was pushing for what. let me see very quickly how did the first match, the first game in that match ended with a win for Donchenko. So as far as I can see, we have 2 players left on a perfect score. Only 2 now. That's Kasper Purin and as well as Valery Kazakowski from Lithuania. So it looks like after the lunch break, that's when these 2 will be meeting.
We will be probably watching that game.
Absolutely, for sure. So we're going to hand and very important, the next round, so round 6, will start at 3 p.m. Central European time. That's 1 hour and 20 from now, and 6 rounds remain, so plenty more action.
Yeah.
Enjoy your lunch break. Stick around for the interview of Dana with Katie, and we'll see you later on.
To introduce another European Chess Union and also Deputy Chair of FIDE. Welcome, Dana.
Hi, Katie. I'm happy to be here again. Many people are struggling to get here to Poland because there is a lot of snow, which is the beautiful part of the winter, right? I have managed to get here and enjoying this great atmosphere that has been created here and time by the Polish organizers. The level of the organizing capacity is very high, and as far as I've been discussing with the players, everyone is so excited and satisfied. The only sorrow some do have in the hearts is if they have lost some games, but otherwise it's really great.
Yeah, there was indeed the biggest challenge for the organizers to have all the players arrived on time in the city because of the heavy snows these days in Poland. A lot of flights were
number of additional players joining will happen to be here, find their roots, how to get to Katowice.
Right. To talk about a bit more about the spirit we have here, it is mix of the competition because obviously a lot of things are on the table. The title is on the table for these players, and also we have some kind of Christmas beautiful spirit here in the playing venue. Some of the Christmas songs in between the breaks, and also we're gonna have probably some of the Christmas gifts too here for the players. So as a chess player yourself, would you enjoy this kind of place where all the participants are in huge venue and there's mix of competition and some kind of joy spirit?
Yeah, I like the way separately. The girls were playing in a separate group. It was meant to be nice in respect also of the Year of the Women in Chess that FIDE has announced this year. But somehow I think for the Rapid and Blitz it ought to be together. I mean, for the ladies as well. I mean, it's a great chance to win against some super grandmasters, yes, which quite often is much more difficult in the serious or long games. Yes, the atmosphere is great here, and I think with coffee here, with a nice interview corner, and the leaders playing on the stage. It's really atmospheric. The ambience is really nice here, and what I really like is that we also have some nice side events. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, young girls will be playing here, so that is also something. They see the ambience, if they can play on the same boards where the leaders of the tournament, of the show, are playing. I guess that's kind of a nice motivational element, and that's part of the celebration of the festival. Yes, you shouldn't be only playing chess just for the title. You should celebrate because there's only one champion. Yes, at the end of the day, but the rest will have to go home with a nice feeling of being part of some great celebration of chess. Right, indeed. And we're lucky to hear several former world champions, like, for instance, Antonita Stefanova is here, Alexandra Kostyuk, who is current world Blitz champion, and we also have Pia Kramling. Yes, the Olympic gold medalist. Yes, it's funny that I've been here already for several hours, but I have not met everyone.
This is the final tournament of a year for ECU.
It's not the final tournament for the chess
for the world. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that tournament.
Yes, I think that many of those players who are now here, they will just quickly try to celebrate Christmas at home and then most probably head to Almaty, to Kazakhstan, where the World Rapid and Blitz will be organized. Probably not the most favorite time of the year for the Europeans who really celebrate Christmas and want to spend the time with the families, but that's already a tradition. Yes, that in between Christmas and the New Year, this great event, the dynamic world rush, Christmas rush, is holding place at the very end of the year. So that will be a nice touch at the end of the year, and. Not the finish, it was only the first move in the whole movement of empowering the girls and women in chess, and we will continue with many great activities next year as well.
That's such a nice thing to hear, yes, indeed.
And as for the European Chess Union, there will also be a lot of nice initiatives. We actually hold here the European Chess Union's commission meetings. We have new chairs of the Women Commission, we have new commission, Social Commission, Media Commission, trainers, chess and education, so this is also a nice opportunity to work aside playing chess. But as for the European events as well, I mean, everything is in a process, and a few months in the beginning of the year we will have some break, but then there will be already the European individual inviting the senior chess players back in the middle of the year. Well, the senior teams championship will be organized here, so we will have some more great chess events here.
That's indeed amazing, as chess is booming here in Poland, and we have young Krzysztof Duda, who is the world-class chess player, and he's so popular in Poland.
You know, Katy, I was just telling to our Polish colleagues here today that it is so great to be here if you're a chess player, not only because the tournament itself is a nice celebration, but people here in Poland, they follow chess, they know who the chess stars are, and they recognize them, and they celebrate together with them. Last year everyone, starting from the cook in the restaurant to the lady on the street wanted to make a photo with him. Yes, so and it was such a pleasure, because you're used to non-chess players recognizing the soccer players, other sport stars, actors, but it's not always the case with the chess chess players. Sometimes I believe that there might be even a country where Garry Kasparov would pass the major street and nobody would really look back, which would never be the case here in Poland. Yes,
that's true. Last year, at this time, we had European Blitz and Rapids here in Katowice, and I remember that young Krzysztof Duda was surrounded so many journalists, so many cameras, and so many young kids who wanted signature photos that the organizers
would be happy if we have such an issues to be solved, because in my understanding it is very important that the chess stars are recognized and well known beyond the borders of the chess world. That is how you get people interested in your events. That is how you get the sponsors interested and get some more options for money to being raised as well. So that is why I believe that our chess stars should also think a little bit more how to get out to the people, how to engage themselves in some social activities, some kids activities, some side events to the major elite class tournaments, because the general people, non-chess players, they need to know who they are, to recognize the faces, to feel them as the human beings, as the personalities, so that they are ready.
This interview, this course, it's so nice. Donna, are you going to visit Christmas market, which is in the middle of the city center? And if you're going to,
I hope to have such a chance today, because I also come from a country which does have 4 distinct seasons, and winter it's a lot of snow. Too cold, but I think that's part of the story. Your nose has to get red, your fingers frozen to death, because it always comes together with some nice feelings and nice senses as well. So Christmas market in the middle of December, that's one of those. I mean, you wouldn't have a real Christmas market without snow somewhere in Spain.
That's true.
Some ginger cookies and hot juice or normally the pancakes with the jam and marzipan and Yeah.
Yeah, so welcome in
And some
Poland.
sausages.
Yeah,
Some
yeah,
sausages
yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
That's
Smoked
here.
sausage. That's
Yes.
something special.
So I hope you're gonna have a lot of beautiful time here to see the spirit of Polish hospitality, and also we're gonna witness a lot of very interesting and exciting chess games. Because
I mean, I love this format. Not only me, I think that the spectators and the chess players love it because it's very dynamic. Yes, there's serious chess where we talk about high-level quality, about the exclusiveness of the combinations and the professional approach. And then there is Rapid and Blitz, which is not less professional, but it gives this sport.
us in the studio in playing venue and
your pop-up studio.
yes, I hope
which actually makes it quite nice. I mean, everyone sees you as well, and I believe that some of those young chess ladies would also see that. Okay, if you are not in the mood to become the real professional chess player, you could become a real professional commentator of chess.
That's right. So me and my co-host were talking. That's 22 games in one day. That's why we're sitting here asking some questions to the interesting people. So that's also an opportunity indeed. Thank you so much for all these lovely thoughts that you shared with us. This was Dana Reznice-Ozola, and we are going to take now break. This is going to be a really long break because it's a lunch break, and we'll be back with more and more exciting games.
And for those whom I will not see,
Back everyone, this is European Blitz and Rapid Chess Championship in Poland, Katowice. We are in the Spodek, biggest possible stadium that chess tournament can handle, can hold, and we have almost 1,000 participants today in the Blitz segment. So we do have 5 rounds already done. And after the lunch break, we are back with all the players. You can see on the background, players are getting ready. And instant score. Magda, there is Kacper Piorun, a Polish chess player and a member of the national team. 10 out of 10. He has not lost any game.
Yes, and now he will be facing the Kazanowski Valery, who is from Lithuania, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah.
So it will be a huge fight at the first chessboard.
On the first board for sure. And then we have the players. I can see 3 players with 9.5. They have not also lost any game. They made 1 draw, and we can consider them also absolute favorites because 1 point behind is not a big difference, and they can for sure try to fight for the best. Once again, guys, we have 5 rounds already done, 6 more to go for today, and we have double.
Still a lot of games that actually will be playing. So we've got 6 rounds to play yet. So there will be a huge fight.
That's right. I had a chance to chat a little bit with the players because we had like 1 hour break right now, and it's so lovely to see how impressed they are with the hospitality of the Polish organizers and how nice is the feeling here. Even though this is a huge competition in the end of the day, and so many blunders are happening and so many games are lost already at this point, still we can say that the players are very happy that they made it here in Katowice, Poland.
Yeah, they also have a lot of fun for just playing Blitz because, as we know, Blitz is such a format when you can, of course, blunder. Enjoy our tournament, and they're doing so well.
Yeah, and the final thing that we can discuss, because I see already 3 p.m. Central European time, and the games will start in a few seconds, about. So Magda, we had here lunch break, and what I've heard from the players is that they had very nice lunch break. The food is great here, and even though that there are so many people, there was not big lines here, and everything was well prepared. And also another very important detail is that the prices are so reasonable. You are just having these possibilities that you can have nice lunch, have all the energy, and go back into the competition.
Yeah, players have also some time to take a quick rest or drink some coffee. So the coffee is also here, so they can.
Yeah, that means actually that we're going back to our job, and now you guys gonna have Fiona and Piotr in the studio.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Magda and Katie. Welcome back here to our commentary studio. After the lunch break, 6 rounds remain. And I think round 6 is about to get on the way. They just started.
We have the moves on the board, so let's get quickly to that. So we have still 6 rounds, and 5 rounds were already played. And these are the guys who are with the perfect score.
They're only
for many years. He's the same age as I am.
As you,
Yeah, so we know each other like for around 20 years.
Wow.
So yeah, and I was always rooting for Kacper because you know that when he was like 14 years old, he was not that strong.
Okay.
He was like 1800 when he was
Really?
14. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So then he quickly rose. Like when he was 15, he was like 21, 2200, and 16 already 2350.
That's incredible.
And then he also had some issues that he was like 2500. Still okay, there are a lot of such grandmasters,
Yes.
but then he was even nearly 2700. So yeah, and he is playing against Valery
Kazakowski.
Yes,
Yeah.
from Lithuania. I don't know much about this player, but
So in round 5, he beat Maxime Lagarde from France 2-0.
yeah,
So
that says something.
that said something.
Okay,
exactly.
so let's try to focus on the game. So they played Trompovsky. This is the opening I would like to play as a kid. Nice opening, very sharp. Yeah, even we saw Trompovsky in one of the World Championship matches.
Magnus, who famously made a bit of a joke
Yes.
in game 1 of his New York match against Sergei Karyakin.
Yes, that's right, in 2016.
Yeah, Trump had just been elected.
Yes, yeah, but this is actually named after I think Brazilian player.
Oh, really?
yeah,
This I didn't know.
Trompovsky. This can be double checked.
Yes.
But anyway, the position seems like White has stroke with this move d5. Wow, and okay, the pawn was captured, but okay, so that was that pawn sacrifice, or because I don't see the way to recapture. I mean, he can capture on d4, I guess, and that was his plan, and then try to round up the pawn on d5. But so
Not
far,
so clear,
I'm
yeah.
just. But okay, maybe let's just take on d4. But okay, why he's thinking? Because usually, if you
If you
play
make,
d5,
yes, you
Yeah.
had a follow-up
yeah,
plan.
yeah, yeah.
And usually if you start thinking, it's very often an indication that you missed something in your initial...
Yeah, but I still think that there is no other way. Like because if he
Yeah.
moves his knight, then he loses the pawn on
Yes.
e5, and it's just game over completely.
Yes.
So yeah, he has to take on d4 and take it from there, whatever that is. I guess he's got some compensation, not on time or
Yes.
something that wouldn't. That's not gonna be a coincidence, right?
I mean, as you said, it's very strange how long he is taking here, because
Yeah.
if he doesn't take on d4, as you said, it's hard to
Yeah. Just what else?
see
I mean,
a move at all.
Yeah, I don't see any other move. Maybe bishop a3 he wants to include, but I don't see. Okay, so
Okay.
that's the move. Okay.
That makes sense at least.
But you see, in the meantime, Kacper very, very
Yes.
good that he actually predicted the move, which we finally found it, but he made it much faster than we did. And okay, so what's going on? So he's taking on b7 and on e5, and he's then 2 pawns up,
Yes.
and yeah, that's okay. But no, but bishop d6 actually that queen e4, threatening mate, and looking at b7. Actually, very simple tactics, but well, sometimes we
what's
don't
queen
see something
g6?
simple if we don't look for it, right?
That's very true. So that's offering, I guess, another pawn.
Yeah, but you see, but if you
Casper
queen
is
takes,
just-
yeah, you if you take on e4, bishop takes
Yes.
e4, then the bishop is hanging on, yeah, I mean on d6, and c takes b7 is threatened. So yeah, black recaptured on e5 with the bishop. Okay.
Some nice tactics actually with this hanging bishop on d3, and I mean, a lot of pieces in the air. Can white take b7?
Yeah, then bishop takes b7 actually. And so knight f4 with the tempo, knight joins the action. Maybe knight h5 somewhere. Yeah, and we have it on the board. So let's maybe see on the with the chessboard on the big screen. Yeah, knight on h5.
Of this black king. This is not a pawn structure what you want to have with pawns on h6, g7 and f6, especially when it's the queen and the knight around
Queen
the king.
took the pawn on c7 and it was a mate threat. And now with the check, it looks like black's position is kind of broken, right?
Yeah, it feels like it should collapse. Okay, I don't see a knockout blow, and clearly Kasper doesn't yet either. He's still thinking. Rook e1 is a natural move. The rook wants to come into e8.
Yeah, all the pieces
possible.
are joining the party, right?
Yes. Yeah, especially with I only had 3 seconds on the clock. Not easy to make a move. So what now? If rook h8, king g6, surely there must be something there for white.
But, yeah, okay, knight f4, check. The king is going for a walk.
The king is really going for a walk.
The king is not happy. But on the good side, black probably wants to trade the queens, and it's not easy for white to keep the queens on. So if the
Kasper also now down to just 3 seconds actually.
And if the queens are traded, then the king on f5 is not as bad as it looks.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay, so now, so white is pawn up, but it's nowhere near to be like a huge issue.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm impressed that black survived this at all, because it looked like landed very resourcefully.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if he should have taken the pawn on a2.
Yes,
That wasn't such an important pawn, and now, black is struggling. 2 pawns down, probably he may regain 1, or that's still not clear. But even if he does, there will be some trades. And so white is probably... Is he winning? Because the king comes to c7, the rook is short on squares. Although he cannot still bring the king there, because the bishop on e6 is hanging. So you cannot move the king. Okay, the bishop moves knights there. Okay, check.
And now will he take the pawn?
Okay,
No, okay.
Yes, this rook has some issues. But the knight is actually... Okay, now knight takes pawn. Oh,
and g2.
There are some... Oh, but that was checked. Okay, good.
Running out of squares?
Yeah, but okay, overall I think white is just winning, but...
1 second! No, 4 seconds, sorry.
Okay.
Sometimes I cannot read the clock correctly.
Okay. I would be worried here, but okay.
Not so easy to make progress.
Very difficult, very difficult. The pawn on the B line is under attack. Okay, we had some even issues with the camera now. Wow.
Looks like the camera is frozen, but he made a move in time.
Okay. Can we have another camera angle, something? Because he managed to defend the pawn, and now
white
creating
is using
some
the
passed pawns.
on the king
But
side.
not that many, pieces left on the board, and the b pawn is still under attack. Okay. He's just... I guess. Or no? No.
It should be a draw, I guess.
Just 2 against... Yeah, I think it's just very easy. Again, this
Yes.
I would be able to draw against Magnus.
Hey, Kasper will maybe try to hide on h4. And
Wow, maybe Yeah, no, but
black will say no.
It's very difficult. Yeah, because the king will go to g6 if needed. Yes, so there's no way like king h4, h5, anything. It's just a draw. It's very easy. Okay, he will play rook e4, rook e3, trying to bring his king back a little bit, but no, it's okay. It doesn't change.
And black can. It's quite an easy defense because white cannot even really create any threats as soon as white exchanges one pawn.
Checks. Yeah. Now, okay, rook. Okay, this is probably most precise. Rook f1. Froze a little bit.
Okay, but can white try to somehow bring the king? But it's difficult to.
Okay, we've got more camera angles. That's great or not?
We have to be a bit careful that the right rook doesn't come to g8, maybe in some lines, and cut off the king.
Black is doing like defending very passively, and that's
enough, it seems.
Yes. Although now rook e4, but okay, that's and counterplay. Counterplay. This is very important.
Yes, this was nicely done, and I think Kasper. Well,
okay, but maybe there's some Zugzwang or no? I don't think so. Okay, very good. And again, now king.
Maybe additional problems for himself because.
Then it's very concrete. You've got to calculate and so on.
And now again, he's going.
It's very technical, and it seems like everything is under control. Yeah, he's just not letting whites to
maybe
come
now
into
we
the
can
position.
start checking. Okay, I like actually that he just keeps the king.
Yeah, just yes. The point is that okay, king d7, but can he do anything? No, it's just white's king just not be able to reach important squares. Yeah,
and now he can take the pawn, I think.
Yeah, now just take.
Yes.
Okay, but
still king
d5.
King d5.
He needs to calculate something. But now from the side, king e6, rook, check on the third rank. Okay, but now we can get to Philidor position. That this is match strategy. You are going to play the next game with the same opponent. So
okay, what is this?
Whoa! You've got to calculate the pawn endgame. This is always tricky. Wow.
But can't you just? But the check.
Can he?
Kasper is creating so many problems.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and now. Yeah, but okay, we get into the Philidor position, right? Which is he doesn't want to take because he knows that that now black is in the book. We could say.
Yes. But still, I mean, we've seen but okay, here it's really.
Yeah, he didn't even. That's a like it's a book draw, of course. Could be tried, but not
it's also nice to see the players, exchange some smiles, exchange some comments after the game, because it was okay. I think Kasper will be disappointed that he couldn't convert, because it looked like he must have been winning at some point. But then I have to say credit to Valery Kazakowski, who defended incredibly tenaciously.
Yeah. So we are going to have another game between the same players.
Yes. And let's see. So we were briefly seeing Donchenko against Deak, where Deak won the first game. But let's go back here. So the rematch, Kazakowski now with the white pieces. And
okay, so let's see from the very beginning. So we've got some King's Indian setup and but not bad, I think, because then he wants to play some bishop f5. I think Alireza played some lines like this. Okay, interesting. I like it for Blitz, but maybe because I played some Dutch defense and I love to push here, which probably is not the best, but okay.
Maybe it's possible. I also like to push f5 whenever. Oh!
So here it is.
We found a kindred spirit. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, Kasper plays sometimes the Leningrad Dutch. I remember like 10 years ago, I was giving him some tips about this. Yeah. Okay. You want Queen e7, right?
Yeah.
Just especially for the Blitz. This
Yes.
is nice. Or they have the pawn on a 5. Why it's a bit passive here?
What do you think the plan, Black's plan is now?
Oh, at some point we just want to push the pawn
Yes.
up. Yeah, it's just mate. So this is
A straightforward
yeah,
plan.
like g5. I don't know if now, but the point is if okay, h5, interesting, because the point is that white wants to play f3 at some point, so you don't want to allow that. And now the h5, like if you go f3, then we trade, then h4, queen on f7 is very nice. Usually also we are happy with this trade. Yeah, now this bishop is very strong on f6. The knight is not blocking it. Okay.
So f3
But
hitting
we
the
need to
black
be careful.
center.
Yeah, because if you take, bishop takes, and white has some threat. Bishop right, or is he considering to take with the knight?
Bishop takes
so
is so
sure.
tempting, no? Oh wow.
Oh wow, knight.
Okay, surprising.
Maybe better because the knight on d2 was not that great, but okay, but bishop d7, just normal move, just developing. Okay, the knight on f3 has its points. You just stop h4. Well, it's quite
That's
important.
true. Yeah.
And now white somehow, even though he's a weak pawn on e3, he has all the pieces in the center. Well, I think it's balanced. Yeah. It's balanced. So
What a messy position still here.
Okay.
Would you rather play black? But so you would play black here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but I might be afraid that objectively somehow white managed to control a lot of things. So, like playing b4, this h4 looks a little bit odd, but you know, pawn on g3, is it weak? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's one of these moves that's very double-edged. It's
Yeah.
actually a move that's quite difficult to make in Blitz because you keep this weakness on g3 forever. On the other hand, you gain this control over g5.
There's one thing we haven't mentioned about Kacper, that he has been multiple world champion in solving,
yeah.
right? And I know that he really, you know, he's not afraid of going into some weird positions. His abilities in calculation are really, really great.
Yeah.
So he wants a messy position. To have more of a clear plan, more of a clear advantage. But overall, messy position, I think he's feeling okay.
Yeah, and we see that he's now maneuvering some of the pieces. So the knight has just jumped back to d8. Where do you think that knight is headed? Does it want to try and exchange?
Yes, f7 and just trade. Because the knight on c6 was not doing anything. That's clear. So yeah, very, very nice. Okay, knight h3. Now white wants to play knight f4 and to d5. Okay, b4. Wow. Okay, it's getting very complicated. So white might be thinking about pushing c5 at some point, just pushing the pawns on the queen side.
Absolutely. Starts with d5. I was actually just wondering, can we...
Okay. Yeah, d5 is a double-edged move, because first of all, you don't have a square on d5 for your knight.
Yeah.
Secondly, it's harder to push c5. But maybe he can push
Maybe
c5
still
anyway,
possible,
because yeah, the knight was chased away. And
oh,
e4.
he goes for the center. That I didn't see coming.
But now, well, the knight on e5 is so lovely, like knight e5, knight g4. If always I can recapture with the bishop, right? Attacking the queen. Although then bishop e4, so I don't know, I don't know.
I guess white is trying to play against this weakness on g6, really, because the black knight will be nice on e5, but the white knight on f4 is also quite nice. So okay, king stepping, of course, out of the check, and knight.
e4 or something. So knight h6, very interesting. Bishop h3, wow, I didn't see it coming, but okay. The thing is that the pawn on e4 is not. Oh, is it hanging? Can I take with the rook?
And that's what he does.
Because he couldn't take with the pawn.
Yeah.
Because then the trade of bishops and yeah, but.
And what is now? 96. Wow. Okay, what a mess.
It's mess, but I think black is better. He just needs to keep everything under control.
And we saw in the first game, is very good at creating chaos. So
but that's not h6? The end of everything, because then c7 pawn is hanging and the pawn is gone. Okay, but now we've got an interesting situation. Opposite colored bishops. But well, the queen f8 looks, yeah.
Okay, white offering a trade of queens. So what's the black is still.
Yeah, black wants to put the bishop to e5 at some point.
But material is even now, actually.
Yeah, also. Okay, so now I think white's not worse. Maybe just slightly. No, but.
And the queens have come off. Rook comes in with a check. I mean, it's
drawish now without the queens.
Be a draw,
very drawish.
Maybe we'll even. Oh, but I was wondering if we might see a perpetual immediately.
Although, now he's pressing a little bit because the pawn on g3 is weak, and I can maybe win some b pawn and rook b2 attacking that pawn. So if black manages to take the pawn.
Seconds again. Both only have seconds. I was so enthralled in the position. And white is all the time.
King e7. Okay, I thought he
putting.
Oh, but that's.
But now we can just trade, surely.
Yeah, but he's pawn up, and it's the question if it's.
I will be even. Will he be 2 pawns up? No.
Oh,
but this is maybe clever with the idea of going to f7. And he is going to get the bishop to f7.
He's going to. Oh, but this I don't know if it was good. Wow, the f4 was not good.
Yeah.
G5 was better. Now it's just a draw. Yeah. It's just a draw. Okay. They're still they are not playing this.
What a fighting match we just saw. I don't think there's any games remaining on the stage after this, because both games were incredible.
Very entertaining, and it seems like none of the players was better than the other. It was really just equal fight. And very, very nice, because we saw fighting chess. This is something we want to look at, because many people believe that chess is all about draws. Like
Yes.
even some strong players themselves were telling even 100 years ago that, oh, chess will be dead, everybody at the top will be making all the draws, and then when we see at the World Championship match, draw, 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 then everybody says, oh, what is this? Well, first of all, I don't agree with this. I believe even the classical chess and these draws are also interesting. But in a blitz game, we don't have even such a discussion. Well, this
Absolutely.
is just, a big fight, quick action. There are some pawn races, some four. Very, very interesting. So I hope you all like it.
Yeah, and in the standings, I mean, these two draws have given the opportunity to some of the pursuers to catch up. And actually, two of them took the chance. Bogdan Deak and Alvaro Alonso Rosell from Spain, who are now the four co-leaders together with the players we saw, Kasper Pjorn and Kazakowski. All of them are on 11 out of 12. So we'll see some clashes between them in the next round. We're first going to go back into the arena, see if we have some interviews, and we will be back with round 7 very soon. So we'll see you then.
No, it's fine. I made one draw, won the other game, so I'm happy. But I didn't have an opponent the first 2 rounds. The first rounds I was a little bit sad about that. But it's very, very nice to be here. I enjoy very much this festival.
Are you satisfied with your games and with your result?
Yeah, it's fine. No, of course, no. There are some things, of course, I could have played better, but I'm just trying to enjoy. I'm normally not a blitz player. I very seldom play blitz, so it's more like see what will happen here and to enjoy. Try to do my best.
So, do you prefer blitz to rapid or rapid to blitz?
I prefer rapid. I like rapid very much. I like classical, and I enjoy playing blitz, but I play it so seldom. So I'm not a very experienced blitz player.
Okay. How about the
Close to Poland, but I actually during the years never came here to play any tournament, and I enjoy very much to be here. It's just lovely. I was very happy to see so much snow, much more snow than in my own country, and it's just great. And I think this festival seems to be very well organized, so many people, and that's really just wonderful.
How about your plans for the following tournaments? There's going to be a World Championships in Blitz and Rapid in Kazakhstan. Are you going to play there?
Not this time. I have played lots of times, but I decided now that when it's in Kazakhstan, it's quite far away, and with the jet lag, it's not so easy. So this time I will stay at home.
Okay, so let's skip back to this tournament. How do you enjoy the venue? This is the stadium, and there's
Yeah, no, I think it's just a wonderful place. It's perfect for this festival. I think it's enormous, incredible that there's almost 1,000 players here. And I really love when you have tournaments which are open for everyone. You have the best players in the world, but you have also the amateurs. They have chance to see these very good players, but they also have chance to play against them. So I think this is just a wonderful event.
Can I ask you about your daughter? She's actually the very famous female streamer. Do you support her in her streamer career, or would you prefer her to be more than player than streamer?
You know, when all this started there some years back now, I didn't know about the word of streaming, and when Anna said that she will start commentating, I couldn't understand it because I always chess. She has lots of followers. She has lots of followers who are maybe not so strong players, but they really enjoy chess. And I think actually this is the main thing when we are spending our time with chess, to find a way we enjoy it, and it can be in different ways. And she does it with the streaming, and I just think it's wonderful what she's doing.
As we mentioned, we can also say something about online chess, right? Because of the pandemics and in recent years, actually online chess has become very, very popular. How about you? Do you play in online tournaments or just in over-the-board events?
I play very, very seldom online. I play when I'm asked to play, maybe for a team or maybe for the Swedish national team. We play the Olympic online. I play the European Club Cup online. It's really a boom for chess. We have to appreciate it, and with the pandemic, of course, this was the way we had to play. So I think this will be the future. We have to go hand in hand with the over-the-board chess and with the online chess.
Okay, thank you so much. It was such an honor and a pleasure to talk to you. I wish you all the best and, of course, good luck for the rest of rounds.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Nazywam się Aleksander Kopacki, mam 9 lat, przyjechałam z województwa warmińsko-mazurskiego, z Olsztyna. Mistrzostwa Europy, silny turniej, może się uda z jakimś arcymistrzem zagrać, jeszcze lepiej będzie go pokonać. Gram w szachy, rozwijają, łatwiej w szkole jest potem. Szachy zacząłem grać w przedszkolu.
Generalnie jestem z województwa warmińsko-mazurskiego, z okolic Uzdowa, z klubu KS Uzdowo. Przyjechałem tutaj na turniej, ponieważ chciałem się sprawdzić w Mistrzostwach Europy, zagrać z lepszymi zawodnikami, podwyższyć oczywiście swoje kompetencje szachowe, szczególnie w graniu na najwyższym poziomie. Moja przygoda z szachami zaczęła się w sumie w wieku 13 lat od pierwszego małego klubu w Nijicy, prowadzonego przez pana Piotra Kaśniewskiego. Bardzo dziękuję mu za ten dar, który mi przekazał, dar szachów. Naprawdę zrobiło to dla mnie bardzo wiele.
do you know from where India purchased?
In order to be good at rapid and blitz tournaments, you have to be very well prepared because of tactics elements. So that's why I prepared for you a little small puzzle that you can easily solve. So let's start at the idea. The idea is to make an open h5 square. So that's why king has to go on the h6. And now you have to prevent the checkmate on the h2 square. So in order to do it, you can play just checkmate, queen to g1. And now very important move to be an intermediate check on d5. And now you can only defeat it by queen to g2, queen to g2. And now that's why we play knight, king to g6. You can play check on the h5 square. And the only move to prevent it not to lose the queen is king to g1. And now your bishop is the key of the whole tactic. Now you can give a check on the c5 square. And now after king to f1, you can give a beautiful checkmate on the d1 square. I hope you guys enjoy it, and let's talk a little bit about we don't have actually anyone who is on the perfect score. We've got two players that are in 11 points. So let's check the pairings for next round. On the first board, we will have a really exciting pairings that will be between Michael Adams for England, his first number on the starting list. He will be facing the Kacper Piorun, a grandmaster for Poland, who is a world champion at solving. So I'm sure there's going to be a great fight on this chessboard, but of course not only on this chessboard, but in all of the boards we will see such a huge fire. So let's go back to our studio and we'll be
Okay.
We're back already. Welcome back to round
seven. Yeah, so 6 rounds already were played. No one is on the perfect score, right?
Mm-hmm. No, nobody's on a perfect score. We have 4 players on 11 out of 12. That's Bogdan Deák, Kacper Piorun, Valery Kazakowski, and Alvar Alonso Rosell. And we see there that the players are getting ready for the next round to begin. So who do we have? We see Navarra playing black.
And Igor Kowalski. This is the master. Well, this is not a weak player by any means, but compared to in this field, a little bit unexpected. But I know he plays Blitz games very well, and
look who's back at the top also. Back on top board after losing that one game we saw in round 2 very early against his compatriot. Mickey Adams actually managed to, to not tilt. And I think we should this game. Mickey Adams is the top seed. He's playing Polish Grandmaster Kacper Piorun. So I suggest we watch this because Mickey won every single game after that early upset loss against his compatriot.
Yeah. Now it will be very difficult to choose with each and every
Yes.
round. Like even from the beginning was hard to choose, but now it will be
Yes.
even harder
Harder
because
and
like,
harder.
yeah, there's so many interesting players. I would love to see how Igor so hard to choose, and we cannot watch them all.
All of them, yeah. And
yeah.
the schedule this morning, so the round started with a tiny bit of delay because there was a lot of snowfall in Katowice last night. But we are now back on schedule. So if you're following, if you go to the official website, which is Katowice2022.eu, you have that available both in Polish and in English. And if you go to the program tab, you will see that this round will start right on time, and we are back on schedule now, it looks. So Mickey against Kasper, what are your expectations for this matchup?
Very, very interesting fight. And I think Mickey will play more in a technical style. Well, Kacper will try to make a mess on the board, the fire on the board. I must admit, even though I have so many books, but I know some of it. And yeah, who is going to win? It's very difficult.
Yeah, there we have the handshake.
Okay,
We're off.
see.
Mickey Adams opens with e4 and a
Wow,
Scandinavian. We don't see that so
wow.
often.
Yeah. Well, in the Queen d8 line, Team Scandi, there is a course on that by John Bartholomew on Chessable. He is promoting a lot of Scandinavian, and it's a nice, easy opening. However, objectively, not the best. Some people say it's the worst Caro-Kann. I don't know if you've heard about this.
But you know, to be okay, I mean, these players obviously on a different level to my level, but some openings, I don't know the lines that well, and I think for black, they, you know, it's a system where the players are quite comfortable with what they're playing, and yeah, in general, I don't like to face the Scandi. I don't feel like I have an opening where I'm very happy with what I get, let's say.
Okay, we've got the double fianchetto on the black side. This is not very typical.
No,
usually
not at all.
They go some e6.
Yes.
I mean, first bishop g4, then e6. Actually, especially in this line with the queen on d8, usually black really wants to just to give up his light square bishop, allow white to have a bishop pair, and actually some advantage. But the position, yeah. So you know, you cannot easily trick him. So he has all under control. So you see now the structure is changing, and this bishop on b7, I'm not so sure about. I think he's just keeping small edge. So personally, this is kind of position I would like to avoid against Mickey.
Yes.
Maybe Kacper has a different opinion, and yeah.
It's also hard to tell, you know, did he try to create something and it didn't? Because sometimes things just don't work out exactly. You're trying to be creative, and because here it feels like Mickey, with all his experience, you know, he's such a fantastic positional player, such a great feel for where the pieces belong. I think Mickey will be quite happy here, actually, with the position he got.
All right, so now Kacper is thinking, and this is a very bad sign for him, because if he is thinking for so long, it means that he's not feeling well, and well, can he find something? If there's nothing, he will never find this because there's nothing to find. So you just need to move on and accept being worse and hope for the best. But it's not under full control. Okay, let's maybe try to look at the board like that, and maybe also sometimes from as many angles if possible to see all the pieces on on the board, because sometimes, well,
because Kasper has now a knight hiding on e4.
Yes. But actually we can see it because it's black.
Kind of,
Yeah, but if we wouldn't know that's the knight, we wouldn't be
Exactly.
able to, we wouldn't be sure what's that. Okay. Okay, black's position is not bad, but it's just, I think, slightly worse. But okay, if he wants to trade the queens... Yeah, okay, I think black is pretty much safe, right? So, even though white has slight pull, it's really, really little. Really, really little.
Yeah, maybe the time is always like Casper just dropped under a minute. Mickey still has like 2 minutes 15, which, as you were saying, I think is an indicator that Casper is not super happy, or at least was not super happy at some point with his position. But yeah, now.
Yeah, g5 is one of the ideas. I know it would weaken a lot of squares. Knight d2, fighting for the e4 square. And what is important, after g5, he's got some queen somewhere, and then queen to f3, like queen h5 always has some squares, because otherwise maybe the queen would be like forcing the trade, let's say queen h5, queen g6, and the trade. Now, okay, f5, wow. Okay,
he's really
I like it. I'm not sure if it's good, because like, let's say knight f3, knight e5, I'm not so sure about this. But it probably works tactically, because knight f3, there's g5, and g5 anyway. Wow. So queen h5 is probably the only move, right?
I also.
But then knight g3, is that possible or no?
Queen.
But then on e8 something is hanging. Okay, what's going on? Okay, knight f6, but.
So queen. No.
But is the queen trapped? Well. Wow.
Can we see Mickey's face, maybe?
Okay,
yeah, the queen was trapped, right?
Wow, so somehow Kacper managed to, well...
So he has a rook and a knight now for the queen.
Yes. Yes, okay, so black has some advantage.
Completely tricked Mickey, that was incredible.
Yeah, but now he needs to open the position or kind of go into the position, because statically, white could maybe with the knight and the rook just, well, keep everything under control. But now... Well, g4 might be played at some point, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, now
the black queen looks great on f4.
Yeah. Just need to open up the position. But the knight on b3 is not good. I mean, it's defending everything, but he cannot defend everything. Well, at the moment, he defends all important squares on the queen side, but the action will be on the king side, I guess. Well, bishop e6, here we go.
So what he wants to take on...
And then maybe... d4 is defended by the knight on b3, but take on b3, right?
Yeah. That's, no, but f5 is hanging.
With
also,
the check, wow.
With a check.
Oh, but now, okay, a5.
But he's really down to just a few seconds
and
here.
b5 maybe. Oh no, but the rook is protecting this.
So queen g3 played with tricky. 2 seconds on the clock. I don't know, it feels like this one is turning around again. Bishop b3 now played.
Yes. But maybe the pawns are not that important. I mean, he lost a lot of pawns, but once the queen enters the fight... But was
queen f5 in the...
Well, he will pick all the pawns. Okay, maybe not all, because...
There's a lot of...
Yeah, because the bishop, in connection with the light squared pawn, like on b3, it's... Well, it's like a diamond. You know? You just cannot do anything with this.
The problem is that the black king is kind of... passive and kind of alone, and Mickey will try to pick up the black g pawn.
Yeah.
And suddenly, I mean, it's still a game for 3 results. I think both could still win this game.
Yeah, I think the big question is the g5 pawn. If this pawn is alive, white probably cannot make any progress.
Yes.
And in the worst case scenario, there will be just a draw, right?
I thought we were gonna see a perpetual here.
Yeah,
actually,
but probably Kacper doesn't want this. But also it's hard to win.
But he's playing with fire. He made his move here with 1 second only on the clock.
Yeah. Okay, move. What's the time? So difficult.
He needs to give a few checks.
King g3, then queen h4 mate. Wow.
And we've seen many people actually get
really
mated like this. Well, Casper really wants the full point here.
But I don't think he can win. Because in a worst case scenario, can white just build kind of a fortress? Like rook e2 and stay. Well, put the king on d2 maybe, just, you know, and just stay.
I'm curious. Mickey took his time here to decide,
Oh,
I guess not just on his move, but on a plan.
But rook c6 was interesting because in that case, black's king will not enter. Then probably it's just a draw. Okay, black can make a draw if he wants now, just giving checks. But I would probably play some. Okay,
And there
they
is the
agreed.
draw.
Okay, Kasper is smiling okay,
Yes.
because he knows that, well, that wasn't a perfect game, that there are
No.
some blunders and probably he was winning. But overall, with the black pieces, draws, he's
Yes.
just kind of fine with this, so he's smiling.
You were saying he wanted to create a mess. In the end, he got what he wanted. I
Yes.
mean, it started out a bit more slowly, but things really heated up. And what a fighting draw we just saw between Mickey Adams and Kasper Puron. The next few boards were not so peaceful. We had Alonso Rosell, Alvar, the Spanish Grandmaster. He beat Deak with black, and he actually right now, as of in the live standings, so I thought he was sole first, but Kazakowski also won his game against Yufa. So currently these two are our leaders, Kazakowski and Alonso Rosell. And Navarro also beat Kowalski. But let's
and
follow
next
the
game
rematch
is
here.
starting now. So the Trompovsky. So is that
Again.
something prepared for the tournament? Maybe. But now we are kind of. Oh, it's because I wanted to say we are transforming to the Torre attack if he played knight f3. But he makes use of the fact that he has not played knight f3 and he could play f4 immediately. Now we've got the stonewall structure, but the so-called bad bishop is no longer there. It is exchanged, so it's a very good stonewall. On the other hand, it's probably still no advantage. It's just equal. But for the Blitz game, I think it's very interesting. Just to go for the structure you want to play, and you just play fast and so on.
Yeah, I think again maybe both players more or less got what they wanted.
This is funny. Like
yes.
everyone is happy.
And we'll see how will Mickey meet a4. He meets it with a5.
Weakening terribly the b5 square, but okay, bishop b5. Nice. Just okay, but see, with the problem with the stonewall structures, you always this e5 or actually in this case e4 square, the very central square where you can put the knight, and no white pawn can attack this square because pawns don't move backwards. And okay, but now we changed one pair of knights, then we can actually try to change the other. Okay, he's not going for this, but if he wants, he could play knight d2, and I guess he would play this move at some point. Okay, now bishop d3. Okay, he maybe wanted to take on e4 with the bishop, so black just run with the knight. Well, at some point he can go back to e4 or something. He doesn't need to stay on e4. The e4 is weakened anyway. And now white went to e5. The difference between these squares is that black can play f6, but not now. Because there is knight
big
g6.
hole on g6.
Yeah. So, but maybe bishop can drop back to e8, then f6.
Maybe that's what he's trying.
Yeah, I think that's. But he doesn't also need to hurry with this. But yeah, overall that's one of the plans.
I have to say, that okay, the tournament is far from being over, but very impressed with Mickey's recovery. Because when we saw him lose a game so early on, it's so easy in chess. You lose a game against someone rated 500 points lower than you. It's so easy to tilt a bit and to lose some more games. But Mickey he's got so much experience, so much class. But very, very impressive to me how he came back. And let's see here, f6 was was it actually?
Here, I think black was a bit more in control because Kasper jumped with the queen to h5. Looked interesting, but actually
didn't really.
He just lost to tempi. That's what he got. And we saw finally this bishop e8 and f6. This is something what I mentioned. And yeah, that happened because that was just one of the most logical ways to continue. And he didn't even take on g6 now. He can play around. This knight on g6, yeah.
It just looks like it's, you know, inside black's camp, but
yeah,
not really
but
doing
you need more pieces. Well, if it was like a crazy house or back house, that would be awesome.
Yes.
But here the knight is just, you know, a little bit alone. Okay, so white switched to the other side of the board. Well, it's still very tense, but I'm more and more worried about this knight on g6 because at any moment black can take it, but he doesn't need to. Well, and
but
maybe
white always needs to consider at every turn.
Like the bishop, for example, cannot recapture on c4 if something. Well, is that the case of d takes c4 now, or it's not a good move?
Maybe that's what Mickey.
I'm not sure if I understand everything here. Like, because what's after d takes c4? What's the suggestion? Well,
I mean,
you cannot take with the bishop. That's the point, right? Because then the knight on g6 would be just lost, right? So there was maybe something. But I don't know what.
I'm so curious.
Yeah, there's. I'm not so sure, right?
No.
Yeah, because
I'm trying to understand also.
As I said, I'm a bit afraid of this position. Okay, but white still could recapture with the pawn, right?
Pawn, yeah.
Okay, it's from this angle I just did not see the pawn on b3. Like maybe if you could look at the board from the above.
It's hidden well.
Yeah, because otherwise, yes, this is so important, right? But overall, what we can say that black is pressing on some light squares, and even though white has the pawn b and c and kind of keeps this. Well,
the knight is finally out of g6.
Yes. But he is giving up the b pawn, right?
Yeah, and
because he couldn't defend it properly, right? There's some issues.
Yeah, and it feels like that's quite a big pawn. That b pawn was sort of holding together the whole white pawn structure on the queen side, and once that base drops, I mean, Mickey is really in control now. I think.
Yeah. Okay. There are a lot of exchanges now. A lot of exchanges.
Now at queen d5. But I love one of the things I love about watching Mickey play is he makes things look so simple. You know, he wins a pawn, then he does what you tell every beginner to do. If you have material, exchange some material, centralize the queen. Yeah, he's a player I really enjoy watching. Okay, Kasper also still has some play, right?
Yeah, I think Mickey has such a style which I completely don't have because he's able to keep everything under control. It's a very technical player, and that's why I like his style. Because if I manage to learn a bit of his style, I think I could be a much better player. Yeah, and so much
Mickey,
under control.
The pieces are just infiltrating the position now. White also will always have to watch out for some back rank mates in the future, especially now after queen takes
he
f4.
Just took the central pawn. The knight on h4 is so sad.
Knight f3, okay, covering e1.
The pawn on f5 is also some, not under attack. Okay.
What was the idea? Rook b7. Okay, Mickey is taking. See, so many captures. So what's now the material balance? Mickey has 2 extra pawns on the king side.
And white's knight is a defensive piece, but that means it's not attacking piece.
If I was black, I would seriously consider taking on f3 here, but Mickey, I think he, and also the time situation, again, is a problem for Kasper, who has only 4 seconds left on the clock. We're going to see both
but there are a lot of exchanges. That means that there are only pieces, pawns, and everything is going on the other side of the board. So the knight on f3 cannot be, super active, but it is in the center of the action, just where it
In
stands.
Rook A3, I wonder, will at some point the sacrifice come on F3 or not?
Oh,
but
no,
it looked like
it did
something
not,
happened.
But okay, just a trade of rooks, but the bishop is a monster on D5.
Yes.
The big problem is, I guess, that white is 2 pawns down. If it was only one, I would believe it's holdable, but 2.
And also the king feels just not safe somehow on H2.
Yeah, and it's game over.
Wow.
Very nice tactics at the very end. Well, we can see maybe closer. You see that there is the rook H1 mate threatened. So that's the point. Yeah. So that's why he took on F3 and okay, he actually won a piece, but it's nice that there's a mate threat. Well, yeah, I must say, I was a bit of rooting for Kacper because he's my friend and so on, but I must admire Miki's play, not only overall, as I said, but in this game. He proved that, well, it's not a coincidence. He's the player he is. And yeah, it's also nice that, well, after so many years, he still manages to be in such a shape.
Keep this, absolutely, especially in Blitz. Let's not forget, it's even more difficult because Miki, out of all the top players, I think he's the oldest of the top seeds by quite a distance. And elsewhere, by the way, Alvaro Alonso Dorsel has taken the sole lead of the tournament on 13 out of 14. He won his match against Deak 2-0, which is really impressive.
Wow! So
next round we should follow him. We haven't seen any of his games yet. We'll find out. He'll probably play Navarro, who's the only player on 12.5. Some games might still be going, but exciting stuff and a surprise leader right now. I think we are going to go into the playing hall, maybe see another interview, and we will be back with the next round just before 4:30, so in around 15
But don't
to
go
20.
anywhere because we've got...
Stick around. We've got plenty of action from the playing hall, and we'll see you in around 15 to 20 minutes for the next round.
Hello, I'm joined by the Grandmaster Marcin Taszbir. Hello, Marcin.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
How do you enjoy our tournament so far?
It's really great, organized as usual in Katowice. Actually, what is different for connecting, comparing to last year is the weather. Actually, it was not easy to come here. That's why it was a good idea to have this time for people to come here. And this place, Spodek, is one of the biggest place for such events. It's a historical one. That's why I believe it's perfect placing in the center of Poland, and hosting the European Championship in Poland is really something really great.
Do you think this sporty spirit that is actually here because we are at the stadium?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, but Mateusz Barto is making fun of me, of course. He would like to stand in my place, that's the point. Yeah, of course, the place, there were a lot of events already, even also for children, also for youth and for adults, and now it's an open tournament for everybody. So I believe it's a really nice place to host such a great event.
The starting list is filled with so many incredible players. Have you got anyone that you would like to face the most?
No, I don't consider, before the tournament I would like to play a good tournament, that's all. I would like, some of them I have seen only on newspapers, on internet, so it's very nice to see them alive, right? And, to stand by them and to watch them, how do they play, how do they behave. But I'm not trying, I'm not planning to face any of them.
Okay, why are you not planning to face any of them? I hope you will be, reaching for the top places here.
I think they will want to face me.
Okay, thank you so much. I really, of course, keep fingers crossed for you, and good luck, Marcin.
Thanks.
Now my guest is Theodorus Sorbatolu. Welcome.
Nice to be again in Katowice and to attend this great European Championship in Poland.
My guest is the Secretary General of the European Chess Union. Why European Chess Union is granting organization of such events like European Rapid and Blitz Championships to Katowice?
Because Katowice and Poland prove many times in the past that they can organize successfully such competitions. Poland is a country with a great chess tradition, many chess players. Katowice also it's a very important venue for chess events in Europe. So it's our pleasure and to have such competition there because organized well and we have very big participation.
How is the cooperation between European Chess Union and Katowice?
We have organized several events with the city of Katowice and the local organizers here in the past, and all were successful, and year by year also the participation is growing. So we are very satisfied with this cooperation, and we hope that we can continue and in the future to host important European Championship in Poland and in Katowice.
Yeah, we really hope about that too. So do you think that Poland may host the top FIDE and European Chess Union events, right?
Yes, of course. I mean, Poland is one of the main chess destinations today because of the huge development in the country of chess. And we, as I said it before, we are very pleased to host events in Poland, in Katowice, in Warsaw, in many cities, in Krakow, and to be organized with a proper way and to have mass participation.
Thank you so much. We of course really hope about that too, and see you around.
Thank you.
I'm from England. And actually, my origin is Chinese, but I just live in London, and I began to represent England from last year. And I've represented England I've represented England to play a lot of tournament already. And why I'm coming to the tournament, right? Oh yeah, because I think it will be very exciting because I can have a chance to play against a lot of strong players. Also, it's kind of mixed between men and women. So I would say that I will have more chance to practice with high-level players. I mean, like high-level men. So this is why I come to this tournament, just to practice and just to have fun of playing Rapid and Blitz. Yeah, probably because I enjoy it and I think it's very helpful, like in my life, because first of all, it can just train my logical thinking abilities and all kind of other abilities, and also I can just play chess for fun, and I also teach chess in school, so I think it's very useful for my life.
another cute puzzle that I prepared for you. So let's focus on this position. The material is equal, but in chess you don't only focus on material, but what is more important is position. So we can. Oh, sorry. Just let me correct this. Okay, we are fine. So let's notice that this king is in the middle of the chessboard, and we'll be trying to give a checkmate. So let's start with bishop to f2. Now there is a check, and you have to prevent not to king be checked. And let's see what happens if kings go to c4. Now we've got a little cute move, queen to b7, and now there is no way to prevent the checkmate on the b3 square. That's, I think, it's very fun to watch. So let's go back and see what happens if king goes to a5. Now let's give another check on g3, and there's only one move that king has to go back on the d4 square. And there's move like bishop to d6. Why we are playing this? Because now the king is on the mating rank, and see what happens if queen will capture on d6. Now we can just give a check. Sorry. Now we can just give a check on d3, and now king has only two moves to go. Let's see what happens if king go to the c5. Now we've got this horizontal check on the a2, and now there is no way to prevent of taking the queen. So if kings go on the e5, we can just give a check on a g3, and still queen will be taking. So let's see what happens if queen do not take the bishop on d6. So king has to go on a e3 to prevent this checkmate, and now we've got another check on the h3, and now the king cannot go here because of this checkmate on the d3. So let's go back. So we can try to go on the e2 square to prevent the check, and now the bishop is once again the most important piece here, because now bishop goes back to the g3, and now there's also the mating net. So in order to prevent this checkmate on the in order to check on the g2 and then checkmate on the d2 and d3, we can play queen to f6 to prevent those checkmates, but we still can just give a check on g2, and now king has to go somewhere. Let's try go to the e3, and now another check on d4, d2, and then if black goes to the f3, now we can just play this beautiful move, queen to f2, and now the queen will be hanging. So if now the king go to the e4, we can just give another beautiful checkmate on d3. I hope you guys enjoyed, so let's go to the pairings and to the results. Now we see that Michael Adams from England defeated Kacper Piorun, and now I think he's in the lead with 12.5 points. Let's see the results. Alvar is actually at the lead because now he's with 13 points after David Navarra with 12.5 and Michael Adams with 12.5. I hope there will be a huge fight between those guys, but also on the other chessboard. So I'm sure there will be a huge fire on the board. So I hope you guys will stay with us, and let's follow our broadcast once again. Tak? Podoba się? Super. Super.
Hello and welcome back to the European Blitz Championship. Piotr, we're getting closer and closer to the money time. It's already round 8, starting now in just a minute, which means 4 rounds to go. And we have one sole tournament leader right now. It is Alvaro Alonso Rosell from Spain, who's all alone on 13 out of 14. That's quite an impressive performance, and he's going to go and challenge the top seed, Mickey Adams, a match we will be following.
Yeah, but there are also a lot of other players who are not that much behind him. So, well, with those 4 rounds to go, everything is kind of open, I would
Absolutely.
say. So, yeah, every round you can get 2 points. So, overall, you can score at max 22. Of course, nobody's gonna do that. But you can see it's not like 9 games, it's 22 games.
It's a lot of games.
Yeah, really, really a lot. And the game has already started, so let's go.
Jump in.
Yes, let's see the very first moves of this encounter. So if we can get the bigger screen, let's just see.
So we'll see what Alonso played with the white pieces.
Okay, so they played so fast.
I know. How?
Yes.
Okay, so what was this? Some kind of...
what was the opening?
Yeah, I mean, it's
They
hard to
played
tell. Which
so well, they were just sitting few seconds ago. Now they made so many moves. I'm just okay. There's some kind of a mixture
Hybrid,
of Catalan
yeah.
and the Queen's Gambit, and not decline, but more of a Vienna variation.
Yeah, very strange stuff.
But it's in a Catalan style. So white sacrificed a pawn. The pawn on c4. This is an extra pawn for black. But white's got a center for this. So this is very typical. And as I understand these positions, engines don't fully understand this. Because, well, they believe that black is, well, fine, but it's much more tricky. I mean, I'm not saying that black is not fully fine, but it's much more complex than it seems. And, like, well, we see, well, very, very direct play by white, sacrificing the next pawn, although the pawn on d5 probably will be recovered. But
can it be recovered immediately?
Yeah, can we see it maybe from above to see everything? Yeah, I'm sure that the pawn, well, might be under some attack, but it's just very concrete to tell. I mean, even if the pawn is taken, and it is, as we can see, the knight now is in the center, black still keeps an extra pawn, and yeah, then there are some exchanges, and yeah, white would love to keep more pieces on the board, and he cannot do it. And now, well, he would probably need to take it with the knight. Oh, but he takes.
Takes with the pawn. I also expected knight takes, because okay, now he has these double isolated pawns on e3 and on e5. I thought they would be a weakness. I thought knight takes seems more natural.
But they are weakness.
Yes.
I mean, it's just clear. But okay, we can maybe tell that overall, like from positional point of view, black is winning. But the position is not winning because white has a lot of activity, so it is compensated. But there are different type of advantages in chess. So one is static and the other is dynamic. So talking from a static point of view, as I said, black is like close to be winning. But white has a lot of dynamic play. And with this move, queen f5, and you said the queen, black's queen, was not feeling too well. So it went to e8, which allows the pawn on c7 to be taken. White probably doesn't want to do it, because then some queen c8 offers trades. Or no, but it was black to move. So bishop d8 now, defending. So black is getting passive there. But
yeah, I kind of like white, but at the same time, it's not completely clear to me how he should continue.
Yeah. Like knight g5, but then there's at least g6. The bishop on g2 looks good, but how can we use it? I mean, The bishop on b7 is protected. Well, there's also a lot of other things happening on this diagonal, so you cannot make any tactics, I guess. I would prefer to play black from a practical point of view.
And
yeah, it's just
Alonso
easy
is spending so much time here on this move. He's
that's
now
the point.
That is the indeed. The problem is suddenly they were so equal on the clock for most of the game. Now suddenly there's a 1 minute difference between them, which is a lot, and he goes king h1 in the end.
Yeah, but this is
Just
such
a
a move like a
prophylactic.
pass, I would say.
Yes,
Okay, it's a
yes.
useful move, but now if black is able to trade something, to get more active pieces, like at the end of the day, he will be left with an extra pawn, or even if, well, he sacrifices a pawn, he will have some better structure. So yeah, I'm afraid that white will not be able to prove anything. Well, is knight e7 played, right? So yeah, just trading the strong knight on d5. Yeah, this is a typical play by Miki. He's just, well, playing such a classical style, just everything
Exactly.
normal. Takes the pawn, keeps it, exchanges pieces. Well,
Now the time is really a problem. Alvar about to take down to 10 seconds here. He captures, so he exchanges on e7, but he needs a follow-up, and that follow-up is h4.
very, very
Feels a bit desperate. almost.
desperate and artificial,
Yes.
and of course you've got to do something, but it's clear that okay, the time is not the biggest problem here for white. I mean, the position is just not great, right? And especially playing against Miki, who feels like a fish in the water.
Absolutely.
In such positions.
Mickey, great position, great
H5,
time
H6.
management, and okay, but he will try to, Alvaro will try to make something happen, and I like what he's doing.
Yeah.
I don't like his position, but I think in those spots you have to just go for it.
All in, and then
Yes.
hope that maybe the position will get so complicated that
Yeah.
Miki will make a mistake, because that's clear that without making any mistake.
I mean, that's the only way in which Mickey lost a game today. That was, in round 2, and his opponent, despite the fact that he was so much lower weight, we never saw the game, but it looked like an absolute mess. So, yeah, clearly that's the way to go.
Yes.
And
Okay,
knight
the knight goes to
G6,
G6. Yeah, it starts at least looking a bit more like
some holes
messy.
at least
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the. But Mickey
just took the pawn. Well, wow.
Mickey says, "Show me the money."
Yes. Right.
Okay, rook d.
Okay, he wants to trade. Okay, but now this guy.
Now they're both
falls.
grabbing.
Okay.
Both grabbing pawns.
It's a good
grabbing
strategy.
a6, but also, no, a3 was already defended by the queen.
Yeah, I don't believe in White's position at all, but at least the game still continues. Okay, this is. But I'm not sure about this move. Okay.
Okay, but
because there is a danger that the bishop
yes.
on b2 might be out of the game.
And that the bishop on c2 might open up after the pawn goes to e5.
But it's very concrete now. Oh, very concrete. So
what's happening? Why?
But
what's c2?
Well,
Why is c2 not hanging?
I mean, it is, but there is rook a8. Wow. So he's getting the queen. Oh. That was that good move? I don't think so.
Maybe white is back in the game.
I mean, he's losing the queen.
He
and
resigns.
Wow. So unexpected.
Oh
I mean,
my
it
God.
felt like. But
I'm
you
actually
see, but I
shocked.
think the big problem was to push
Yeah.
c3 because he was
Bishop.
starting playing without the bishop.
Yeah.
And then well.
And we see even Mickey's smile there.
Oh.
It's not obviously not a happy smile, but Mickey knows that he was completely in control.
Yes,
but
yeah.
I mean, Alvaro, we have to give him credit. He, he was he was probably lost.
Yeah, I
He
think
had no
so.
time, and he just started, throwing all the pieces forward. And in the end, this find was very nice, giving the bishop on c2 with this rook a8. And he was the sole leader going into this round, and obviously
and the next game already
he is,
started, and we've got some Italian. Actually, okay, the knight coming to c3 makes it actually not really the Italian because the pawn needs to be. To
yeah,
c3.
I mean,
So
I think it's still an Italian, just not a gioco piano, right? I think.
Yeah, there's so many names. It maybe also
But I
four
think
knights.
it's still,
because like
also.
there's- yeah, like
I mean, this is really an opening that we see a lot on beginners
Yes, yes,
levels.
yes,
When
yes, yes.
people just learn how to play chess, and they are taught, play the center, develop the pieces, and this is exactly
Yes.
sort of what they would do.
Okay, so White has a bit of an edge here. So he managed to keep two bishops actually with this knight d5, taking on b6. Very nice.
And Black offers the exchange of the other bishops on e6, which is also of the bishop on e6, which is accepted. And Mickey goes for a4, so just taking a little bit of ground there on the queen side. What do you make of this middle game we're seeing?
Yeah, okay, so knight h5 coming to f4. This is a very good square for the knight, very typical. Okay, queen e2 actually asking to jump to f4, but I guess that he will just take it, right? And
yeah, I like queen f7, because then after, I think now he will go knight f4.
Okay.
And then we capture, I guess, with the queen.
So who stands better and why?
Great question.
But I think...
I always, I have to say, I always get a little bit excited when I see a semi-open f-file. But here it doesn't look like it's anything. To me, it looks like a position which would suit Mickey quite well, actually.
Yeah, because after all, Black has some doubled pawns.
Yes.
Yeah, and if we trade a lot of pieces, then overall White must be better. But it's always a bit tricky. Okay, and especially now there is some tensions. There might be some changes in the structure. Okay, can we see?
Yeah, let's go a bit closer to the board, because a lot of things are happening.
And if we can see it from the above, would be maybe also sometimes good. Yeah. So
what's going on now? So there is a pawn on d2, I guess, and a pawn on b7. They will both come
captured.
Be gone.
Yeah. So Black has those weak pawns, e6 and e5. Sometimes these kind of doubled pawns are helping to cover a lot of squares, but there are not that. There are no minor pieces. So this is actually not that useful anymore, because imagine there was like the knight on e3.
Yes.
It will be restricted by these pawns. Now it's.
So do you think White is just a bit better here?
Yes, yes. But on the other hand, the pawn on d3 is it's not that great. So I think White is better. Also, Black has more pawn islands. But having said this, I think still the position is kind of simplified.
By the way, sorry, just an incredible bit of trivia. I just checked the results of the first game of this round. The first draw happened on board 20.
Wow.
The first 19 boards were all decisive.
Wow.
Which is just incredible.
Incredible.
Okay, so you're talking about this this pawn on d3 and the square on d4. Alvaro has just played rook d4.
Yeah, so Black is making the most of his trumps, I would say, right? Because, as I said, the only weakness in White's camp is the pawn on d3. Okay, maybe not the only, also the a4 pawn. So, and also, but I'm not sure why Mickey played king g1, allowing queen f3. Probably he's losing his, well, what?
So what? He also lost the pawn there because f2 is under attack, so he cannot recapture the rook.
But he kind of lost.
But Black is just better again now, I guess. He picked up a pawn.
Yeah, he played king g1 because queen f3 was coming anyway, but... Okay, but now it's very tricky, right? Because d4, the queen is hanging. So maybe he's got everything under control, right? Because if the queen moves, he can take on c5 at least. Yeah.
It almost feels like it wasn't planned, but it's
at the end
working out.
Okay, so all those simplifications are fine for White, because then this big difference between pawn structures will be seen, but that's not that much, because even 4 against 3 would be like possible maybe to hold for Black. But of course, we know who is in a driver's seat. It is White. clearly now. Okay.
Well, black needs to be careful. I thought he was touching the rook on f8. Of course, that rook needs to stay there because it's funny that the tension between the queen on c2 and the rook on a4. If I was black, I think I would move my rook at some point because I would be too worried that I would forget and white would take it at some point. But they are keeping this tension upright. It's Mickey to move now. What's he going to do? Is he going to try and defend f2 somehow to then reactivate h4? Wow. Wow.
Yeah, black has a lot of activity, right? So that helps him to kind of defend. And maybe it is important to keep pair of rooks. Although he exchanged, I'm not sure if it's good. Because then maybe...
Good for who?
Yeah, I thought it's better for black to keep more rooks.
But having this f3 square, maybe
it wasn't like for free, right? So at least he managed to jump in that position, and probably the rook endgame should be holdable because he can quickly bring the king to f6. King covers all the weaknesses, then it's just a draw. So yeah, probably black is fine.
So the pawn on e5 is under attack. How is he going to play? Rook f8 again with this counter attack on f2. How will Mickey defend?
Yeah, but rook e3 check. But okay, but still the pawn on e5 is hanging. But queen
can
d4.
We offer, yeah, queen d4.
Queen d4. Although he's going
going for the counter play. He wants to play rook a1.
This is, I must admit that, well, looking from white's perspective, this is so annoying, right?
Yes.
Like when your opponent
incredibly. I mean,
worst position, he's going for that activity. You've got to calculate.
I'm very impressed with how resourceful Alonso is. He was under pressure in both games, and now I would take black again. Any day. You cannot stop my rook from coming to a1.
Yeah, and wow. Okay, so now, and now it's draw. It's a draw. King coming to f6. Okay, h5 maybe first. Just king to f6, covering all the weak spots. I cannot imagine any other result than a draw from this position.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mickey offers. Okay, maybe we'll see if he thinks he can try something.
Yeah, he would love to, right? Especially that he lost the previous game, and he would really try to play maybe for g4 or something. But maybe he has an idea to play f3 and g4. Yeah.
I think that's what he's going to do.
But now...
Can we just go g6, or is there a problem with that?
But then some g5, and then the pawn on e5 is not defended.
That's
true.
So
probably you have to take it. And yes, this is what I was thinking about this, but now rook b4 maybe. But the point is that if you go king f2, I always have rook h3. So I will always chase the pawns, and okay, that looks like a draw to me.
Yeah, it's almost like a mutual.
Yeah.
Not so. Yeah, where they both cannot just make progress,
right? Like king f2, rook h3, because well, there is no other move for white to try anything. But
because Mickey's also now under 10 seconds. I think we'll see a draw here. He has to be careful not to lose on time.
Yeah, they will make a draw. They will make a draw. Yeah, because king f2, rook h3, only white could lose then, because he would need to push somehow. So
what an incredible match by Alonso Rosell, who's taking this one 1.5.
And he was already,
under pressure in both
but
positions.
He was the leader before this round. So with this result against Mickey, he will probably be still in the lead.
I think so.
And we'll probably see more of his games.
Well, let's see. Let's go to David Navarro because actually no, I don't think any. Let's just check out the game. I don't think anyone can catch him, but we'll see.
As far as I can tell,
with an extra pawn in the rook ending, and it looks like should just be winning for white with the two outside passed pawns.
Okay.
That was fast. Those kings came flying out.
Okay, some more games. So with the black Daniel Jufa against Tomasz Laurušas from Lithuania. So what's going on here?
What is going on? We have queens,
So
a bishop,
but
and
the
a knight.
d-pawn is probably very dangerous, but black has
A pawn on a2, that came out of nowhere.
So white needs to try to deliver the
perpetual, but it doesn't
otherwise
look like there is any.
queen a6 maybe, or what? Queen a6, as I said. Okay, d6, but and if he takes the pawn, then the a2 pawn is lost. Wow, you see. And now white is not worse. Although he's pawn down, right?
Here we see really the nerves. I think the
it's
hands are shaking.
Very difficult. That was funny.
Hands are shaking, the
But
pieces are
if
jumping.
the knight reaches some active square, I would be very worried. And the pawn was gone. And yeah, then if the knight joins the action, I'm really, really scared. Wow, wow.
Oh,
yeah, it's a problem because, you know, like...
But the players also obviously don't do it on purpose.
Yes,
it's just you already press the clock and then you don't know what
yeah.
to do. Okay, let's see. The black queen is coming in. But so does the knight.
Yeah.
What do you think? If you had to make a prediction, will it be a draw or will someone...
For now it looks, but I had a feeling that white is better, but because as I said, if the knight joins the action, we know knight and the queen together are working so beautifully. Okay, but probably no more.
He's trying, I guess, to build up some time and then...
This is...
I
okay, it's
we'll
a draw.
see.
Now, can he still do something? Because always black can deliver perpetual. So
the problem is you want to think about, you want to see, can I do something? But every time you look at the clock, it says 3-4 seconds.
So then let's
and
just
you make a move, and you what a crazy game. I don't know if we have anything else still going on. Is game board 3? I don't know if they're still going. Kazakowski against Sargsyan, or if that's finished. No, that finished in a draw. So I think the top 6 boards are all done, and Alonso Rosell maintains the sole lead, and in fact, he now has a full point lead over David Navarra, Kasper Purun, and Rowan Vogel from Germany, who we haven't really seen anything of, but he's making a push in those final rounds. So 3 rounds remain. That means 6 games of chess. And the next round starts at 5:15, so just over 23 minutes from now. We'll be back then. For now, let's go back into the Spodek and hear from our on-site reporters, Magda and Katy.
I'm joined by Jan Label. Hello.
Hi.
How have you been doing so far?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty great. In some games I was lucky, in some games I didn't have so luck as I wished. So, yeah, I'm doing like an average performance, but I hope to do better in the next games.
So, how many points do you have?
I have 8 out of 12, so that's pretty great, I think.
Yeah, that's really great. What are your expectations for this tournament?
I just want to beat some GMs, and I want to play the best chess I can.
The starting list is filled with so many incredible players. Have you got someone that you would like to face the most?
Yeah, maybe David Navarra, because he's the best Czech player, and why not? If you have the chance to play against the best, you just have to take it.
Of course. How do you like our venue and Katowice?
Yeah, Katowice are pretty great. And the venue is, I think it's really hard to handle with so many players. So I think you are handling it pretty great.
Do you feel this spirit because our tournament is a stadium? So do you feel this sporty spirit and the competitive atmosphere here?
No, I don't, because they are all the time Christmas carols playing here. So I don't get any sports spirit. I just want to play, and it's Blitz, so it's not like really serious type of chess. And I just want to enjoy the tournament.
So do you prefer Blitz or Rapid?
Yeah, Rapid. mostly Rapid because I recently won Czech Under-20 championship in Rapid, so
Okay.
it's my favorite.
Okay, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you of course for the Blitz, but for Rapid. Also, have a good time here and best of luck.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Grandmaster Dražić. I'm from Serbia, only player from Serbia, so I easy choose to come to European Championship, which was first time made in Warsaw many years ago by Mr. Macieja, also from Poland. And I'm very happy to be here in Poland. The organization is great. And amongst other tournaments, it was most attractive tournament in that moment in Europe. So it was an easy choice to come here. I am playing chess. It's a big pleasure, you know, as my ex-wife asked me to bring her in the tournament. I said, sorry, I cannot bring because I'm working. She said, yes, but you will join. You will like this. Yes, and I said, this is the pleasure, but if I bring you, it's not the pleasure. So playing chess and be free, it's a very, it's sign of the God that you are happy and you are doing what are you like. My profession actually is an economist. I have economy degree, university from Novi Sad, but in that time it was a big inflation in Serbia, so I chose to try to be chess player, and it was successful. And then I continued this almost 40 years, this beautiful job.
Welcome back in the Spodek. We are here in the playing venue. This studio is located just in between the top boards and the rest of the boards. And now I have a very special guest with me. This is international master Igor Samunenkov from Ukraine. Hello, Igor.
Hello.
So tell us how the tournament is going for you.
Okay, tournament is going okay. I'm now 12 points. Yeah. I just want to play more Grandmasters. Yeah. I'm just trying to play chess, not to think about points and. Yeah.
So tell me, how do you like or dislike maybe the fact that you have to play with both colors against your opponent, one opponent with both colors?
Yeah, I like this because if you play and you lose, sometimes you want to make your match more fast, and if you win, you have a good feeling. So yeah, I guess to play both games with one opponent, that's for me that's like good, really.
We have some of the guys on the background with us. So this is really kind of like a friendly place, but still a tough competition for the chess players. So do you like to be here? Do you find it interesting, all this atmosphere here?
Yeah, I'm always like this tournament chess atmosphere when a lot of players play chess. Yeah, so yeah, I really like this.
Yeah. All right, guys. Probably you remember Igor from World Junior Chess Championship, which happened earlier, I think a month ago in Sardinia, and you were our star. The commentators were talking about you and your games. So you are at the moment 13 years old.
Yeah.
How tough was it to compete against all these older chess players and grandmasters at that tournament?
Yeah, I guess for me it's easier, and for older guys it's maybe more difficult to play with me because yeah. For me it's no problem to play. Yeah.
Yeah, and tell us about your grandmaster norm, because as you mentioned earlier in the talk, you said that you have one norm already. So where did you achieve that, and what is next tournament for you to play for norm?
Yeah, I achieved first my grandmaster norm and European Classic Chess Championship. Yeah, so I achieved my first GM norm. Yeah. So yeah, I want to become a grandmaster more yearly, but yeah, we will see. Yeah. And here I'm just playing for now, just for chess to become
Yes.
more good at chess. So.
Right, and just to enjoy, right? Tell me, which is your favorite time control? Is it Blitz? Is it Rapid? Is it Classical? Or maybe Bullet Chess and online?
I guess Blitz, yeah.
Blitz.
Yeah, it's really interesting to play Blitz. Yeah, yeah, I like Blitz. Yeah. I'm playing a lot of Blitz online tournaments. Yeah, so yeah, I like Blitz.
And it's very impressive to hear you speaking so nicely in English. And tell us what was your motivation to learn English so well, and also tell us what is your chess routine, how you're preparing chess.
Yeah, I know English normal because I often give interviews, and if I'm not speaking good English, I'm not so interested to others. So yeah, and yeah, in chess I'm prepared just
Yeah.
like
How many hours, for instance, per day that you have preparation?
hours. I mean, you can train like 3 hours but productive, or you can train 10 hours, but that's will be not so. Or you can train one day, like 10 hours in a week, or you can train it every day 3 hours. So yeah, just training with coaches, and of course, yeah, and only me training. So with a coach and me. So.
Okay. And besides chess, what's your interest? What's your hobby that you like to do when you have some free time?
I like some games like also football, basketball, table tennis, yes.
Right. That's awesome. So I wish you the best of the luck at this tournament. I hope you will enjoy Poland and this Christmas time. And what is your next tournament that you're gonna play?
Oh, next tournament I actually don't know now.
You don't know yet. So yeah, we're gonna keep the eye for sure on Igor, because he is just 13 years old and is already international master with the one grandmaster norm, and very impressive way that he's playing. So once again, this is Spodek European Blitz and Rapid Chess Championship. We are in the middle of the playing venue, and you guys, I'll be back with more guests and more interviews. So I have to say bye for now and see you soon.
position that we have on our screen was played between Polish Grandmaster Jan Krzysztof Duda against Grandmaster from Netherlands Anish Giri. The position was in one of recent tournaments, and now White has decided to sacrifice his queen in order to make a checkmate at this exposed king. So, White played queen to f5, and now there's only a move to defeat this, and Black has to take on f5, and now Rooks takes at the f5. Now there's another check, and king, there's no square that Black's king. The only square is to g6, and now the bishop is the killer, and Rooks go to the e5, and now there is a check because of this beautiful bishop. And now king has to go on the f7 square, and now another check on the e7 by the rook, and there's no way that king can go on the 6th rank, and now Black goes back at the g8, and now another check on g7. Black has to go on the h8, and now just another check with a rook, and after queen to g8, beautiful checkmate with a knight, knight to g6. And now let's take a quick look at the results of our previous round. At the chessboard, Alonso Russell has won against Michael Adams, and now I believe he's showing the first place. There is a draw between Hovanishin Robert and David Navarra, and Sergesian has defeated Kazakowski 2-0. Let's check the results. And now in the lead with a huge plus, Alonso Russell Avar, and after Kacper Piorun from Poland and Sergesian. The first woman that has actually the biggest number of points is, let's check this. I think it was Alexandra Kostenyuk that drew his game 1-1. And now let's check the pairings for the next round. Just another big fight on the first board. David Navarra will be facing Alfonso Rosa Alvar, and Kacper Piorun will be facing Sergesian, Adams against Krakowski, Maroni against Laurusias. So we will have big fight and big emotions, so stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to round 9 of this European Blitz Championship, and I think we're going to just jump straight into the action as David Navarra is the next to challenge our leader Alonso Rosell from Spain, who's the sole leader on 14.5, and he has a full point lead over the rest of the field, which includes David Navarra, Kaspar Pjuron and Sargsyan. Those are the 3 players in pursuit. So let's see, Navarro with white, he will be looking for a win, of course.
Yeah, sure. If he wants to win the tournament,
yes.
Yeah, he needs to win this match. And yeah, there are 3 last rounds, and usually they say that in the Swiss system, the most important are the last 3 rounds. Because even if it's not going too well, if you win all 3 last rounds, well, you really finish high. So what do we have here? We have a typical Carlsbad, maybe not fully typical Carlsbad structure, because the bishop is on d2. That was not the Queen's Gambit declined, but the Nimzo Indian with the bishop on d2. So that's the big difference, that this bishop is not so great, inside the pawn chain. Like it should be like on g5 or f4. But on the other hand, it's still a lot of typical ideas apply. So white either will try to have a minority attack on the queen side, pushing b4, a4, b5, or try to prepare pushing in the center with e4, maybe first f3, then e4. But to be honest, I like black here.
But David is taking so much time on this next move.
Because as I said, I really like black's position. It's so healthy. Yeah, like white kind of lost some time somewhere. Like, okay, king h1, maybe he's really preparing that f3, e4, but okay, and it is on the board, so no minority attack, which I mentioned. Maybe also because black already played c6, a6, it will be very slow. So he goes for the center, and with his last move, he is preparing to push e4, just the central pawn up the board.
It looks like black, I'm not sure how black can stop it, so how should black prepare for it?
Well, I think he needs to play b5 or maybe sometimes even c5. Okay, here the d5 pawn would be hanging, but in principle, if you go c5, you are left with the isolated pawn. And normally it is better for white. However, once you push f3, the weakness of the d5 pawn is compensated by the weakness on e3. So, yeah, I think black just needs to open up the game somehow, like b5, c5, just to have counterplay on the other side of the board. I would just play b5 here.
And sorry, I was sidetracked for a second because I saw on the YouTube chat we've been joined by none other than Grandmaster Arthur Snakeside.
Oh.
So hello, Arthur.
Hello.
Pleasure to have you in the chat with us. We would even prefer to have you here in Katowice playing, but great to see you, and hello, of course, to everyone else in the chat. Feel free, if you have any questions about the game or in general about the tournament, feel free to ask them, as Alonso is still thinking and drops back.
Yeah.
Back to Tafe.
That's a typical, because the bishop on c8 was blocked, so he wants to maybe transfer the knight to g6 or just stay on f8 for a while, just giving some extra protection to h7. Yeah, because sometimes this might be hanging. And we had e4, so
a lot of pieces and pawns, a lot of exchanges.
The big question is, can white keep the center? Because if he can keep it undisturbed, well, he might have some advantage. But if black creates some play, just attack this pawn. These are kind of hanging pawns, so it's very double-edged. So what is exactly going on? Well, can we maybe zoom in? Well, because I was thinking about this. Can the pawn be taken.
And he
right?
has, so we'll
Yes.
find out. Did Navarra have a plan?
But then e5? Yes, then bishop h7 is a threat because, well,
Yeah.
very big question because the queen is undefended. Now, as we can see, white's bishop, which stays near, actually in front of black's queen, can move with the check, and then queen will take queen. Wow, but he played rook to d8, and yeah, it was, well, the best defense is the attack, as
Yes.
they say. So
And again, I mean, Alonso just continues to be so resourceful, and it looked like he had his answer planned. Now we saw this exchange for the knight on f6 for the bishop on d3. There is a white pawn on f6. I mean, that's not a pawn that we want to have close to our king, but maybe once that pawn takes on g7, Alonso can just use it as a shield. I don't think you should take that pawn.
Yeah, I don't think as well he shouldn't take it. But overall, well, his structure is a bit ruined. So, well, knight coming to e4 now. Knight f6 was a big threat with a fork.
Yes.
Okay, that was easily parried. But overall, I think white can break through on the dark squares. And we had the bishop g5 attacking the rook, and you see the knight is going in. Okay. So
now black has no choice. He has to capture on g7, but it feels like his position is so precarious. If he can save it again, I will be so impressed. But all the pieces are so loose.
Yes.
Where do you go? It's hard to find a square.
Very interesting. But he sacrificed an exchange. Oh, it doesn't look good. I mean,
No.
it must be lost. But
Oof,
white
the
just
king is
needs
on
to
h5.
make just a few right moves. Okay, nice. Okay, h6.
Queen g7
Well,
was such a nice move.
I cannot believe. Okay, this must be just game over very soon. But
There's
okay.
no move,
Yeah,
no?
there's. Yeah. We can see the gesture with
Yes.
his hand. Like, what legal move do I have? Even right?
What a
Okay.
nice finish by David.
Great
What
game.
a nice
great game. That was a typical Carlsbad play.
Yes.
Like as the stem game of Botvinnik, I think against Keres, where that was probably the first game where he played for this f3 and e4. Very nice, like a typical book win,
Yes.
I would say.
Yes.
I'm
And
not
now
so
he
sure
has
about the
caught.
details because that was, well, not easy, but for the Blitz, perfect. And the next game.
The next game starts. We'll see which opening will David choose.
Some Queen's Indian, right?
Yeah.
With the bishop on
With
a6.
a6. Mm-hmm.
A few years ago, they kind of stopped playing the Queen's Indian after the match between Alpha Zero and Stockfish, where Alpha Zero was winning a lot of games in that opening. But as far as I know, nowadays they believe that it's fine. Although we got some more of a Catalan, right? Now is that they're playing so fast
yes,
that
that it's
I
again
don't
hard
exactly
to-
I can't exactly tell.
I know.
Yeah. Okay, so the knight on d2 was not the best. Now it's on c3.
And actually, this is really now with only 5 games to go, so 2.5 rounds, let's say. Alonso, I think he will also try with white to equalize this match. For Navarra, it's a possibility to maybe take the sole lead here.
Absolutely, and he's thinking. We can see that sometimes David is not that fast
Yes.
in some opening phase or in the middle game. He maybe should have been faster because, it's after all, it's a blitz.
Yeah.
But so far, he wasn't
In
that much
general, I have
punished
to
for
say,
that.
and also I feel that he managed his time well, because on the previous game I also thought that he was slow in some moments, but suddenly it was Alonso who had no time. So I think he's spending often a bit of time in the opening early middle game, but then after that he's actually playing quite fast, and here we see him strike in the center with c5.
Yeah, usually it's one of the most difficult things in chess, because after the game you can always tell,
Yes.
oh, you should have played faster, or well, you should have stopped and thought a bit longer. But but we can only tell this after the game.
Yes.
During the game, it's not that clear.
It's also, I mean, your time perception. So for maybe our viewers who haven't played much over the board chess or over the board Blitz, your own perception is so much different
Yes.
to what the people from the outside see.
Okay, so let's again try
jump
to
in and go a bit
zoom into the
closer.
game to see what's the action there. I mean, there are still not that many exchanges. Well, all the pieces are, you know, on their side, but it seems white has a bit more space. Let's try to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here
okay.
we go. So we have a knight
A
jumping
knight on
into-
e5. That's nice. It's very difficult for black to get rid of this knight. If he wants to prepare f6, well, first of all, it's not easy, but even if he manages to do it, then he weakens the g6 squares. So each and every move has some drawback, and especially pawn moves. You need to really care about.
Very careful, yeah.
The squares you are leaving behind.
Queen e7.
Yeah, I think I like white's position a bit, but on the other hand, probably black is fine as well. So so far it's everything normal, I would say. So there are all other aspects like the time management, because we know sooner or later there will be something to calculate.
Absolutely.
There will be some action, and then everything can change. Like now they just develop the pieces, they are just playing positionally. Okay, this is something unexpected, because why to change?
The knight looked quite nice, actually.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, it's very
the-
concrete, because he changes the structure dramatically.
So he wants to put some pressure on d5
Yeah,
somehow?
but then I'm afraid that okay, maybe that wasn't bad, yeah, because he's just changing the strategy, right?
It's hard to say. So what, knight?
Very concrete again, right? But these
It
are
feels
the
that in
positions, yeah.
general Alonso is a very concrete player.
Yeah. It's okay, there are some issues with the c pawn. These are kind of hanging pawns, right? But c4, yeah. So in principle, if you push this pawn, you're weakening the d4 and so on. But as there are quite a number of pieces, well, it's not that bad. Okay, the
It's
bishop on
also
b7.
a very unusual
is-
pawn structure somehow, with the pawns on e3, f4, and d5, c4.
Yeah, probably white has slight pull, but at the same time, well, black keeps everything under control, has some space. So even though he weakened some squares, let's say b2 is sometimes maybe not a big weakness, but you can have some counterplay. This is important also in Blitz. You always need to have some counterplay. Sometimes your opponent might be scared of something, even if it's not fully true that it's hanging. But you need to watch out for something. So.
But David has been spending.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, this is super concrete. Wow.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah.
So let's zoom in a bit closer to the board.
Yes, because this is big choice, big move.
Yeah.
Because now you see the bishop on b7. I was saying it's a bad piece, but for the pawn, first of all, he will exchange the bishops. White's king will be a little bit weakened, and you see white's doubled f pawns. When they together with the e pawn, they create kind of structure which is not terrible. But once, but he did not trade. The queens did not ruin white structure, but played queen g4 and regained the pawn on f4. So now it's still
even
different.
Yeah,
but the bishop on b7 again, as I said, it is playing. It's a very nice piece. White's king might feel uneasy. Sometimes knight g4, for example. Is that a threat?
Yeah, I wonder if he will.
Oh,
wow, that's not a pawn I thought he was gonna go grab.
Yeah, but he's attacking the bishop. It's always nice to attack. And as they say, pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is very much a pawn.
Nothing can be
so
more true.
And maybe the queen can later drop back to e3. I'm always trying to see is there not something in the diagonal in the way
But
that I'm
can he play
missing.
knight g4, but then queen b7, probably there is no mate or something. Oh, but can he? Wow. Okay, he takes this because he covers the square with so many pieces, with the knight, with the rook on the 8, with the queen on the 4.
Okay, so what's Alonso going to do? Knight
Okay, with the knight,
takes.
that was the most
Makes
natural.
sense.
But what's going on now?
Is there
Queen
not a
coming
queen
to d4?
with a pin?
Yeah, I would be very scared now.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, how do you defend?
Yeah, because some rook d8, there is rook, queen c4 or queen. I don't know. Queen c4, then of f2 was hanging. So
yes.
yeah, but now he can at least take. But now the bishop is stronger than the knight, so I think white's a bit better. If the a pawn is able to run,
Also,
this bishop will be okay. He couldn't play rook a8 because the bishop on g2 is covering. Yes, and you see he's not defending b2. He is attacking. So black's pieces are passive, especially the knight. The bishop is dominating this knight. You see, the knight couldn't move actually.
A couple of times now moves were made with
Okay,
just 1 second.
And the pawn on c3 is gone. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if the check was important. It was good because now, okay, but he did not go for rook c8. I was thinking.
So what's the way now? Black is gonna try and bring the knight.
I think white is much better, but it's super tricky. And what's going on?
Oh, careful! Is it?
Yeah, it's like
The king is very close to. But
king
also
h5.
no, but the bishop dropped as well.
Yes.
Oh, I did. Oh,
Now everything dropped.
oh
And there
my
is no
goodness.
stalemate.
Suddenly I realized where did the bishop?
But you know why? The knight. It's a
It
tricky
was-
piece.
yes.
The knight was just jumping around.
Yes.
If you have few seconds, and even if you are a grandmaster, if the knight is jumping, giving some checks, it can take all your army.
Wow,
and that was a bit funny, especially I'm sure that some amateur players might be, whoa, this knight
Yes.
was jumping, and even a grandmaster couldn't see it. But that's what it is, like in a blitz game.
And we see the disappointment on the face of Alonso, who loses. You know, he was doing so well, loses 2-0 to David Navarro. We'll see the standings shortly. But for now, let's go to Casper Puron, who is playing against Sargsyan. And the first game in that match ended in a win for Sargsyan. So let's jump into the second, where Casper Puron is playing with the black pieces. So let's just go a little bit closer. So an extra piece for Casper, but white has 2 pawns? No.
No, but there is. But
No, what am I saying? There's still a bishop on F1.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just 2 extra pawns.
Yes. So the king.
Otherwise, there would be a problem.
yeah. Okay, so white is better, but white is tied down to the defense, and despite being extra pawns, having 2 extra pawns, it's just a draw probably, right? It's okay. He doesn't want to draw because, well, he's after all some material up, but I don't think it can be any other result than a draw. Because white's pawns are quite weak. They're doubled. 3 against 2 with this configuration, I can hardly imagine white
He
creating.
will try
fast
a
pawns.
little
Of
bit,
course.
but it's really hard to imagine.
Yeah, it's.
Careful with the time.
King g2. Yeah, he needs to activate the bishop from f1, like to put it on
Yes.
d5 or anywhere. Okay, g5. Okay, but there are some exchanges.
Okay, but every
Okay.
exchange should bring us a little bit closer.
Yeah, but there is some danger we can end up with the rook bishop against the rook, which is my favorite endgame. Well,
We actually have the biggest expert in the world of this endgame in the tournament. Keith Farkel had this position, this endgame 26 times in tournament play, and he has won it every time.
So I said this is my favorite endgame, where that actually was not fully true, because I had this endgame twice with the defending side, and I lost twice. So that's why I said my favorite. But
you said it sarcastic, ironically.
Yes. Oh, and
it's
what's
a tough
going on?
ending.
Yeah,
but what happened?
Some exchanges, but the bishops are still on the board. And okay, I think black can create a blockade on the dark squares, which will be very easy to hold. Like put the bishop to e5, f6 or something. Yeah. I think it's easy draw. It's easy draw. But with this time, of course, you can lose on time or anything. Yes. But okay, bishop e5. Okay.
A nice trick.
Yeah. Yeah, but this.
But still, how do you even?
Yeah, it's just.
It's almost hard to even hold on to the pawn. But g8 is covered. Okay, I was wondering.
Yeah. Okay, rook h7. Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, it must be a draw, right? Well, you just cannot make this g pawn moving easily. Yeah. Now it's, I think, threefold repetition, but
you should be careful to not lose on time.
King f5. No, but it's it's just a draw. It's just a draw. Like even without the bishop on g3, I guess should be a draw because that's the second rank defense. Okay.
What a fighting end to this game, which ends in a draw again. We see the smiles from the players. I think David Navarra is our new tournament leader after his 2-0 victory against Alonso.
Yeah, we had the question why Hikaru is not playing here, and I think we can try to answer this question.
Yeah, because
that's European chess championship, and yeah, maybe one day Hikaru will change the federation, but so far, currently, yeah, he's not eligible to play this tournament.
Absolutely, but Harry H, good news, Hikaru will be in action in 10 days at the World Rapid and Blitz, so you can follow him there at the time. So here at the European Blitz, as I mentioned, David Navarra has taken the sole lead, and there is a few people behind him, a full point behind. So the next round we will follow David probably again, see who will come to challenge him. There's been a lot of back and forth in the standings, very exciting event.
Yeah, we need to remind that there are more than 400 boards, more than 800 players.
Yes.
Tomorrow will be like 1,000 players. So maybe 11 rounds is not as much, for such a big tournament, right?
Absolutely.
Because it's very difficult to have, all the top guys playing against each other because there's not that many rounds left, right?
So we'll see who faces in round 10. That's in 22 minutes and a few seconds from now. But we're going to go back into the Spodek over to Magda and to Ketty, see who they can find, some interviews, some highlights, and we'll see you at 18. Well, at 6 p.m. essentially.
Yeah, but don't go anywhere. Just watch it live. And
see you then.
Master Jakub Fus from Poland. So welcome, Jakub, and please tell us how your tournament is going today.
Hello
have
Well,
been doing
so far not so great.
Not so great, I have to
I lost
admit.
everything.
Yeah, I played a
I
lot
was
of
playing
matches
against the
1-1,
higher-rated
so
opponents.
I was
but
hoping for
I
a
have
bit
like
more.
12 points, something like this. So it's
are
not
you
bad, but could be
too
better for
satisfied
sure.
with your results,
Right.
Yeah,
Tell
no,
us a little bit
exactly. I
about
really need
yourself.
to win
I
my
just
remaining
learned
games
from
to have
you
any
that
chances for
you got
something.
your
Okay, if I do, I could
I am norm, and now you're waiting Congress to fix that. Where was that tournament that you got your norm?
It was a round-robin tournament in Charlotte, in USA. So I played it like 2 weeks ago, and I scored like exact rating performance that I needed to score.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm quite happy with this.
That's amazing. And I've also learned that you are living in USA and you're studying in Texas. So tell us a little bit more about your life nowadays, how it looks.
Well, so I'm studying computer science in Brownsville, Texas. I'm in chess program, which is run by Bartek Macieja. He's there with us. He's like our manager. There's like 15 more students with me in this team. We are traveling across the US, playing some tournaments, but the main test will come in the January, at the beginning of the next year, as we will play in Panams. It's like the biggest tournament for the universities in the whole North America. So,
All right.
yeah.
That's
All the tournaments
amazing.
that we are going are like training.
Okay.
That's what they call it.
Okay, that's the final, big finals.
Yes.
Tell me how difficult or maybe easy you find it to combine chess at that high level that you are playing tournaments so often, and also you're studying something very important for you and for your career.
So, university in Texas, in Brownsville, especially, is like okay. It's not that difficult to combine it, especially now that I just started studying. So this is like the beginning. I had a few more easy subjects, so I will learn in the next semester. It will be more difficult for sure, but so far it's not difficult. Everything is provided for us. Like we don't have to do anything special. They just take us to the tournaments. We play. We get excuse letters, and we are like excused for 2 weeks of the classes. So.
Right, that's amazing.
Yeah,
while you're talking to us, the kids on the background are waving in the cameras because they can see themselves on the big screen. So guys, you can come here. They're actually dancing and it's so cute. It's so cute, and they can see themselves on the big screen. And
that's what I was asking for. Like, I didn't know if I would go there, but now I see myself. And like, oh.
Yeah. So okay, tell us, how does it feel to live in Texas? Because you're from Poland, and it's a country which has a lot of winter days or weeks or months, almost a year.
The day before I went on my flight to here, like a week ago, I still was wearing shorts. So when I came here, like I was expecting the winter, but this December is much colder than the previous one. So okay, I can get used to it, but so far I'm struggling a bit. It's not that difficult, but you know, it's still a bit cold.
Yeah, it's a bit cold. So that's amazing that chess got you in a place where you can actually get something more education in the field that you are interested in. Why computer science?
Well, my father is he's working as a computer science field, so I decided that first of all I want to like follow him kind of, and then also when you go to US, I think you should take something like more ambitious. That's why I went with this option.
All right.
Because like there were many options, and I think this is like the most demanding, so that's why.
Amazing. And do you plan to achieve Grandmaster title? What's the highest?
Well, of course,
highest thing you want to achieve in chess?
Of course, like Grandmaster title, and then we will see when I will try to go with my rating.
All right.
Especially with US, we have a lot of opportunities. Like last 2 months, I played already 4 tournaments, and yeah, that's where I got my last norm. So I think the opportunities will come for sure.
All right, I see. Our viewers can see your outfit. It's very Christmassy, winter spirit. So tell us how you choose this outfit for today.
For today, like I had it like also 2 years ago or 1 year ago. It's nothing. I wear it always in winter. I tried once in September, but people were saying like, "What are you doing?"
Did not feel right.
For me it felt, but for them not. But okay.
Yeah. It's cool. It's
Yeah,
cool.
I
It
like
just
it, so
shoots the
thanks.
this time. Okay, tell us now. I'm not Polish, but I live in Poland and I am still learning many things. Can you teach me and our viewers, for instance, some greetings in Polish? Let's say, "Hi, how are you doing?" And
But you
"I
mean
won a chess game," something like that in Polish.
I won a chess game?
Yeah.
Okay, wygrałem partię.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. And also talking about Poland and Polish as we are here, is there any dish that you would recommend all these visitors from foreign countries that they have to try?
Dish.
Or drink
Well,
or
I would
snack?
go with dumplings. Like I
Dumplings.
just love them, so I can eat them all day long. Like we call them pierogi.
Pierogi, I love pierogi.
But dumplings, like everybody knows them by this name.
Yeah.
Outside of Poland.
Yeah, dumplings are the greatest things, and there are lots of types.
Oh yeah.
My
many of them.
favorite is z miasem.
Basically, you can put anything inside,
Yeah.
and so it's like it's
Even
up to you.
strawberries.
Oh yes, yes.
Okay,
Even
yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, guys, if you're still around Poland, you can still make it at European Chess Rapid Championship, because tomorrow and the other day will be more and more chess games happening. That's going to be the Rapid Control. Which is your favorite time control out of these two?
Out of these two, I definitely prefer Rapid, because I find the Blitz a bit sometimes. Okay, if you are playing well, then you like both. But if you are playing a bit worse, then you prefer Rapid, because Blitz is a bit more random. Like, of course, because of the shorter time control.
Right.
So yeah, I would go with Rapid.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much for visiting us, and let's know more about you. I hope we will meet each other soon with a new title, and I would introduce you as a grandmaster next time. And now you have to play rest of the game, so best of the luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
With that. And guys, we're gonna say bye for now, but I will be back with the other guests, and you're gonna see now more interviews.
Not that difficult.
it's really fascinating for sure. The king is completely exposed, and now we'll try to find a mate in 2 moves. So let's try to find it. You can just tap your screen and stop for a second to think about it, but I will show you the solution. So the solution is knight, bishop to g7, and now you just completely don't care about your queen, because after capturing on the b1, now you have this beautiful checkmate on the c3 square, and now the king is checkmated. So after this small little tactic, let's go to our pairings and our results. At the 9th round, David Navarra has defeated Alonso Rosal to 2-0, so that's a huge score for Navarra, and now he has taken the lead. Sergesian has also won against Kacper Piorun and Michael Adams after to Maciej Klekowski. So now let's see about the results. Now David Navarra is someone that shares the first place, the second one is Sergesian, and the third Alonso Rosal Alvar from Spain. Now let's see the pairings for the 10th round. Michael Adams is on the fourth place. He was the first at our starting list. But now let's see. Sergesian against Navarra. That's the huge names at the first spot. So I'm sure there's going to be such a fire on that board. And Paulinus against Michael Adams at the second ball, and Alvar after Helxidam at the third board. So I hope you guys enjoy my puzzle, and let's follow the games.
Hello and welcome back to round 10 of the European Blitz Championship. Only 2 rounds, 4 games to go. We have a new tournament leader. It is David Navarra from the Czech Republic. He's on 15.5. And just behind him, we see the handshake there, is Shan Sargsyan from Armenia with 15. And then 3 players on 14.5. Mickey Adams, Pulti Nevicius, and Alonso. And we will, of course, focus on this board 1 clash. So let's see
closer, because the game has already started. We don't want to miss the very first moves. But we can see it's kind of Ragozin, right? Is that? Yeah, Ragozin defense. So White probably played Queen A4 check, forcing the knight to C6, then dropping back to C2, giving extra tempo for Black. But the knight on C6 is not ideal because Black cannot push C5. Oh, yeah. So what's going on? Now probably, White just needs to finish the development, right? To castle somehow, but he doesn't want to maybe play Bishop D3
to not allow the tempo.
So he's taking first. That's usually good to take on D5 when the bishop is already on B7, because this bishop is hitting on the granite, right? And it's not the best piece. Okay, A3 prophylaxis to stop knight B4. Sometimes also preparing B4 to stop C5 and just expand a little bit. Okay, knight E2. What's the idea of this move? It's okay, knight G3. I'm not sure where. Okay, maybe it's heading to F5, right? To harass the bishop on F8. Also, is he thinking about pushing G4 then? What do you think?
And just not castling kingside.
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, because he is half a point behind David, and with White he should try something.
I think I will just go for it regardless of the tournament situation. I mean, this is like something which I would love to see on the board. Yeah. So G6 is on the board to stop knight F5. Now the G pawn cannot move because knight is standing on G3.
Can we maybe go H4?
Wow. Yeah, I like it. Although there is H5, but then maybe some. Okay, he castles short. Okay, so we are not
the end of our excitement about some
H4 had some issues with the bishop takes G3 maybe.
Yeah, sure.
So, but G6 was played making some holes on the dark squares. On the other hand, black having the bishop on D6, which could always drop back to F8, I think it's not an issue. And now when I start to think more and more about this position, I'm not sure if this knight on G3 is good, because, well, it cannot take on E4. Black can maybe play even H5, H4 or F5 or something, like this knight is not feeling so well. And it took 2 tempi
to get...
and H5, as I said, if H4 is played with bishop on D6 and so on, like all the pieces are looking at the king side. So it is actually black who is going for an attack, which I wanted to see on the board, and that's what we have. So,
and kudos to David, who's taking a very active approach here with the black pieces. Okay, the other knight is jumping into E5.
Right, but can we take it? Okay, the pawn on C7 at the end would drop, right? So if you take on E5 and exchange everything, the C7 pawn is hanging at the end. So
so we have to be a bit careful.
So maybe H4 first. Okay, but is the pawn on E4 hanging a little bit or not? Because knight E4, maybe then we can trade on E5, and then the knight on E4 is hanging. H3 push might be thrown in. Very concrete and very, very active play. Probably it works. I'm not so sure. I mean, this is very complex.
So
we are looking at this without an engine.
Yes, and even without a 2D board. Actually,
but and now white plays knight E2. Kind of accepting the fate that we need to defend a little bit. H3 is that move maybe sometimes?
Certainly tempting.
Maybe we don't need to hurry with this, but he's thinking how to resolve the situation in the center, because as I mentioned earlier, exchanging everything on E5, well, then the pawn on C7 drops. So that's not something we wanna play. But what to do?
It's just dropping under a minute now, so the players are getting low on the clock. Knight D8.
Okay.
So removing that knight.
Yeah, but overall he's got a bishop pair, so maybe he doesn't need to hurry. Because it's hard to see what white will do. Black can play like king G7 maybe, then F6. Okay, the knight coming here, maybe to G5. Well.
Yeah, all in all, if I were white, I would be very worried about my king side still. After your knight G5, white always has to look out for some potential sacrifices on
Bishop
H3.
G5. I really like this move. Just taking control over the light squares. So no funky business on this A to G8 diagonal. It is white who's controlling this. Also no D5 move. This is what I was thinking, having in mind, because we could play maybe king G7.
Yes.
6, So, so that's why white believes that the bishop on C3 has no future. Goes for bishop B4, offering a trade. Because black's bishop on D6 is such a strong piece. Attacking unit, looking at the king side. Now we want to trade this.
And it's not clear, can David hold on to... No, so he goes A5.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because he accepts to trade, but on his terms. He will recapture with the pawn, I guess, and we see it. He takes with the pawn. Yeah, let's see entire board, maybe also sometimes from other angles if possible, to see all the pieces. The point is that now the pawn on D6 is attacking the knight on E5. we don't see the pawn on d6 from this
Yes.
angle because it's
hidden
you know
behind the knight.
yeah, behind the knight, but the knight on e5 is not stable, right? But it jumped to d7. What's going on? Yeah, okay. There are some tactics. But with every exchange, I believe
I'm still trying to figure out
yeah,
what happened.
But now I believe that white is in the
More
driver's seat
tactics, yeah.
because.
Okay, now the smoke clears.
But did he win the exchange or no? In
There's-
the process?
Well, yeah, yeah.
Well, it
He
was
did.
so fast
He
that
did. He
we
did
didn't
win the
manage to catch
exchange.
this. Well, this is a blitz game, right?
Yeah.
But wow. So this is technically winning. Wow. there's-
Absolutely, wow.
Hmm.
He did it really like a magician, you know?
yeah, the magic trick. Yeah.
Okay, so Sargsyan has the chance. If he beats David, he will, at least after half this round, be in the sole lead. So this is a huge moment for the young Armenian GM.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. David has taken the open file and is having some counterplay. The pawn on f2 is hanging. White goes passive. But the pawn on b6 is dropping. Okay, David is going all in f4. You see, on the board. Okay, king here. Yeah, but the problem is that f4 is not threatening anything. I think it's just dead lost.
Yeah.
Dead lost. Okay, he takes on e3, but it actually opens the f file
And
the
there is
rook
the
f8.
resignation.
Yeah, it's yeah.
What a huge game for Sargsyan, who's
Yeah.
now moving to 15 and a half out of 19. And we
Wow.
see Helgi, actually one of my very good friends with the white pieces, Helgi Tsiskadam, who is from the Faroe Islands, a tiny country up in the North Sea, the only Faroese grandmaster, who's having a great tournament playing against Alonso Rosell. We'll see later what has happened there, but now we're going to follow the rematch between David Navarra and Shant Sargsyan.
Okay, David with the white pieces.
Yes.
Yeah, nominally has some edge, yeah, and is looking forward to win the game because, well, at
To
this stage,
retake the lead.
Yes,
Yeah.
at this stage it's super important, and then only last round with 2 games. Well, it's not much.
Only 3 games
Yeah.
remain. This one is already hugely important. If
Yeah.
Shant can win again, he will be a favorite to become the new European Blitz champion.
Yeah, in this field with so many players, half a point at some stage might mean like 20 places of difference. I mean, like if you're in top 10 or top 30 or something, I mean,
Absolutely.
you just, yeah, so all in. And so we have the Nimzo Indian here, and bishop takes c3. So white got the bishop pair, a bit of different structure this time. Okay, now we have a nice view at the chessboard, but maybe you can zoom in a little bit to see everything.
Yes,
So the issue is still with this bishop on c1. It's kind of a bad bishop. Of course, it can wake up.
David decides to exchange on a6.
And yeah, because sooner or later this exchange will happen. And so he doesn't have the bishop pair. So as I said, it's a big question. Bishop on c1. Good or bad piece?
Yeah, it's not so clear yet. Where will that bishop go? Can white eventually try and play a4, bishop a3?
Yeah, probably that's something he should try, but then there's some knight b4 at the very least. He plays f3, so now he needs to watch out the e3 square, so probably the bishop is gonna not move, yeah? It needs to look at the e3 square. Or b2, okay, interesting. It doesn't look good, but actually it's more of like prophylaxis. But I have a feeling that black is in control.
Yeah, let's...
Also, the way he makes moves and so on, it feels like black knows what he's doing, and not sure what's the time situation, and I don't see
2
it
minutes
clearly.
16 for David and 2:20. Very similar, both
very
around
similar.
2:20. Still plenty of time on the clock.
Okay, so what to do? difficult.
Yeah, I
we
wonder,
see
will
how
David play in
tense.
the center? Will he try to break at some point?
Yeah, surely if he prepares at least
Yes.
this. He wants to play e4, and the big question is, can Black be ready for this? Can Black kind of discourage White from doing this? Because in fact, if White manages to open the game and the bishop on b2 comes to life, that's perfect. But for now, it's still, the pawn is still on e3, not moving to e4. It is Black to move. Can Black come up
It
with
feels
something?
almost like a little bit of a waiting game at this point. There is no clear-cut plan for either side. Let's
I mean,
go
for
back
White,
again
it's
to
clear
the.
that he wants to push
He wants
e4,
to
but,
push in
but the question is if he can.
Yes.
But I guess he is ready for this. And now Black thinks,
how
can
to-
I somehow prepare
Yes.
against this? Otherwise, these pawns are just going forward, right? Like,
Let's go in again to the board, full screen. Okay, I think we're a bit closer now, so let's.
yeah, if we can see it more clearly, all the pieces. Can we zoom in? Is it possible? Okay, trade on d4, knight a5, and e4 has come. So White took the center. Knight on c4 attacks the bishop on b2, but okay, the bishop just moves, and okay, so we've got a hanging pawns, but the pawns are able to move forward, and yeah, probably strong pawns.
I'm starting to like David's chances again a bit in this game. Okay, queen goes back to d2.
Right.
Now what?
So the knight on e5 is at the moment hanging. I think knight c4 probably with the tempo.
Looks
but
logical.
then queen will not go to d3. He will not repeat. He will play at least queen d1, and then he's kind of thinking about d5, e5.
Yes.
I mean, the knights love outposts, love some kind of closed positions. They're terrible against, pawns who are just going forward. So
And actually, we saw queen f2 attacking the pawn on f7.
e5 was a big threat.
Yeah.
But now at least e5, knight d5. He
Oh,
wants to
sorry,
block.
not the. What am I saying? There was a knight on f6.
Yes, but e5 was the threat.
Yeah,
so
to look,
that's
yes,
actually
yes.
that was very important.
Yes.
So you don't want to push e5 because there's knight d5. You don't want to push d5 because you leave e5. You want to push both pawns. The pawns in the same line are the best, but yeah, he needs to prepare it.
Let's also see the time
But
situation.
he's restricting the knights. Okay, so that's the strategy. With the hanging pawns.
So queen e6, and now how do we proceed?
Yeah, okay, bishop g5, that's the move I was thinking about, because yeah, he can take on f6 and spoil Black's structure. And if the knight moves, then maybe quickly e5, d5 might be possible somewhere. Although d5 we still
It's
don't
a very
cover with
annoying
any other
position
piece.
to
So
play with black, actually,
yeah.
because you always have to watch out for these pawns, and I do think we have quite a big material imbalance with, oh my goodness, Sargsyan under 10 seconds, actually.
Yeah, but it's still so difficult for White to, put this
Yeah.
pose in motion. So if he cannot, yeah.
Queen
Okay,
g3.
g3, well, okay.
Okay,
here's
here
the-
comes the attack,
yeah,
finally.
Harry, the H
Yes.
pawn. H4, H5, it's an important attacking unit. So he keeps the center. He's not able to push it forward, but this is still very important to cover a lot of squares. The space which these pawns provide is important to regroup and restrict opponent's pieces.
Bishop
Okay,
h6.
Well, and now d5, so the knight was attacked. And can he take on g7? He does.
Yeah.
Looking good, but it's getting it's a
Mate!
checkmate.
Oh, wow. Knight h6.
Mm.
What a nice finish to this game, as David Navarra ties his match against Sargsyan 1-1. We're now looking at Mickey Adams on board 2 against Paulius
Pultinevicius from Lithuania. And yeah, let's see what's going on. It's sometimes when we jump into such a game, it's difficult to say quickly.
Let's maybe see this side. You know, I find it actually very hard, this bird's eye view. I'm always struggling a bit more to understand.
Yeah, it's
okay, this is great. So let's see, the king on f7.
It's hard to...
You know, in the previous break, I met the English guy who beat Mickey in round 2, and he told me that the position when Mickey lost on time, Mickey was actually +10.
Oh.
So the position looked a mess, but it was completely losing. I mean, completely winning for Mickey. Okay, knight f1, we've zoomed in, so we have an endgame where white has 2 rooks and a knight, black has 2 rooks and a bishop. Quick pawn count. 6 pawns for black and 6 pawns for white. So even material. But there seems to be a weakness for black on c4, and well, just as I say that.
Okay, the knight's going into the position, the octopus knight.
I can't tell if black sacrificed the pawn or lost it, actually.
It's got a lot of activity, but...
sometimes it's a bit of both. You kind of lost it, but then you find...
yeah.
But who knows, maybe he wanted to.
After this move, the pawn on b2 has fallen, and this is very, very important, because that's not just a pawn. I mean, once this pawn is gone, then the c3 is just not good, and black has a lot of squares. Well, I think I prefer black, but I'm not sure if I see, you know, everything in this position.
Also, the clock times. Black only has, I think, 5 seconds on the clock, if I'm not mistaken. So, but Mickey, I mean,
pretty long thing.
Yeah, because Mickey also now under 10 seconds. This is gonna speed up.
Yeah, okay. He could have gotten the same position with the pawn on b2, right?
Yes.
Oh, it's not going well for white.
Careful for Mickey to not. He lost one game on time as we.
But this is might be technically winning. Yeah. Then the pawn on a5 is it's can be gone. Okay, now rook d5. Yeah. So just too many pawns has fallen.
Wow.
This is just technically winning, as I said.
Yeah.
You just need to push the b or a pawn, and that's it, I think.
And that's. Let me see if I can see what happened in the first game now.
Okay, there are some trades. So black has now the passed pawn. White, of course, avoids any trades, but well, the king has come to d5.
And black is just moving up that d-pawn.
Just winning this game.
What a huge result for Pultenevicius. Let's see. Let's not call it just yet, because there is still, you know, a knight on the board. We talked about just how tricky knights are.
Yeah, and pawn on f5 is gone. Then the knight on e4 is not stable. Not so sure.
It's not over just yet.
It's so simple. Yeah, now knight h6. Okay. f5 anyway, because he had 2 f-pawns. But now he simplified. And the knight on h6 is too far away. And it's
gonna get trapped.
It's trapped. It's trapped. It's easy. Now it's easy. Okay, knight e4. I'm not sure. But the pawn endgame is winning, right? Yeah, because you can go h4, create the g passed pawn. You could have started with king f5, I guess. But okay, it's called trousers.
Yes, I was gonna say that.
Push these pawns. King will not be able to stay in touch with both of them. King is a very slow piece after all.
And what a nice win for Pultenevicius.
And we've got a game we see with the black pieces Mateusz Bartel, if I can
Let's
tell
have
correctly.
a look, against
I can
Bogdan
tell
Deák. By his hoodie.
Yeah, that's right. And what is going on here?
He's down 1 pawn, I think. So white has 3 pawns. I think Mateusz has 2, one on b4 and one on f6.
Right. The bishop is harassing the knight, but the big point is that can he have a passed pawn, right? I mean, he can play a4 later. I mean, okay, now he, of course, is just pushing the pawn not to lose it because it was under attack. And now a4, is it good or not? No, he first wants to maybe bring the king to b3, but is that good?
I find it so hard to evaluate these endings.
But usually during the game you don't need to evaluate them.
You
Like
just
with the white,
find
you
the
just
most tricky.
Yeah, you just try with white, and with black you just try to hold and hope for the best. Actually, I think most of the players are more like practical, like because we expect, especially from grandmasters, that they know everything, that this is winning or not. But actually, they don't care, and it actually doesn't matter. This is well, something you wouldn't expect maybe. But that's the way it is. Usually also grandmasters tell that, oh, I have some good chances. They are not saying I was winning or something. Good chances. But I think
I actually think Mateusz has good chances to hold this one.
Yes. But at some point a4 or a3 will come. And this is the big question. If I can push my pawn a little bit, stay in touch that I can protect this with the bishop, and then run with my king to attack the f6.
It's impossible. I mean, they're both under 10 seconds. It's impossible to calculate.
Yeah.
So you just really have to rely on your instincts here.
Yeah, but the question is, can he bring the king? Okay, now maybe yes, bishop c4. He's dominating the knight a little bit. Okay, but now king c3 or not? At some point he will make this move. Okay. Now it's impossible.
I mean, also...
Okay, but now maybe king is... Okay, this is the move I was referring to. So he wants to bring the king to f5. And you know that the knight is not... okay, the bishop on d1. I really love this because the bishop protects those both pawns. And now he wants to play king d3. Okay, but now he can maybe give a check. Yeah, and...
Slowly, but slowly.
Which side do you choose? Okay, you go here, then my king goes to c4.
Yeah.
Oh, but he was afraid of something.
Yeah,
He's afraid of something. I'm not sure what. Not sure. Okay. Then king c3, but the king is going to b4. Well, the knight will not be able to fight against the a pawn because that's the hardest pawn to fight against. Okay, king c4 or b3. Okay.
Also, white always has to keep an eye out that black cannot sacrifice the knight for the a pawn and play.
Okay, the pawn is moving forward. Wow, and now he can go bishop e2 and a6. Yeah, you see. Yeah. Okay, so black immediately attacks this. But okay, a6 or not? Okay, he's just repeating.
I have
because
and always this bishop comes back to d1, or it's very hard
because. Now,
to attack it.
Okay, but now knight c3 is a threat. Okay, he moves the king. Oh. And yeah, now
this game I think is gonna be 100 moves, you know.
But can white finally bring the king somewhere?
I'll push the pawn.
a6, no, but a6. At some point he will play, but he doesn't need to hurry with this. I go king d2 maybe. Okay, a6 now. Okay, now king d4. Now it's just a draw. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Sometimes if there's no communication, they'll still make some moves.
What a great defense by Mateusz Bartel.
Yeah. You need to keep you know everything under control and keep the nerves.
Stuff. Yeah, I don't see the results yet for this round, but we know that the match between David Navarra and Sargsyan ended 1-1. So we'll find out. We'll look at the standings before the next and final round starts in just under 20 minutes. For now, we'll go back into the arena with Magda and Katia, and we'll catch you in just under 20 minutes for the last round. See you then.
Welcome back in the playing venue. We are in Spodek, and as the games are ending, so the tournament will so too, and we have the last round upcoming. But before that, we have a special guest, and I would like to introduce our guest, Maciej Strahura.
Great pronunciation.
Tahura. I guess I can try. Secretary of Katowice city, the city where we are right now. And first of all, thank you so much to welcome all the participants with such a beautiful weather and snow. So, was that ordered?
Unfortunately, it wasn't ordered. Maybe fortunately, snow in this part of time, it's really rare in Katowice. Yeah. But you know, players can visit center of our city. They can go to the Christmas fair. So, you know, it's a good fun. And here inside, it's pretty warm, so we can play chess.
That's right. So we have here the atmosphere where you compete chess. And it doesn't matter how many points you have, you're still playing, and all the games are so important for you. And at the breaks, there's some hot tea and coffee and this Christmas music, and there's a different atmosphere here. So tell us, how do you enjoy yourself to play here?
Oh, I love playing chess, and playing here with so many great people. It's really such a great fun. As you told, we are competing here against young people, against old people, against women, against men, against great players, and against amateurs like me. So, you know, it's a great chance to meet everybody, and during breaks we have a good chance to talk about chess and about everything, about our city. So, atmosphere is really, really great.
Yeah, I have to tell you that all the players that I know and I had a chat with, they love the atmosphere and the tournament here. This is very impressive indeed to have so many participants here. But this is not the first tournament that Katowice hosts, and we had the very same tournament last year as well. Would you, for instance, like to see more and more chess events, international events in this city?
Oh yeah, we'd love to. The mayor of Katowice city, he likes observing chess very much. So we are really very lucky because we have a mayor who really enjoys chess. And we've got also, let's say, Katowice's ambassadors like Łukasz Turlej, secretary of FIDE, and we have very strong association in our region of chess players. So, you know, we can organize almost everything. And as you told that, we think we can organize even bigger events than this one. But, you know, we are very happy to host so many great players from all over the world, from Sweden, from Italy, from France. Yeah, it's really such a great chess community.
Right. And once again, to our viewers who might just miss it, Poland was the country who saved last year World Rapid and Blitz, as it was cancelled at the last second in Kazakhstan due to the COVID reasons, and Poland confirmed to host the event within just few minutes. So it also shows that the country is ready for the chess and big chess tournaments, which is great. Let's talk a little bit about the games that you have played here. I know that you're playing here with your brother. So what about this little competition between you and your brother? Who's leading?
My brother by 2 points, unfortunately, but you know what to do. But of course, I'm laughing. We grew up together in a family. Everybody was playing chess, of course, on the amateur level. Playing chess gives us a lot of fun. It's a great chance to meet great people, and this is the way we treat chess. Of course, sometimes we try to improve our level of chess, but we cannot compete with best players, but we enjoy playing chess very much.
Yeah, that's right. I know that you are a very active online player and probably you play daily basis. So what's your favorite time control and what's your favorite opening?
Oh. And my favorite time control is Blitz, like this one, so 2 minutes plus 2 seconds. My favorite opening, it's very weird, not very common, is F4, bird's opening. Oh. I like playing that because, you know, there are so many variations, different variations, so you don't have to memorize a lot. I know it is considered a very weak opening, but, you know, on my level, it's enough.
Our viewers, I'm sure they like this happening because it's easy to memorize. You have your ideas, and it's not so easy to play against it. So I think that's a very nice strategy to play. Yeah, this is very nice that you found the time to play these competitions a whole day here, 22 games. So are you happy with your result? Are you happy that this is happening here, and you are also part of not only the host of the city host, but also as a participant?
Of course, it's a huge pleasure as a city representative and also as a player. But I have to add one thing. I really admire young people here. Kids like 10 years old, 8 years old. And as you told, it's 22 games altogether. So it's such a long time. It's really tiring for your mind. I really admire them, and I had a chance to compete against some of them. And maybe there will be, new Carlsen here, so who knows?
Yes, very likely. They like to come here during the interview and dance and jump because they can see themselves on the screen. So they really like, and this is not happening in many events that we have this kind of studio inside the playing venue, and it's now getting just more and more popular, and people wants to share a little bit how they are dealing with all this. It's a difficult game, right? You can see here the faces how stressed they are, but still, after all, they can just be open and be very friendly. Very last question here. A lot of people, my friends, who are asking me what to see in the city. So you're local and you know a lot of places where to go, and let's name like 2-3 places where all these participants from abroad should go.
Okay, so first of all, we have Christmas time, Christmas atmosphere, so you should come to city center to enjoy our Christmas fair, Christmas market. We've got really a lot of great things there. You can drink something good. You can enjoy other activities. We've got, of course, very good pubs, very good restaurants at Mariacka Street. So, you can go somewhere there. And if you are staying in Katowice a little bit longer, you can go, for instance, for a great concert in a music chamber. It's one of the best concert hall in Europe. So you should definitely go there. I can talk about this many hours, but I don't think you have so much time for it.
That's right, guys. It's a lot of things to enjoy here. This time, I love this time the most in Poland because it's a lot of smiley faces, very delicious food and drinks, and a lot of gifts. Polish people really likes to gifts, something traditional to the foreigners and the guests. So I hope that our guests will see this hospitality. Thank you so much for the interview, and thank you very much for hosting this big event.
Thank you very much, Katy. It was a big pleasure for me to come and enjoy your stream as a guest. So big pleasure, and I hope all participants will feel in Katowice like home.
Thank you very much. And now it's time to take a break. You guys are going to see more interviews, and we will be back with the last round.
I'm joined by Grandmaster Alexander Domchenko. Hello, Alexander.
Hello.
How are you? How have you been doing so far?
My tournament is going a bit up and down. Let's say I'm not losing matches, but it's not enough. You have to actually win matches, sometimes even 2-0, to be at the top here because there are so many players.
Are you satisfied with your results so far?
I wouldn't say so. Before the break, I scored 9.5 out of 10. That was very good. But after that, I've been struggling to actually win matches, so I will have to win the last rounds if I want to get a real prize.
So what are your expectations for this tournament?
I mean, it's Rapid and Blitz, so it'll be a lot of fun, and you will need to score a lot of points. And from my experience last year, you also need to score points early because it's very difficult to actually catch up in such a big event.
You mentioned that you were here during the last edition. How did you go last year? How your tournament was going?
Last year, I remember I scored second place in the Rapid, and I did not do well in the Blitz. So this year, I think I'm already improving on my Blitz result, and hopefully I can do well in the Rapid as well.
So, are you trying to say that you hope that you will be sharing first place for for the Rapid, right?
Well, that's the ambition, of course, before the tournament, and I hope it goes well.
Of course, we are keeping our fingers crossed for that. How do you enjoy our, the organization of our event and the venue?
I think it's actually quite good, and you don't have a lot of choice when there's almost 1,000 people here. So I think this is good, and that the rounds going on, well, let's say without huge breaks, which is good. And this is the most important thing for a chess player, that you don't play a blitz game for 10 minutes and then you sit around for 20, because this is the worst thing for concentration.
Yeah, so how do you try to, keep fresh after all of those runs? I know the players might be quite exhausted. How do you feel about that?
After the last couple of games, you already feel slightly tired, but generally after you play the games, you just try to sit somewhere, relax, think about something else, and basically make the break go past as fast as possible. Because when you play blitz games, it's usually best to play them in a row so that you get into some sort of flow. But here, of course, you need to do something during the break, so the shorter they seem, the better.
Yeah, of course, especially in the Blitz, things are going so fast. How about you? Do you prefer Blitz or Rapid?
Generally, I think I'm more successful in Rapid, but Blitz is also a lot of fun. It's just you don't very often find tournaments where you can play a lot of games actually in a row. And it just feels you play one Blitz game, then you wait, then you play another Blitz game. But here it's actually going slightly faster, so that's good.
Do you like this format of, in the one round you play two games, right? With black and with white pieces. Do you like this format, or would you rather to play just one game with one opponent?
I think in general I like to play only one game, but for this tournament it's probably the better choice, because you would have to make new pairings every time. And also this one has the advantage that you will always play the same number of games with white and black, so there's no injustice there.
Yeah, that's right. We are keeping our fingers crossed for you, and best of luck for the all of rounds and of course for your next tournaments.
Thank you.
position on our screen is actually from our tournament here. This is a game between Kozak and Hovanesian. The whole game was very interesting, but now we've got a crucial moment when Black has decided to take on G4, and now Black recaptured, and now Black has done a crucial blunder and takes on F2. And now seems that actually Queen can be trapped, but no. There is another move. We really do not care about this Queen or about all of this lack of space. And Black just played, and White just played G5. And now, all of a sudden, the king is actually trapped, and there's a mating net, so there's no way how to prevent the checks. Of course, you can just give a check, but you will lose your queen. And now let's go back to the AHE, and now this is the whole back rank issues. So after G5, Black just has decided to play F5, and after that we've got this very beautiful checkmate, Rook to C7, and Black and White has won the game. So now let's take a quick look about the updates and about our 10 run. So David Navarra drew with Sarkisian 1-1. Also on the second board it was a draw, but on the third board Alonso Rosel Alvar won with Ziska Helgidam 2-0, so that was a crucial win for him and very big result for this guy. And now let's see the results. Still the leader is David Navarra with 16.5 points, but Alonso Rosel Alvar has the same number of points, and the Sarkisian is on the first place. So let's see what will be in the next round. Where are the pairings? So David Navarra against Kazanokitsky, Alonso Rosel against Sarkisian, and Adams against Gavrilescu. The game, the round has just started, so we will be back in the studio.
Hello and welcome to the 11th and final round already of this European Blitz Championship. We will be crowning a new European Blitz champion in just about half an hour.
Yeah.
And right now we have two favorites to the title, although things are still very unclear, but we have two leaders. David Navarra has 16.5 points, as has Alonso Rosel from Spain. Both of them are facing opponents on 16 points. Navarra is facing Kazakowski, and Alonso is facing Sarkisian. So we're going to jump into the action with David Navarra. We'll try to keep an eye a bit on both games, but for now, let's start here with David against Kazakowski.
Yeah, if he wins this match with 2-0, then it's very likely he will be the European champion. But first of all, it's not easy to win 2-0. If he wins 1.5, 2.5, still great result, but the situation is open. So
especially since their opponents, if they win 2-0, they have actually a very good chance of becoming European champions. So yeah, we'll try to keep an eye on both of these games. So let's jump in here.
We'll focus on chess at the moment. Later we will talk about
especially there's a pawn already on G5. How did that happen so fast?
And maybe you guys in the chat can write who are you rooting for and you think can win the event, taking into account the current situation.
Yes.
So very interesting position, because it's not a standard typical structure, so saying like Carlsbad structure or something. No. This is something crazy. As you mentioned, the pawn already on G5. Yeah, but we need more. Maybe the H pawn can join the action. Can we go H4? Maybe
I
now.
wonder if he's considering it.
Certainly, that would be one of the moves I would consider. Maybe we can castle long, but I like to keep the king in the center at least for now, because, well, if you castle long too early.
Are we seeing, sorry to interrupt you, but the clock times are incredible. David has a minute 20 and Black has almost all the time that he started with.
Oh, but now Black is thinking,
Yeah.
so maybe if he thinks for a minute, then it's equal. But you see, because Black is having quite a long thing, and B5, yeah, he wants to make use of the pawn majority on the queen side.
Yes.
So B5, A5, B4, it's not just about pushing pawns, it's about, you know, fighting for squares. The knight on C3 is well placed, but this was, you know, this was not for free, because it allowed White to take on C6.
This is not a pawn that I was eyeing up at all, I have to say. My eyes were focused sort of, you know, on the other side.
Yeah, but as we know, pawn is a pawn, and there is no light squared bishop, because sometimes you take such a pawn, then his bishop is activated. But I don't see this bishop, and so White is playing it kind of positionally. The pawn is on G5, but he just, well.
And with the king in the middle of the board. We'll see, is that king going to stay there?
Has got a huge compensation. I think kind of a Banco compensation, talking about the, you know...
Castling
yeah, but on the other hand, what else?
What else?
Yeah.
That's
but now
good
some
question.
rook B8, piling up on the B file, like kind of attacking the B2 pawn. Always knight D5 is possible. Okay, queen C7 to look at the C4 pawn, and then knight D5, rook B8. I think great compensation for Black.
Yeah, and David already, you know,
queen
preemptively, but where is that queen? Where does
Okay,
it
queen
want to
B7.
be?
Okay, you see, Black can try to play queen F3 sometimes. Getting out of
Yeah,
the
this
pin.
king on G1 is suddenly looking quite open, actually.
Okay, but I have a plan for White. F4 and the queen G2. Okay, the queen can cover light squares. That's at least, you know.
It's such
something.
it's a game, you know, we go between positional play and tactical ideas. Like, it's a very interesting mix.
But you see, he played queen C2, and well, the queen on F5. Okay, had to go to H5, not to be exchanged. But now it's a kind of a quiet draw offer, I would say, right? Because they are repeating. So I think Black has to go queen H3, and after queen G2, maybe then queen H5, if he doesn't want to make a draw.
It's interesting, because if he takes the draw, he can try to win with White. On the other hand, he feels, okay, if David is repeating, it probably means that he doesn't like his position. So it's a tough situation.
Okay, queen H3. Okay, now David. Oh, that's a very nice psychological trick, because, well, I did it once in my career. I remember I was playing against much higher rated player, and we were repeating, and then I felt like he was, okay, then after 20 minutes, let's repeat, and then I don't repeat, and then I just beat him. So this is very nice. David is, you know, thinking about the psychological aspects, and also maybe he just believed that this position is good.
Yeah, but it's not without danger.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you want a biscuit, you have to risk it, right? So I think
Very true.
that's the case. And here, and okay, White's pieces and structure is not perfect, but he is pawn up. And, well, if Black cannot break through, I mean, he can maybe at some point take on C3, but then, well, maybe he will be able to regain something. But, I don't know. Actually, it's a good question. Knight C3, then you take with the rook or the pawn. But, okay, now Knight C3 is no longer possible. And the queen on H5 is out of the game. Okay, the opening of the H file. I think there's a big chance that we go king G2 and on the board a rook H1.
You're bringing that rook into...
And rook H1, okay. But in the... what has happened? Okay. Because Black took the pawn on B2. So,
so
the
queens
material
are
is
off,
equal.
yeah.
Material is equal.
There goes. Wait, what happened? David resigned.
Yeah,
What happened in the end? Okay, let's follow now the other game.
Yeah.
Because this is huge. Kowakowski overtaking Navarra.
So that's great news for Grandmaster from Spain, who, if he wins,
Will be the sole leader.
Yeah.
Let's try to zoom in a bit closer on the board, because it also looks like chaos a little bit.
It's difficult to tell what's going on. Okay, let's try to zoom in and
let's try to get a little bit
Oh,
closer.
did
he
he
blundered the queen?
in
oh
one move?
my goodness!
I think,
what
okay.
a heartbreak!
Well,
both leaders losing with the white pieces.
Wow.
David Navarra too.
So unexpected. I mean, of
'Cause
course, they were playing against strong opposition, but especially here, the way
Incredible.
he lost. But you see, it's been already 10 rounds, and well, I'm sure they're
Oof,
tired.
This
and
one is,
so
I
on.
mean, you can
That's-
see this one was very painful.
Okay. So-
Especially if he saw that David lost. Let's go back to David
David.
Navarra, where I think the second game has started. David can still become
Wow.
European champion.
But
If
he
he wins,
needs to
he's
win.
in a must-win situation.
Yeah.
I still don't know what happened actually in the end of his game. It somehow ended so abruptly. But this is a absolutely massive game now.
But if David wins and Shant Sargsyan, if
Wins?
he
Yeah,
wins,
if yes.
then David will be second or
Yes.
something, and Shant will be the champion. But okay,
But David
let's-
is in a must-win situation to have a
Anyway,
chance.
yeah,
if
it's
he
just-
doesn't win, he cannot. A draw is not enough, let's say, for him. Anyway.
he should take a risk. And we already see quite a strange position. And what is going on? You see H4, Queen on G3, Knight on G6. What is this opening?
I
mean,
have no-
what is this?
no
I mean,
idea.
I think it was kind of ratty, but is it correct? But how the knight came to E4?
And the pawn on B4 on the other side.
Yeah, this is crazy. Maybe it was orangutan.
Okay, but white. It's because white probably might be happy with the draw, but maybe it's so tough because also the players, it's hard for them to know what's happening also in the
but
other
also in
game.
the Blitz game, it's hard to play for a draw. Okay, maybe if you can go for some exchange branch
But
or
if
something.
you want to
but-
go for draw, if you think a draw is good enough, you don't play the orangutan.
Yeah, that's for
Okay,
sure.
Let's see. So, white Kazakowski to move.
Well, it's so complicated. Well, both sides have some issues with developing the pieces.
Mhm.
Well, it's so strangely placed. You see, the queen is chased away. I mean, actually, White's experiment might
does-
not go too well
Yeah, because the queen only has one square,
I mean,
G3.
yeah, and
the
it
knight-
just came from in F5 then F4. Wow, the queen would have to go to H2.
Oh my
And-
god.
Okay,
I've
so
never seen anything like this position.
F3,
What is this madness?
the best defense is the offense. So F3, F takes E, F takes G, possible.
F4.
Wow.
And look at the queen on F2.
The structure is so funny. Like, no, it's
I mean, we'll have
so
to all go
unusual.
back and replay this game afterwards because
yeah, it's
just to try and
an
understand
amazing
what's going on.
position. Yeah.
And now white is, look at white's pawn structure.
Yes,
There
this
is not a, or is there a pawn on, there is a pawn on E2, right?
Yeah, but
The only base.
and so many pieces on the first rank actually. Yeah, but now okay, knight d2, slowly, white is developing.
Okay,
But-
things
but
are opening up,
bishop
but-
coming to e3. Wow.
Okay, the white queen somehow looks like,
This is so tough.
also H4 was actually hanging, yeah? Or is there, am I
Okay, but
missing?
now the bishop on f5 was hanging. But white has got this nice outpost, and now okay, he got rid of this.
It feels
bishop
like
on e3.
white is wriggling out a little bit.
Yeah.
Actually.
I'm not sure who is standing better.
Yeah.
Just no idea, and
Okay, I mean, how can we evaluate this position? It's just completely impossible.
yeah, we can evaluate this. Unclear.
Yes, dynamic equality.
Yes. But okay, knight on f4. This is a great outpost for the knight, and actually this changes a lot because yeah, it's very annoying, very annoying. The big question is, where does white want to put the king?
Okay, ideally I want to maybe bring the rook from a8 and try to hide.
But I was asking about white.
But
okay, now it's clear. No castle. Both rooks has moved, so it's illegal. So okay, so the king will stay in the center.
Yeah.
Black's king will go to c8, I guess. It's so complicated.
Yeah.
But it feels black is in control. It feels.
Just because mostly I feel because this king in the center.
And this knight on f4, very nice.
Yeah.
But there's knight on f5. Yeah, okay, it's so tricky. Okay, I'm trying my best to
understand.
Yeah, but it's just really complex. Okay, a5. Well, I like it. I like it because there is this pawn on a3 hanging. Okay, it cannot be taken because the knight on c6 has been just attacked. So you've got to move the knight to d8, then to maybe to e6, maybe. Okay, c5. Wow. Yeah, with this knight on e4, but okay. c5 seems protected. Also rook on c1, but okay, b6. Okay, c6. So unclear. I mean,
What an absolute mess. I mean, I have... Also, David is ticking down now.
Okay, but now some exchanges. Okay, knight.
The pawn was hanging.
Okay, this is a very important pawn because it's not just a pawn. Now the knight on d6. Okay, it's not hanging, but very loose. b6 pawn also, it's not a strong pawn.
And we see that Kozakowski is stopping.
Yes.
Because this was not
he
part
must
of
have
the plan.
Missed this. Yeah, because but if he had taken with the queen, then rook g8, rook g2, something.
Yeah.
Black is taking over.
Absolutely.
That's for sure. Also, without the c pawn, the c5 pawn, the queen on f8 is looking at a3. And well, there are some exchanges. Yes, because the knight on e4 was there to be taken.
No.
And now maybe rook g8, like it's just okay, queen c5. But now rook, okay, g5. Then maybe queen g3. But the pawn on b6 is actually protected. Oh, what's that?
Okay, so the queen was unprotected on c5.
Oh, yes.
But David takes knight on c4, and okay, we're just gonna land in a pure rook ending.
Okay, the king on a8 was so bad because he's lost the pawn on a5 with the check. White will not lose this game.
No, and he might even win it.
Yes,
I think he will probably win it.
Kozakowski
could be the new European champion.
Yeah, the pawn on...
We'll have to see what happens in the other game, but let's see here first.
But now the a pawn is kind of lost. Okay, rook a3 with the check.
It's still not over.
Yeah, but now take on it to the d pawn.
And the d pawn, my god.
But now maybe white can also make some mating threats. Take on c5, but then e5 can be lost, right?
Oh my god.
It's gonna be a draw, I think.
Okay, but black now Navarra cannot win.
Yes.
Any longer.
But it's most likely a draw.
Should be a draw.
Simplified. Black's king. Well, whenever there's a check, it has a square on c6.
Yeah.
So okay, just wait. If white goes king b4, that's just nothing. We can just go rook f5, and if you push c5, I always have a check and take on h4. So
white has a lot of time on the clock still, 40 seconds against 4 seconds for Navarra, so he will take some time.
Oh, but now king c6. No, it's not c5. No, but
wow.
No, but I don't believe in this, but
okay.
It's
okay,
difficult.
only white can win, of course.
Yeah, but I think it's just a
push the pawn, and king will go to B8.
Yeah, and the thing is that, okay, Black's king needs to stay in touch with this pawn. Was it right decision? Oh, it's king d8. Okay. Very tricky, very tricky.
I've gone so silent now.
Yeah, because it would be difficult for us, to say it very clearly what is going on. I don't want to say that someone is winning while he's not.
Such a suspense. Oh, but it feels like.
Oh, but did he lose?
Where is even the king?
On d7, but it was, he
I
made
want
it with the
somebody
second.
to shadow this king.
Yeah.
Yeah, with 1 second he made it incredible.
But
he didn't want to shadow on his opponent's time,
okay,
so he was waiting. But
normally it would be winning for white if there was no h pawn,
it feels like white is so close again. 1
but
second.
Now check.
But now there's a mate threat.
Yeah. You
oh
also,
my God!
you need to watch out for this. Wow.
Must be a draw.
Yes. Yes. White needs to be careful. Careful.
Yeah,
Taking
2 seconds.
c7. Very good. Very active play together with distraction.
Yeah.
H
What a
pawn.
crazy endgame.
I think it's gonna be a draw, right? Oh,
didn't. Oh, he made it!
Wow!
Oh my God!
I mean,
oh
we can
God.
see. I mean,
oh, this is such a such a heartbreaking moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible.
But let's see, what are they talking? Because
but
David hasn't put the pawns yet.
Yeah,
but I think he's trying to apologize about what's
king on d7, right? Yeah, at some point that it
I'm
wasn't.
not sure. Okay, he checkmated. Checkmate is on the board. Yeah,
so it ends the game. But maybe.
But the fact that David didn't put the kings yet.
Yeah,
tells me that
maybe he's offering a draw, because maybe he feels very bad about this, but he shouldn't, because
no.
White wanted.
Yes.
Well, it's his fault.
So it's
it's very heartbreaking, but
yes.
Yeah, I think it's David won.
Yes.
It's wow, but
okay, we'll see.
So unexpected.
Hopefully, Katie or Magda are close to the action, so that they can
but they're still talking, so it's clear that the situation is not clear. But can we say about the result on the?
Yeah, but okay, they put the kings now to a black win.
Yeah,
and
because
now we don't know.
I don't see other way,
And in the other white one, so who was?
So it's 1-1,
which means that.
That is unclear
between David and Alonso.
They both won one game, so
wow.
Okay, so that's clear that David and Alonso are
sharing.
No, but
the
first.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because.
No, but Alonso he lost with white the first game.
But then he struck back.
No, but there was a white king in e4. So he was.
He was black in that game.
So
he lost both games.
Yeah,
so
look at the disappointment on Katowice.
Yeah, we will surely provide you full coverage of the results, but at the moment,
Shan Sargsyan is the new.
But this is incredible. I mean, because he could just make a draw, but he just incredible.
And a draw was.
And I'm afraid that he actually. He knew that because when he took the pawn, black can still make a draw by giving a check first, they taking on b7. So actually taking on h2 was not even a try to win, actually. No. So that was very impractical even, because at this stage he was not giving possibility to black to make a blunder.
And
but he was just maybe seeing few seconds, okay, take, and this is the blunder on a, not on a grandmaster level. But these blunders happen not because grandmasters are weak, but because there's so much tension,
and stress, and the pressure.
So many games today, 21 games before that game.
He was so close.
Yeah.
If he wins, he is the new European champion. And he was pressing, and okay, at some point you think, okay, it's just a draw. It's already hard to cope with the disappointment mentally that it's only a draw. And suddenly he got checkmated, and
he got such an endgame. We were saying that David cannot win this. Of course, we don't mean literally it's impossible, but it means that with not a computer precise play from white, but like a normal standard
in a normal
play,
way,
it's not possible for black to win. Only big blunder, and it happened.
Yeah, and I mean, it's this picture when we saw Katowice at the board, it's the image of to show you all just how heartbreaking chess can be. We really witnessed something, I think, devastating, and I really feel for Valeri. We've been there, maybe not, at this stage, not so close to a huge title, but commiserations to him. We will, I think, go to the studio. I think once the results are official, Katy will bring you an interview with the new European Blitz champion. We were so enthralled in this Navarra-Kazakowski game. We think it is Shant Sargsyan, but stick around to find out once the results are officially confirmed. Don't go anywhere. Katy will be here with the interview of the champion, and we will be back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. Central European Time with the European Rapid Championship, where we expect over 1,000 participants. So see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you for watching us. And remember to stick around for an interview with the winner. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
hello back from the Spodek. This is, guys, our last time to be here today, and it is a very interesting situation. Me and Magda were talking right now. Who is the winner? And we don't know yet, Magda.
We don't know yet who is the winner. We actually don't have the results yet. But as far as we know, that there is a tie between 3 players.
Mhm.
Am I right?
Yes, that's what I also heard about, and it's very interesting. We have 3 names: David Navara, Sergisian Shand, and Maciej Klekowski. Maciej, okay. just wanted to. I think he won. Kind of. Yeah, we don't know yet.
We don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know that. We wanted to ask him, but probably he doesn't know too, because this is not the final results yet. They have to count all the points and the tie breaks. So, guys, we don't know actually who's the winner. No one knows.
Yeah, but we know that our competition was very difficult, right, for players. Players are so exhausted after all of those rounds. It was, just to remind you, it was 22 actually games, because it was 11 rounds and every round was doubled. Every player played one with black pieces and another one with white pieces.
Yeah, so as the rounds are now all done and we don't gonna have any more tie breaks, for the moment you can relax a little bit, and we can also see players just smiling. I see Shant Sergisian now checking and probably refreshing his mobile phone. He doesn't know, no one knows actually how this gonna end. So what we can say from this day is that we had a lot of games, everybody enjoyed the situation here. I see that people are getting tired, because it's not a joke to play so many games indeed. But yeah, we're gonna have soon the winner of the event.
Yeah, and the following days will be also very exciting, because we will have a rapid tournament, which is also very entertaining. But now we've got the results of the last round, but I don't know if we got the overall results. But David Navara against Valery Kazakowski drew 1-1. And Sergisian won his match against Alonso Rosell Alvar, and David Gavrilescu won against Michael Adams.
Yeah, so that's the result so far, guys, and we're still waiting, and as there are many games to finish and to be calculated. But hold on, I have someone here to introduce. You probably have already noticed this one. We have a lot of pawns here with the t-shirt of the tournament, and I think this will be the gift for the kids in the last day. And we also have people just doing some workouts on the background to us. So yeah, and we can see a lot of players still are here waiting for the results. What is happening here? I think there's a photo session. Polish players.
Yes, Polish players.
Is playing, and yeah, this is Fiona, guys, from the studio. She just walked right away here. So yeah, we're just waiting. We're just waiting for the results, and. We're gonna have the interview with the winner.
Yes, we are really looking forward to it. We're of course looking forward to the results. I'm just gonna check if results are actually available.
Mm-hmm. If we have any updates, we might already have the results. And yeah, so far, so far, seems like we don't have much of the information. Yeah. All right.
Okay, so we don't have the results yet, but I really hope that we're gonna be back with our winner.
Yep, that's right. 3 players played amazing. Not only 3, there are a lot of players I can see that they had still chances until the last second to win. And Magda, we can see a group photo just behind us is happening. So the big photo. I think we are also just part of it. Some group photo. Yeah, we don't know who are the players, but yeah, obviously this is the spirit here, guys. After the tough competition, now they are going to have a nice dinner, maybe some Christmas market time, and a lot of photos. So
Yes,
yeah.
the Christmas market in Katowice is actually very famous, and it's a huge event in Katowice. It's very gorgeous, so we are of course looking forward to see this market too.
Yes, and we can also take the opportunity to invite our viewers for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna start at 9:30, but tomorrow will be a different tournament, and we're gonna have the rapid competition, which means that the players gonna have 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. It's gonna be 2 days in a row, the same competition, 11 rounds once again, and most probably the same players, maybe a little bit less players, because usually people like to play this fast control, and then when it comes to the rapid, it's more tiring for them. So very likely it will be still around 1,000 participants, maybe just a little bit less than today.
Yeah, but when I was talking with players, actually a lot of players said to me that the rapid competition is actually their preferred rapid format. So I hope there's going to be so much interesting games and interesting positions.
Yeah, that's right. And now they changed the site, so now we can play. We can see who are the players. We're making the photo, and Fiona is making the photo. Guys, check out her Instagram page where she's posting all the interesting videos from behind the scenes, and also some of the selfies. So make sure that you follow all the social media platforms of the event. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So Magda, I would just take now a short break to just wait for the technical results, as it seems like the arbiters are calculating all the points. So now it comes down to the tie breaks, and we will be back with the winner of the tournament. So far, we don't know who is that.
So, my name is Konstantin Peira. I'm a FIDE master from Austria. I'm from the capital of Vienna. I came here because I never played this kind of tournament, so this is my first European Rapid and Blitz Championship. Fine experience, as I would say. That's why I chose this tournament. And also Rapid and Blitz is fun, so yeah. Yeah, like I've been playing chess for almost 12 years now. So yeah, it's just kind of part of my life, and yeah, this time I chose to with playing chess here. Yeah.
I came from Ukraine. I very want to play abroad. I choose from very many tournaments, but I choose this because here is very good level and good experience for me. I very like playing chess. I enjoy when I play. All my good memories is when I win in a very strong opponents, like the coach of the team male Ukraine or another strong players.
I came from Germany, Berlin, and I choose this tournament because it's my first European Blitz and Rapid Championship, and I think it's a good tournament to play. And I'm only today here for Blitz, not tomorrow, but I think it's a nice tournament. Since I'm 5, I'm playing chess, and my father taught me the moves, and I think it's a great game for everyone to play. I think a lot of good memories and some titles and wins, and but I think the atmosphere and everything is great in chess, and I like it very much.
I come from England. I chose this tournament because I quite like playing in Poland. I played some Blitz tournaments here before, and I like the idea to play a lot of games over a few days. Why am I playing chess? Well, I guess it's been my job for a long time now, almost 30 years. But okay, because I guess because I love it in general. Memories of playing chess? Well, okay, you're always making new memories, and somehow the new memories seem more important. Blitz is always exciting because you have lots of ups and downs. There have been some very nice moments, some not so nice moments, but we'll see what happens in the last few games.
Welcome back. I am pleased to introduce you the vice champion of European Blitz Chess Championship 2022 and 2021.
Yeah.
2 years in a row, same city, same place, same tournament, and you got the silver medal, second time. So congratulations.
Thank
Maciej
you.
Klekowski is with us, a Grandmaster from Poland, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's start because our viewers were waiting for the for the final results and the
Okay.
stand-up. So the winner is David Navarra, second is Maciej Klekowski, and the third one is
Sean Sargassian.
Sargisian, and it was Bugots,
Yeah.
the pairing. So tell us, would you what you were thinking while you were waiting for the final standings? What was your hopes?
I wasn't thinking about medal. I thought that I will be like third to five, but in the end I was told that there are only 3 players with 17.5 points. So I was very happy, but I'm quite tired because I was yesterday trying to prepare myself, so I'm playing some bullets with my friend, and today between the rounds it's not the best way to play tournament. Such a long tournament, but we were also playing some bullets. So
Between the rounds?
yeah.
Wow.
So I'm quite tired.
That's the secret. So you get this practice.
Yeah, I
Good.
get this practice, and this is mostly fun for me to play this Blitz games. I'm playing from, I don't know, small children, this Blitz,
Yeah.
and I really like it.
Right. So it is like 22 games, and obviously it's very hard to have to count all these results. But how many games have you lost?
2, 3. I lost 4 games, 1 draw, and rest of them I won.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
You won. Okay, and before we start the interview and the live, you said that last year you had very good chances. You played very good, and this year you did not felt that as good as last year. So tell us more details.
Last year I felt like I was playing really well, and I felt like I deserve it. It's not like I don't deserve it this year, but I was much more lucky because in some games I was completely lost, and I was trying to do something because I didn't want to take a draw, because I wanted, if I want to do something here, I have to win as much as I can. So I was going for lost positions, and my opponents were making mistakes. In one game it was something like I'm of course completely lost. I'm looking for some checks. There are no way that I can try anything in this position, and I want to resign. And then I saw that in last move my opponent just give up his queen.
Oh.
Yeah, and when I wanted
Queen
to
for
resign,
free.
I just took his queen and he resigned. And this was just after the first game between us, where he also completely outplayed me. And I was lucky to get a perpetual check. And also when he wanted to draw, I tried something strange, which could only lead to my lose, but he made a mistake and I won. So
Wow,
2 very
that's
lucky games, and
nice.
after this it was a little bit better, but also I lost many pieces on the board, many forks and so on. So yeah, I'm very happy, but I felt like I could play better today.
All right. I have seen you at the many events in Poland, winning the competitions in Blitz, I suppose. And here at this event, there were obviously a lot of people and the participants, and some of the well-known grandmasters, like for instance Michael Adams and so on and so on. This list is very, very big. And how does it feel to be ahead of them?
It's normal for me, I think, because when I want to play as good as I want to play in such tournaments, I cannot try to feel all this atmosphere, all these great players, because if I feel it, then I feel like I'm maybe not worse, but maybe a little bit like I'm worse, and then it's very much harder to compete with them. So I'm trying to think about myself that I can beat anyone, and that's my attitude.
Right. So your strategy is that you are not playing against the individuals, but you're playing with the pieces and on the board, and that's pays off. I see.
Yeah.
This is very impressive, and obviously you are going to play Rapid tomorrow too. What are your hopes for that? Because now I think your confidence is boosted after this victory. And what's the plan for tomorrow?
I mean, this is the second side of the story, because when I'm playing with these guys and I don't feel respect, but also when I'm before the tournament, I don't have any goal like I don't know top 5, top 10 or so on, but I just want to play, and I will see what will happen tomorrow and the next day.
Right. Now our viewers would probably wonder, what is your advice? Which openings should they choose for winning the Blitz games? Because it's, I think, a specific time control, not too much time. You need to attack your opponent. Is there anything you can advise, any specific opening or setup?
I think my advice could be that I just want to play what I know the best. I'm not going for any sharp lines or any positional, but just what I know the best. That's what I'm playing, because it's like you said, it's Blitz, and we don't have much time for thinking. So if I know the position, then I can much faster taking decisions.
Right. Okay, thank you so much to giving us all these details. And Maciej, it feels so weird to see no one here in this venue, because like some minutes ago it was a lot of players and the spectators, and now there are a few people just out here who are working and us, and it's so quiet. So tell us the last question: are you going to celebrate the victory, or you're going to focus tomorrow's Rapid tournament?
I think I don't know. I don't know yet.
We're gonna know it later.
But if I will celebrate, it's like I don't know, not so long. Yeah.
All right. Still, tomorrow it will be another tournament. Rapid Chess Championship, European Chess Championship will start at 8:30. I would like to invite all of you for that. We're gonna have the interviews and the commentary, of course, at the same place and the same time. Thank you so much, Maciej, for giving us all these details, and we share your happiness and congratulations once again. It's absolutely great feeling, for sure.
Yeah, of course. It's maybe during the closing ceremony, I will feel much more better, because, like I said, now I'm a little bit tired, so I'm not so happy.
So okay, let's do like this. Another time we have the same event here. We need a gold from you, because we got no silver.
I will try my best.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. This was Maciej Klikowski, the vice champion of European Blitz Chess Championship 2022. I'm Katy, and today with Magda, Fiona, and Piotr, we had this commentary going on. So thank you so much for your time and for your comments on YouTube channel. Tomorrow we'll be streaming on YouTube and Twitch as well, so make sure that you join. And it is final goodbye from me. Bye.
Bye.